Chapter 4189. Looking at the huge stone giants sitting in the magma and learning from Fujiwen and the others, Xiaohua suddenly had a familiar feeling. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was struggling to learn. However, at the same time, Xiaohua was a little worried in his heart. The Buddha statue in the shrine had almost been broken into two halves. The crack from the top cut across the heart of the Buddha statue and went all the way to the lower body. Crimson liquid flowed like a candle's tears onto the 9 lotus platforms below the Buddha statue. If it weren't for the 9 lotus platforms protecting the Buddha statue, the entire Buddha statue would have been completely split apart. Dragon Vein Xiaohua and Phoenix Body Xiaohua did not return. Xiaohua also did not receive any messages from them. However, Xiaohua was not alarmed. Presumably, even if the two clones encountered any danger, their lives would not be in danger. On this day, the entire magma lake was producing rhythmic sounds of reading. Xiaohua, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly frowned and looked outside the magma lake with some surprise. Rumble! A slight tremor came from the ground. Even though the magma had already offset a lot of the tremor, it could still be heard under the magma. The old stone giant who was struggling to pronounce the words immediately stood up from the ground and called out very fluently, "Namo Maitreya Buddha, Namo Maitreya Buddha." In a moment, all the stone giants who were learning how to pronounce the words stood up and shouted loudly. A fighting spirit emerged from these stone giants. Enemy, enemy. The old stone giant only now remembered that Buddha Bodhi was beside him. He hastily pointed above and stammered, "Go!" Buddha Bodhi nodded and waved his hand to give an order. Then, the old stone giant called out, "Namo Maitreya Buddha," and orderly arranged a group of stone giants to rush out of the underground space from various parts of the magma lake. "We will also go out and take a look. It seems like something interesting has happened." Xiaohua smiled and said to Buddha Bodhi and Confucian cultivator Xiaohua and the other clones, "This little monk has the same intention." Buddha Bodhi nodded and stood up on his Buddhist lotus. Xiaohua, however, shook his head. "Fellow Taoists, let's go. I have been dizzy from these rocks for the past few days. I still want to take a look at the magma and refine my wood origin." "All right, go ahead, fellow Taoist. Just be careful." When Xiaohua first saw the Buddhist shrine, he had already clearly seen the bottom of the magma. There was a completely different world under that oval-shaped hole. There were even a few places inside that Xiaohua's divine sense couldn't penetrate. The stone giant couldn't enter, so he naturally didn't know. Xiaohua had been concentrating on teaching the stone giant for the past few days, so he didn't have the mood to explore. Now that he heard that the bone-honing Xiaohua wanted to go, he naturally reminded him. "Rest assured, fellow Taoist." Bone-honing Xiaohua laughed. "I know what I'm doing." When the bone-honing Xiaohua's figure fell into the hole, Xiaohua led the group of disciples and his avatar out of the magma lake. When Xiaohua escaped out of the ground, he was met with a dense aura of desolation. That viscous heaven and earth origin energy made him unable to help but take a deep breath. When his whole body felt comfortable, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Damn it, this group of stone men. There was clearly heaven and earth origin energy around them that could save their lives, yet they insisted on looking for origin stones. If they hadn't met me, I'm afraid they would have starved to death while hugging the gold mountain. Fellow Taoists' thinking is too simple. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua laughed. These stone men originally had stone brains. Other than knowing how to find origin stones, they don't know anything else. If ordinary people want to cultivate Taoist techniques, they also have to rely on luck. If their aptitude is slightly lacking, they won't be able to sense heaven and earth origin energy. You want these stone men who don't know how to speak and don't know how to cultivate to learn Taoist techniques? That's really difficult. AI indeed. Xiaohua nodded. I don't remember much about my childhood, but I still have some impressions. I's path of seeking Tao when I was young was very tortuous. Even since I had memories of hidden immortal continent, I's path of cultivation wasn't smooth. In short, what Master wants to do is extremely difficult. Fujiwen, who was standing respectfully at the side, heard this and echoed. However, if it can really be done, the merit of teaching is really enough for master to use. Jiwen is right. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua agreed. Which one of us Confucian cultivators didn't have the merit of teaching? Confucius, Mencius, each and every one of them has a merit as vast as the Milky Way. Ha! Hearing this, Xiaohua suddenly laughed. He patted his head and said, I was fooled by the little monk. Damn it, Lu Er's cultivation in his previous life was indeed deeper than mine, but what he can't do, it doesn't mean that we can't do it. It's impossible to travel 1,000 miles without taking a few steps, but if we have a direction, we can naturally reach it with the help of flying equipment. Oh, pa. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua was slightly stunned. After a moment, he also came to his senses. He looked at Buddha Bodhi and said with a smile, Yes, it's really like this. We have a heaven-defying space, why can't we use it? Xiaohua and the others landed on a nearby mountain ridge. As they spoke, groups of stone giants also walked out from various places on the vermilion ground. At this time, between the mountains, a large number of stone giants appeared out of nowhere. These stone giants lined up, holding some strange stone tools in their hands. They neatly encircled the entire plain. It was this orderly pace that alarmed the old stone giant under the magma. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over these stone giants, and he couldn't help but frown. Except for the stone tools in their hands, these attacking stone giants didn't look any different from the stone giants in the magma. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Just as Xiaohua was puzzled, the stone giants that came out of the magma had already formed a formation. Moreover, this formation didn't look much inferior to the stone giants that surrounded them. Following the old stone giants' roar, all the stone giants waved their fists and rushed towards the besieged stone giants. In just a moment, a tragic scene appeared in front of Xiaohua and the others. Whether it was the attacking stone giants or the defending stone giants, they all began to be injured. Some had lost arms, some had broken legs, and some had even lost half of their heads. However, no matter how injured they were, the two sides of the stone giants didn't shrink back. They attacked with all their might, trying their best to kill the other side in their own hands. Xiaohua and the other clones, as well as many disciples, stayed on top of the mountain peak to watch, but they didn't make a move. Of course, based on the current battle situation, not to mention Xiaohua, even Fujiwen and the other disciples could definitely kill the invading stone giants. However, Fujiwen and the others couldn't make a move because they didn't understand why these stone giants were attacking the stone giants in the magma. Strange. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua looked at the two sides that were in a stalemate and asked in a low voice, All wars in the world have a cause. On the surface, the great war of the Tao of the Ruins was for the billions of wandering souls, but in secret, it was for the origin of wood, and even for the formation of the demonic spirit. Why are these two stone giants here? For the fire attribute primordial stones? There are no primordial stones in the magma, so it's impossible for these stone giants to not know. What if it's to kill the other side? These two sides are both stone giants, so there's no reason for them to naturally counter each other. Martial uncles. Jianghu said in a low voice from the side, These invading stone giants, they're not shouting Namo Maitreya Buddha, but it seems to be dragon language. Dragon language? Xiaohua was startled and immediately listened carefully. Sure enough, the attacking stone giants seemed to be vaguely shouting, Long live the dragon god, long live the dragon god, which was exactly opposite to the Namo Maitreya Buddha that the magma stone giants were shouting. Damn it, there's something strange. Xiaohua patted his forehead, somewhat vexed. Could it be that these stone giants aren't here for the primordial stones? Could it be that they're here for the so-called faith? Could it be that on this mysterious continent, other than Namo Maitreya Buddha, there's another dragon god? Master, take a closer look. Jianghu looked carefully at the side and said, Those stone giants shouting dragon god seem to have some dragon markings on their bodies, but these dragon markings are extremely few, only half a trace or a trace. Correct. That's exactly the case. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and nodded. Previously, I couldn't see clearly, but now that they're shouting Long live the dragon god, and fighting with the magma stone giants, I can see clearly. Not only that, these magma stone giants also have an extremely faint swastika character on their bodies. Don't you think so, Master Subhuti? Namo Maitreya Buddha. How could Buddha Subhuti not see this? His eyes were filled with compassion, and he chanted the name of Buddha. Although the stone giants weren't humans, they were still alive, and in this kind of slaughter, it was inevitable that there would be casualties. Green-robed fellow Taoist. Xiao Hua instructed, use a thunderous method to make these stone giants stop fighting. I really don't understand why they're fighting. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua smiled and said, fellow Taoist, you're confused. Green-robed fellow Taoist and soul cultivator fellow Taoist are building a transfer array, they're not here. Then I'll have to trouble you, fellow Taoist Confucian cultivator. Xiao Hua was truly somewhat anxious, and said impatiently, make them quickly stop this senseless slaughter. And this young one understands. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua naturally understood what Xiao Hua was thinking. He waved his hand, and tens of millions of 5-chi righteous thunders appeared out of thin air. With a rumbling sound, they struck down, scaring all the stone giants into a daze on the spot. Namo Maitreya Buddha. The magma stone giants took the lead to shout, and each of them covered their heads and fled towards the entrance of the magma. The attacking stone giants were no exception, and after only holding on for a few breaths, they also fled in panic. Jianghu. Seeing the stone giants run away, Xiao Hua instructed, transform into your figure and follow these stone giants to see what's going on. Yes, disciple understands. Jianghu's body surged with dragon markings, and her figure immediately flew up. Chapter 4190. Fellow Taoist, you go accompany Jianghu. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and ordered, don't let anything happen to Jianghu. Good. Xiao Hua didn't refuse. His figure flickered and he followed Jianghu to chase after the stone giants. Then, Xiao Hua looked at the messy plains. At this time, there were many broken limbs on the ground. They were thrown there like stones. There was no stone giant to take these broken limbs away. AI, why is there a war everywhere? Xiao Hua sighed and waved his hand, leading many disciples to escape into the magma. The old stone giant couldn't speak, so he couldn't tell Xiao Hua what happened. Xiao Hua also didn't force him. He waited for the stone giants to rest for half a day, then he had the stone giants form a formation. He took out the Kunlun mirror from his bosom, and with the command of Buddha Bodhi, he sent all the stone giants into the space under the urging of his magic power. Because of their belief in Buddha Bodhi, these stone giants were easily sent into the space. Moreover, inside the space, Jade Archive Xiao Hua had already created an illusion of a magma lake for them. Many stone giants entered the space without any rejection, just like the magma lake that extended out of the mysterious continent. In his own space, Jade Archive Xiao Hua could do whatever he wanted. First, he waved his hands and sent countless soul threads into the foreheads of these stone giants like lightning bolts. He taught these stone giants ordinary cultivation methods, and then after a little thought, he sent some ancient books of Confucian cultivators and some essences of Buddhist sects into their minds. Xiao Hua even created tens of thousands of Buddha Bodhi to teach these stone giants how to speak. This was the idea that Xiao Hua had previously thought of. Jiang Luer's previous life might have been more powerful than Xiao Hua's current cultivation, but he didn't have the space, so he didn't have the ability to control space. As for Xiao Hua, although he was not omnipotent in this space, teaching these stone giants how to speak and decipher words was still quite easy. Jade Archive Xiao Hua's ability to teach was hard to say, but his method of imparting Dao magic was indeed first class. After receiving Jade Archive Xiao Hua's teachings, all the stone giants closed their eyes and meditated, seemingly gaining something. After a few days, although these stone giants couldn't really speak, they were forced to speak by their experiences. After another dozen or so days, all of the stone giants could clearly express their thoughts. Therefore, Xiao Hua struck while the iron was hot and sent them out of the space. He also had Fu Jiwen and the other disciples give them instructions. On one hand, he explained the cultivation technique, and on the other hand, he was familiar with the language. It was truly beyond Buddha Bodhi's expectations. Xiaohua's actions were extremely effective. In the span of a dozen days, the stone giants in the magma lake seemed to have been reborn. Learning to read and write was the most basic. Many of the stone giants had already begun to discuss the essence of cultivation. In particular, most of the stone giants were devout and interested in the Buddhist scriptures. They all sat cross-legged around Buddha Bodhi and listened to him talk about the scriptures. At this point, Xiaohua finally understood the ins and outs of the situation. The magma stone giants had begun to worship Namo Mithriya the moment they formed their own race. The Buddha statue in the shrine had always been there for them to worship. Of course, they didn't know where the shrine came from or who it was worshipping. They only knew how to say, Namo Mithriya the Buddha. Moreover, each stone giant was different, so they didn't know the full story. The stone giants in the magma lake lived on fire attribute source stones. Normally, they would look for source stones to fill their stomachs in the magma lake. However, in the past few decades, it was unknown whether it was because the stone giants were reproducing too quickly or because the number of fire attribute source stones had decreased, but the number of source stones they could find had decreased. If it weren't for the fact that they had accumulated some source stones in the past few years, some of the stone giants might have starved to death. As for the invading stone giants, they also lived in the magma lake. They were hundreds of miles away from each other. The living environment of the stone giants was similar to the living environment of this group of stone giants. Long ago, the two groups of stone giants had fought and killed each other, but the scale was not large. But recently, because the source stones had decreased, the number of fights had increased. Almost every dozen or so days, there would be a fight. There were even 4 or 5 stone giants gathered around the magma lake. These stone giants also fought with each other. The stone giants in front of Xiaohua believed in Namo Mithriya the Buddha and weren't particularly aggressive. The stone giants that believed in the dragon god weren't so easy to talk to. Not only did they attack this group of stone giants, they also attacked other stone giants. In addition to the fighting between the stone giants, there were other races entrenched around the magma lake. The golden-armored dwarf and strange bird that Xiaohua had seen before were all of them. However, because the stone giants had just learned how to express themselves, they couldn't speak clearly. Moreover, these races were similar to the stone giants. They all lived in strange places. If ordinary divine senses didn't carefully investigate, they wouldn't be discovered. These races were similar in strength to the stone giants. Although they had some conflicts with the stone giants, as long as they didn't invade the other party's territory in batches, it wouldn't cause a war between the two sides. As for that night, when the stone giants went to rescue the younger stone giants, they passed through the borders of the golden-armored dwarf and strange bird's territory and were attacked by the two. The stone giants generally moved around in the magma lake and rarely went to the surface. Therefore, the stone giants only knew about the situation within 1,000 miles. They didn't know much about the situation beyond that. Even so, Xiaohua learned from the stone giants that there was a powerful prehistoric strange beast several thousand miles away. After hearing the old stone giant explain the general situation with a stutter, Xiaohua nodded with a smile. He looked at the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua and said, "Fellow Immortal, what the stone giants said is correct. However, they haven't walked on the surface for a long time. The information might be wrong. Or perhaps, the primeval beasts in their eyes might not be able to enter our eyes." When the prehistoric secret treasure appeared that day, the closest aura was at least several 100,000 miles away from here. It's unlikely that it's the one that the stone giant spoke of. It shouldn't be. Scholarly cultivator Xiaohua agreed. Those who dare to reveal their aura when the prehistoric secret treasure appears are all experts of this continent. For the stone giants to know about it, I'm afraid it's not particularly strong. Unfortunately, although the stone giants look tall, they actually have timid hearts. The range of their activities is really limited and they don't know much. They can't give us a general understanding of the entire continent. Xiaohua said with some regret. Scholarly cultivator Xiaohua nodded and said, "That's right. If that little guy wasn't really hungry and didn't know about the nearby dangers after seeing fellow Taoist fall into the distant mountain peak, he wouldn't have rashly gone to look for you. Otherwise, we wouldn't have found this place. Xiaohua looked at the Buddha statue that had been completely split into two halves on the shrine and replied somewhat absent-mindedly, yes, this might be fate. As he said this, Xiaohua's gaze passed over the Buddha statue and looked at Buddha Bodhi, who was teaching the stone giants Buddhist doctrine. A faint knot quietly emerged in his heart. Fellow Taoist. At this moment, the bone-honing Xiaohua called out to Xiaohua. Come down and take a look. This place is a bit strange. Xiaohua was taken aback. He had already used his divine sense to explore the magma lake where the stone giants lived. However, it was just a magma lake that led underground, and there was nothing special about it. Of course, Xiaohua had only taken a rough look. The deeper he went into the magma lake, the more divine sense he could sense. Moreover, it was harmful to his divine sense, so Xiaohua did not seriously explore the magma lake. However, he didn't expect there to be something strange under the magma lake. Xiaohua and scholarly cultivator Xiaohua exchanged a glance. Their figures flickered as they flew into the hole. Both of them were very powerful, so they did not attract the attention of the Fortune Gate's disciples or even the stone giants. Below the hole was a passage several li wide. The walls of the passage were made of solid rock, and the magma lake emitted a dark red hue when it hit the rocks. There was nothing interesting to see inside the passage. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over the passage and continued to fly down. After traveling for more than 100 miles, the temperature in the vicinity had reached an extremely high level. The previously dark red magma had already begun to emit a bright red color. Faint ripples were also being produced within the magma, flying into the distorted void due to the burning of the magma. If I'm not mistaken, this mainland should still be the upper realm. Xiaohua looked at his protective barrier, which was shaking under the high temperature of the magma lake, and said decisively, I remember when I was in the flame forest swamp, I also went deep into the magma lake. Although it wasn't this deep, the magma wasn't even half as hot as here. This kind of heat is not something the cultivation world can withstand. Scholarly cultivator Xiaohua nodded. There is a faint trace of Xiantian true qi in the magma lake. This Xiao Sheng has absorbed it. This kind of Xiantian true qi almost doesn't exist on the hidden immortal mainland. As the two of them spoke, they flew for several li and reached the end of the passage. After exiting the passage, they arrived at a huge space filled with bright red liquid. This liquid was much more delicate than the magma lake, and there were thumb-sized crystal stones floating around. These were fire attribute source stones. However, Xiaohua's divine sense did not linger on these source stones for long. Instead, he looked at the center of the space. In the center of the space, there was a huge stone pillar that extended straight from the bottom of the magma lake into the space. The top of this stone pillar looked quite flat, and it was several mu in size. At this moment, bone-honing Xiaohua was standing on top of it, looking at the pile of bones in front of him in a daze. The bones were very thick and large, almost occupying the top of the several mu in size stone pillar. Fellow Taoist. Bone-honing Xiaohua did not turn his head and said, Quickly come and take a look at these bones, they are really strange. Xiaohua flew close to the stone pillar, but he did not look at the bones first. Instead, he looked around with his divine sense, and then asked curiously, Fellow Taoist, how did you come here? The fire attribute source energy of heaven and earth here is too rich. It's not good for you to refine the origin of wood. Chapter 4191. Hee. Bone-honing Xiaohua turned his head and looked at Xiaohua with a smile. I started to cultivate near the passage, but after a while, I suddenly felt that these stone giants were very pitiful. They were starving to death while guarding this magma, so I simply went to the depths of the magma to see if I could find some primordial stones for them. In the end, I found the primordial stones, and I also found these bones. Oh! Xiaohua was startled and looked at bone-honing Xiaohua with some astonishment. He even sized him up a few times. Bone-honing Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled and asked curiously, What's wrong? Fellow Taoist, is there something wrong with I? Xiaohua had a smile on his face and asked, This feeling, when did it start? What feeling? Bone-honing Xiaohua was stunned and asked back. I just feel that those stone giants are pitiful. Xiaohua replied. Just now. Bone honing Xiaohua was really at a loss. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, Fellow Taoist, you have a sympathetic heart. You are not far from becoming a real person. Is that so? Bone honing Xiaohua touched his bald head in embarrassment and replied embarrassedly. Xiaohua asked with interest, if I let fellow Taoist control the celestial white bones again, how confident would fellow Taoist be? Bone honing Xiaohua pondered a little and seemed to understand something. He nodded and said, I don't have much confidence now, but I seem to have confidence. I dare to control the celestial white bones. Good. Xiaohua clapped and said with a smile, I had been thinking about how to use the Tao Sect's secret technique to control the celestial white bones. I even thought about using the secret technique of sacrificial refining to refine the celestial white bones. Moreover, to be honest with you two fellow Taoists, I have already let green-robed Xiaohua look at the cultivation methods I obtained from the ruins. I want to find the method to suppress the celestial white bones. However, according to fellow Taoist tempered bones, if we want to control the Deva bones, we can't do it from the outside. That's an inferior method. We should use superior methods to control the Deva bones from the inside out. Xiaohua, the Confucian cultivator, had been studying the classics of Confucianism ever since he was born. He had a lot of experience in thinking, so he had a good understanding of these seemingly profound things. He said, Fellow Immortal, you mean, to let fellow immortal tempered bones develop human emotions, and use these emotions to influence the wisp of consciousness inside the celestial bones, and finally assimilate it? That's right. That's exactly it. Xiaohua nodded. The thing that controls the celestial white bones is that triangular blood bone. The strand of consciousness within this blood bone is extremely strong and tyrannical. Just refining this consciousness alone would take thousands or even tens of thousands of years. I even felt that there would be a risk of backlash. Moreover, if I sacrificially refined this consciousness, there would be a barrier between the consciousness and the white bones, and it would be difficult to achieve perfect control. Only by slowly assimilating it would it be possible to firmly control the celestial white bones. Speaking up to here, Xiaohua smiled again. He looked at the white bones on the stone pillar and said, Of course, these are just some of I's guesses. Fellow Taoist tempered bones has to try to know. Let's not talk about the celestial white bones anymore. Fellow Taoist tempered bones, is there anything strange about these white bones? Oh, it's like this. Xiaohua raised his hand and held a white bone that was several feet thick in his hand. He pointed at the white bone and said, When I came here, before I even saw those primordial stones, I sensed the power of lightning within this white bone. This power of lightning is somewhat similar to that of the celestial white bones. I thought that I had found a new celestial white bone, but when I picked up this white bone, I discovered that the power of lightning within this white bone had entered I's body and disappeared. The white bone no longer had the power of lightning. Moreover, it was also different from the celestial white bones. Although the celestial white bones were fragmented, there was a kind of vague and exuberant vitality inside. That vitality seemed to be indestructible. And these white bones are the same as ordinary white bones. They seem to be completely dead. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Looking at these white bones, he said, Isn't it normal for white bones to be completely dead? Celestial white bones that have vitality are actually abnormal. Fellow Taoist, don't forget that this is the mysterious continent, the upper realm. Xiaohua said in all seriousness, whether these white bones belong to prehistoric beasts or celestials, there should be vitality within the white bones. They shouldn't be completely dead. But aren't these white bones dead? Xiaohua took the white bones and scanned them with his divine sense. Then he handed them to Xiaohua. Xiaohua cultivated life energy, so he was naturally more sensitive to vitality. When he took the white bones, he already sensed it. So, the origin of these white bones is a bit strange. Xiaohua asserted, they must have died under an incomparably powerful lightning strike. A fatal strike. Perhaps. Xiaohua replied. His divine sense scanned the pile of white bones again. Suddenly, a strange expression appeared on his face. He said, "However, these dead white bones are also useful to us." "What can they be used for?" Xiaohua was greatly puzzled. He asked curiously, "Could it be that fellow Taoist can use these white bones to make another celestial?" Xiaohua looked at Xiaohua unhappily. "You only know how to make a celestial. Don't forget, we have the Million Meng Mountains nether passage mirror in our hands. Although your soul tool has been repaired by fellow Taoist soul cultivator, it can't be perfect." Fellow Taoist Green Robe also obtained a lot of white bones in the spring-penetrating Forbidden Sea. Compared to these white bones, I'm afraid the difference is like heaven and earth, right? That's great. Xiaohua clapped and said, "With these white bones, fellow Taoist soul cultivator can also refine other soul tools." Exactly. Xiaohua released his divine sense and collected these white bones. He said with a smile, "It's not easy to come to the upper realm. Why don't we fish for more benefits? Everything in the prehistoric realm is useful to us." Of course, not to mention these white bones, even these crystals look several times better than those in the hidden Immortal continent. Xiaohua laughed. He opened his mouth and spat out a beam of light, which turned into thousands of light threads and fell into the magma. When the beam of light flew back, each light thread carried a crystal. Here. Xiaohua took the crystal and didn't keep it. Instead, he put it in his spatial ring and handed it to Xiaohua. He said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, give it to the stone giants. If it weren't for fellow Taoist's opportunity, we wouldn't know there were crystals here." "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Xiaohua grinned and reached out to take it. He said, "I hope the stone giants can learn the cultivation method fellow Taoists taught them before they use up all these crystals. They don't need to be proficient in anything as long as they don't starve." "Don't worry," Xiaohua replied with a smile. "Although these stone giants have just been enlightened, they are creatures from the upper realm and are born with innate spirituality. Perhaps they can't cultivate all the cultivation methods we taught them, but refining energy into essence is not a problem." "That's..." Xiaohua continued. "Fellow Taoist used Taoist magic as a foundation, borrowed from the demon race's cultivation method, and even used my Confucian secret technique as a guide to tailor the cultivation method for the stone giants. If it's not easy to use, what other cultivation method in this world can be used?" "You flatter me, you flatter me." Xiaohua waved his hand and said to Xiaohua, "Fellow Taoist, go deliver the crystals first, and then seize the time to cultivate. We will only be here for 100 years. If there are any changes in the future, we will have to rely on fellow Taoist strength." "Yes, I know," Xiaohua said and urged his figure to go up the passage. Looking at Xiaohua's back, Xiaohua said with gratification, "I really didn't expect that this fellow Taoist who calls himself a celestial would also start to have the emotions of a mortal." Yes, the inheritance of Confucian cultivators is indeed no small matter. Not to mention the human race's inheritance in the 4 books and 5 scriptures, even the words used for children's enlightenment can make stubborn people develop spiritual wisdom. Xiaohua also sighed, and there was a faint sense of pride in his words. In this aspect, Taoist magic is slightly lacking. Developing spiritual wisdom might have some effect on the human race, but it definitely won't work on strange creatures like the stone giants. Xiaohua nodded and looked into the distance. "There seems to be something strange over there. Fellow Taoist, will you follow I there?" "I won't go." Xiaohua shook his head. "I also have something to do." "Oh? What is it?" Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. This mysterious continent has the same righteous aura as the ruins, but this righteous aura doesn't have the aura of the human race. The stone giants have already been enlightened. I want to comprehend the changes in the righteous aura, which will be of great help to my cultivation. "That's right." Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist cultivates the Confucian Tao in the hidden Immortal continent. No matter what, you can only comprehend it from the source. Now that you have the chance to see the source, it's an opportunity to see something from nothing. I also congratulate fellow Taoist." "Hee, congratulations to you too." Xiaohua smiled mysteriously, cupped his hands, and left. Seeing that the bone-tempering Xiaohua and Xiaohua were both busy, Xiaohua was very happy. He turned around and flew to another place in the space. Just now, when Xiaohua used his divine sense to explore, he already discovered that there was a similar passage in this place. Xiaohua's 5 elements escape technique had already been cultivated to the extreme. Although he was inside the magma, the distance of several hundred li was only a moment. However, after Xiaohua flew to the bottom of the passage, he didn't rush in. Instead, he looked further into the magma with a trace of doubt on his face. He saw that there was also a several large stone pillars standing out from the bottom of the magma. Moreover, there was also a pile of white bones on top of the stone pillar. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. He used his divine sense to explore the surroundings for a moment. Seeing that there was nothing strange, he flew over again. After landing on the stone pillar, Xiaohua picked up one of the white bones and examined it carefully. This white bone was different from the one Xiaohua saw before. It was slightly thinner and shorter. Moreover, it only covered half of the stone pillar. There was no lightning power on the white bone. Instead, there were extremely small holes that pierced through the white bone. These holes were densely packed and countless. If it was an ordinary bone, it would have been shattered long ago. However, when Xiaohua used his finger to flick it a few times, the white bone actually produced a metallic sound. It seemed to be very hard. Chapter 4192. Could it be that these stone pillars are some kind of formation? Are these bones also the remains of ancient powerhouses? Xiaohua put away these bones and released his divine sense to explore nearby. Sure enough, there was another stone pillar a few hundred kilometers away, and there were also some bones on it. Xiaohua was alarmed and decided not to look for the passage anymore. Instead, he began to search the entire area within the magma. In the end, Xiaohua discovered that there were more than 10 such stone pillars. Most of them had white bones on them. These white bones were of different sizes, but no matter how big they were, if they didn't have the killing power of lightning, then they had the power to penetrate through. Xiaohua put away these bones and began to be vigilant. His divine sense swept into the depths of the magma. However, Xiaohua's divine sense penetrated thousands of kilometers into the magma, and the powerful fluctuations in the magma blocked his divine sense. Xiaohua didn't find anything strange. Those stone pillars didn't seem to be anything special. They were just hard rocks protruding from the magma. Forget it. Xiaohua received his divine sense and flew into the passage. He thought to himself, there are many unknown dangers in the ancient world. I'm only at the Mahayana realm, and I'm afraid I'm not as strong as those ancient powerhouses. These dangers, it's better not to touch them. I'm just a passerby on this continent. Xiaohua flew into the passage and flew upwards for several kilometers. Suddenly, a familiar divine sense swept over from above the passage. As soon as it touched Xiaohua, it immediately stopped. An incredulous voice sounded in Xiaohua's ears, "Master? Why are you here?" Although Jianghu took Xiaohua as her master, she often called him master. As for the green-robed Xiaohua, she called him martial uncle. He. Hearing Jianghu's voice, Xiaohua smiled and transmitted, "Just as I expected, these stone giants were born of the same bloodline. Although they were born of the same root, they worship different things. I followed these stone giants here, and as soon as I revealed my dragon body, they immediately regarded me as a god. They insisted on inviting me here." Thinking of what Master had done there, this disciple decided to go with the flow. "I was still thinking about how to inform Master, but Master followed me here. Could it be that the passage below is connected to the lava lake?" Jianghu transmitted a few words to Xiaohua in a low voice. Xiaohua nodded slightly. His figure transformed into the appearance of Dragon Vein Xiaohua and rushed out of the tunnel from a cave. Similar to the lava lake of the stone giants, Jianghu's lava lake was also like a large bowl. At this time, several stone giants were crawling in front of Jianghu, respectfully saluting her. The pious look on his face was very similar to that of the old stone giant. Behind these stone giants, the thousands of stone giants that had been fighting earlier were now in a neat formation. They lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Jianghu. Behind Jianghu, There was also a similar Buddhist shrine with a mighty dragon coiled within. Master, what should we do now? Seeing Xiaohua fly out and land in front of her, Jianghu hurriedly bowed and asked. Dragon God, Dragon God. The stone giants who were originally kneeling heard the movement and hurriedly raised their heads. Seeing the dragon form Jianghu saluting Xiaohua, they were greatly shocked. Xiaohua's dragon form seemed to be more imposing than Jianghu, and even the halo above the dragon horn made them feel a sense of worship. They couldn't help but crawl on the ground and cry out. And Xiaohua had already subdued a group of stone giants, so he naturally understood the situation of this group of stone giants. He nodded slightly and let out a cold snort. With a wave of his hand, fire attribute primordial stones fell into the lava like raindrops. Then Xiaohua's dignified voice sounded, "This is the food this sovereign bestowed to you. From now on, you don't need to invade other people." Speaking till here, Xiaohua couldn't continue. Clearly, these stone giants weren't enlightened and didn't understand what he was talking about. Moreover, these stone giants only had primordial stones in their eyes, so how could they care about what Xiaohua was talking about? Xiaohua looked at the several stone giants kneeling in front of him. Then, he raised his hand and pointed his flower-like finger at the forehead of these stone giants just like Buddha Bodhi did before. Soon after, Xiaohua also sent these stone giants into the space and opened them with a Tao's secret technique. After sending these stone giants out of the space, Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the Buddhist shrine. The dragon god statue inside was different from the Buddha statue of Nanwu Methria. There weren't any changes. Thus, Xiaohua's heart became gloomy. Master? Seeing the tens of thousands of stone giants lined up in the lava, just like before, Jianghu said in a low voice, "Senior brothers are all over there. If this disciple teaches these stone giants alone, I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of them. These stone giants who believe in the dragon god are different from the stone giants who believe in Buddhism. Their temperament is somewhat irritable. If they obtain a divine ability, they might invade other stone giants. At that time, Master would have to work hard for nothing, and that would be terrible." Master understands," Xiaohua said as he took out the Kunlun mirror. "First, send out the Lu family's disciples from the Kunlun Immortal realm to assist you. Then, Master will go back and discuss with your martial uncles. There must be other stone giants in the lava, so we might as well enlighten them." "Okay." Jianghu naturally didn't have any objections, replying, "Disciple will listen to Master's instructions." Xiaohua sent out 100 Lu family's disciples, then returned to the lava lake. He told Buddha Bodhi, Confucian cultivator Xiaohua, and the others his plan, and they all agreed. Then, under Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's suggestion, Xiaohua went to the edge of the lava lake, took out the Kunlun mirror, and sent out the tens of thousands of elite soldiers who had been fighting in the Kunlun Immortal realm. These Fortune Gate's disciples had gone through many battles, so they had long learned to obey orders. They obeyed Xiaohua's orders as if they were military orders, and there was no need for Xiaohua to explain too much. After Xiaohua finished speaking, these disciples began to plan and discuss countermeasures. In the time it took to eat half a meal, everyone had come up with a complete plan. These plans were passed to Lu Yi and the other disciples, and then to Xiaohua. When Xiaohua saw these plans, he couldn't help but be moved. What Xiaohua thought of, these disciples gave practical steps. What Xiaohua didn't think of, these disciples gave suggestions based on their own understanding. There were even many things that Xiaohua didn't consider. First of all, Xiaohua only wanted these disciples to teach the stone giants in the lava lake. These disciples felt that teaching the stone giants would hinder the heavens' justice. Moreover, if the stone giants were in trouble, other races would also be in trouble. Therefore, they suggested not only teaching the stone giants, but also the golden-armored little man and other desolate races. Secondly, Xiaohua only wanted to teach the stone giants, but these disciples felt that since the desolate land was so big, there was no harm in expanding the scope of teaching. After all, this was not a war, and some disciples with lower cultivation could also contribute. Therefore, they suggested that Xiaohua let out all the Shenhua continent's disciples that could, as a kind of travel and a kind of test. Finally, They also suggested that Xiao Hua and the other Grand Ascension Realm cultivators should stay in the center and immediately teleport over to defend against any desolate beasts. Especially Xiao Hua, because he controlled the Kunlun mirror. All the desolate races that were taught had to enter the Kunlun immortal realm to be enlightened. Therefore, Xiao Hua had to establish a communication channel with these disciples, and when Xiao Hua was needed, Xiao Hua should be there in a timely manner. Xiao Hua looked at these suggestions and plans and beamed with joy. He clapped his hands and said, "With such disciples in my fortune gate, why should I worry about the Tao gate? Fuck, if the immortal emperor says half a word more, this daddy will lead the fortune gate to break through the immortal palace." Then Xiao Hua's eyes turned, and the Kunlun mirror in his hand trembled. Tens of thousands of fragments fell into the hands of these disciples, and he said, "You all hold on to this item. Whenever you need this old man, use my Fortune Gates cultivation technique, and this old man will immediately descend. Also, you all have a mission. When you search the desolate land, find a suitable place for my human race to live, and report to this old man in detail." Yes, this disciple understands. Over 10,000 disciples answered in a low voice, and their voices were quite loud. Subsequently, Xiao Hua activated the Kunlun mirror. As a bright light flickered, a steady stream of Fortune Gate disciples flew out from the so-called Kunlun paradise. According to the previous agreement, Lu Yi Yuanya, Yu Zhongquan, and other disciples led the way, flying off in different directions. Fellow Immortal. Watching groups of disciples leaving, Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and said with a wry smile, "No matter how I look at it, I feel that you're going to occupy the entire continent. I have no reason to occupy this continent. Xiao Hua pursed his lips and replied, "I just feel that educating the desolate lands races is a kind of merit, and it's quite troublesome for me to do it myself. That's why I'm distributing the merit to my disciples." "Then why are you looking for a suitable place for the human race to live?" Scholar Xiao Hua was puzzled and asked again. "Fellow Immortal, have you forgotten the incense cult's mission?" Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Don't tell me I'm going to bring the incense cult's primordial spirit cultivating disciples to the hidden immortal mainland? Are you going to treat them as Confucian cultivators? Or Tao Gate?" "Indeed," Scholar Xiao Hua said as if he had just woken up from a dream. "Although this continent is mysterious and desolate land, it's still a higher realm and is very suitable for the incense cult's disciples. The incense cult's ancestors are really amazing. They can actually divine that will come here. The Tao Gate's divination techniques are naturally amazing." Xiao Hua agreed, "We've only touched the surface, and we're already vigilant about our own good or bad luck. In the future, when our cultivation deepens, we'll naturally know more. However, all divination techniques can only be used as a reference, and there might be a mistake. Isn't the little exquisite temple a good example?" Chapter 4193. Also, Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua asked, "Fellow Taoist, you sensed an omen of danger. We must leave as soon as possible. Aren't you afraid of causing trouble by placing the fragrance cult's disciples here?" "That omen is directed at us. It shouldn't involve the fragrance cult's disciples. If we bring them to the hidden immortal mainland, they will be in even more trouble than now. Moreover, I will take a look at the karma manual before leaving this place." Speaking of this, the Kunlun mirror in Xiao Hua's hand suddenly glowed like a firefly. "That's fast." Xiao Hua was surprised. "It's only been a short while. We haven't sent all the disciples out yet, but there are already disciples over there informing us that they can use the spiritual enchantment technique." Xiao Hua released his divine sense. Sure enough, several hundred li away, Yu Zhongquan was leading a group of Fortune Gate disciples deep into the mysterious ice land. They were a kind of fishmen covered in light blue scales. These fishmen were waving their fin-like arms at Yu Zhongquan, and they were chanting the same Buddhist mantra. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept the fishmen into his space, asking Buddha Subhuti to use a Buddhist technique to enchant these fishmen. Subsequently, Xiao Hua sent these mermen back to the land of mysterious ice. When Xiao Hua retracted his consciousness, he could clearly see that the Buddha statue of Jianghu in the land of mysterious ice had split into two again. In the following months, Xiao Hua and his avatars did not remain idle. As the Fortune Gate disciples spread out, more and more strange races were sent into the space for the spiritual enchantment. These races were similar to the stone giants, but their appearance and living environment were completely different. There were small golden armored people who lived in places where the gold mist condensed, fish people who lived in places where the gold mist condensed, earth giants who lived in mountain caves, and tree men who lived in boundless forests. Not all of these prehistorical creatures believed in Namomethria and the dragon god, but they were all in a state of starvation and famine. If Xiaohua didn't show up, they might really be in danger of extinction. As the Fortune Gate disciples pushed forward, the Buddha fire inside Bodhi's body grew brighter, especially the golden threads inside his body. These golden threads danced in a spiral pattern inside the Buddha fire, and each golden thread's movement was completely different. However, the dancing of these golden threads was extremely harmonious, just like the supreme dance music between heaven and earth. Every time they twisted, the golden threads would emit a brilliant light. These lights overlapped with each other, like a resplendent gem. Things were progressing smoothly according to the Fortune Gate's disciples' plan, but Xiaohua's heart was in a mess as everything was progressing smoothly. First of all, the phoenix body Xiaohua and the dragon vein Xiaohua never returned, and there was no news from them. Xiaohua also could not sense the whereabouts of the two clones, just like when he lost the phoenix celestial body. Xiaohua wanted to bring his clones to investigate, but the Fortune Gate's disciples were busy educating the disciples, and Xiaohua had to use the Kunlun mirror at all times. Thus, Xiaohua could not leave. Secondly, although the Fortune Gate's disciples' plan was going smoothly, and the progress towards the desolate lands was also within their control. However, there were too many variant beasts in the desolate lands, and many of them were arrogant and unruly, unwilling to be educated by the Fortune Gate's disciples. They were especially resistant and would attack the moment they saw the Fortune Gate's disciples. In the beginning, the variant beasts were not strong, and the Fortune Gate's disciples did not pay much attention to them, but as they grew stronger, the Fortune Gate's disciples began to fall. Then there was the shattering of the Buddha statue. Every time Xiaohua saw this kind of Buddha statue, the guilt he felt towards Jianghu would grow. This guilt was like a knife cutting into his heart, making his heart bleed. It was as if he was snatching away something that belonged to Jianghu. Of course, Xiaohua was clear that he had snatched Jianghu's opportunity from the moment he obtained the exquisite leaf scripture from the thunder-controlling sect on the Dawn Rain mainland. At that time, Jianghu had not been born yet. As for this place, it was the upper realm. Based on Jianghu's cultivation when he left the hidden Immortal mainland, it would be impossible for her to reach this place in 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years. Xiaohua was also clear that he was in the upper realm, and he did not know what year or month it was on the hidden Immortal mainland. Perhaps it was 1 billion years ago or 1 billion years later, or perhaps tomorrow morning, Jianghu, who had already attained Buddhism, could step on the clouds and appear in front of him, taking away all his entanglements. Moreover, Xiaohua was even more aware that what he had done was merely a variable derived from the heavenly Tao, and it was the will of the heavenly Tao. If it was anyone else, Xiaohua would have seized it, and he might not even bat an eyelid. However, the other party was his own junior, and this caused Xiaohua to have no choice but to feel the cruelty of the heavenly Tao. Previously, he had thought that the great Tao was everywhere, but now he felt that there were also difficulties in snatching on the great Tao. Namomethria Buddha. Buddha Bodhi understood Xiaohua's thoughts the best, so he did not say anything more. While educating the alien tribes in the untainted land, he only recited Buddhist scriptures. The compassion between his eyebrows grew stronger, and the Buddha's light around him became denser and denser. At the edge of the 8th-grade lotus throne, the shadow of the 9th lotus could be vaguely seen. But because the exquisite leaf scripture was not complete, not to mention the 8th-grade lotus throne was not complete, the 9th lotus could not be born. When Buddha Bodhi saw Jingluer's Buddha statue, he had already made a decision. He had already cut himself off from the mortal world. What he needed to do now was to fight for the survival of the alien tribes in the untainted land. Buddhist fruits and good karma were no longer within his consideration. Even if he accumulated good karma because of this, Buddha Bodhi would return it all to Jianghu when he saw her. Fellow Immortal. On this day, when the sun was setting and a layer of red sunset enveloped the surroundings like a pair of shy eyes looking at the earth, Xiao Hua felt sad. He was a little shocked, so he stood up from his cross-legged position and said to the Confucian cultivator beside him, "Fellow Immortal Long Mai and fellow Immortal Phoenix Body did not send any news. I am a little worried, so I'll go and have a look." With that, Xiao Hua handed the Kunlun mirror to the Confucian cultivator and said, "The Kunlun mirror is a congenital object, and the Kunlun wonderland in it is similar to the Shenhua continent. Now that you can control the Kunlun mirror, you can do what I did in the Shenhua continent in the Kunlun wonderland. I'll leave the awakening of the alien tribes in the untainted land to you." Good. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua took the Kunlun mirror and spat out a three-colored true qi that wrapped around it. The Kunlun mirror spun and immediately shrank to the size of a thumb and fell into Xiao Hua's stomach. Xiao Hua then said, "Fellow Immortal, rest assured, I will take care of things here with the little monk." At this point, a mysterious smile appeared on Xiao Hua's face, and he changed the topic. "In addition, I have a piece of news that I don't know if it's good or bad." Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "What is it?" Even fellow Immortal is a little hesitant. After fellow Immortal Tempered Bones enlightened the alien tribes, he began to have simple emotions, and seemed to be able to sense the existence of the Shenhua continent. Xiao Hua looked into Xiao Hua's eyes and replied word by word. Hiss. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He finally knew the reason for Xiao Hua's hesitation. The Shenhua continent that Xiao Hua mentioned was naturally not the Shenhua continent within the Kunlun immortal realm that Xiao Hua told the Fortune Gate disciples, but Xiao Hua's space. Xiao Hua's space was Xiao Hua's biggest secret. Until now, Xiao Hua had never told Lu Yi, Fujiwen, and the other disciples. All of them also thought that the Shenhua continent was within the Kunlun immortal realm. As for Xiao Hua's several clones, although Xiao Hua did not intend to hide anything, he never thought that his clones could sense his space. In particular, although Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's words were very ambiguous, the meaning was clear. Now that Xiao Hua could only sense space, then one day he would be able to enter the space without Xiao Hua. Even, there was a possibility that Xiao Hua would be able to control the space. Since Xiao Hua had this ability, what about the green-robed Xiao Hua, the soul cultivator Xiao Hua, and the phoenix physique Xiao Hua? In the future, they would naturally be able to enter the space at will. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's heart suddenly became alarmed. Damn it, this fellow immortal is not the first clone to be able to sense space. The most powerful one is the green-robed one. This guy is the first clone to be able to freely enter and exit the space. The earliest should be in the Spring Forbidden Sea, right? No, it might be too early. Those few times when I was in danger, he came out of the space to control the body when I fainted, but I did not care too much. The fellow immortal did not mention it. I'm afraid I would still be in the dark, right? When he thought of his only secret being controlled by his 10 clones, Xiao Hua's heart became empty for no reason. He had lost the most important thing. Looking at Xiao Hua's smile that was not a smile, Xiao Hua asked, "Fellow Immortal, did you only have this feeling today?" In the past, it was vague, but recently it became clear. Xiao Hua did not hide it and replied, "I, a Confucian cultivator, emphasize not to look at indecent things and not to approach indecent things, so I felt that I should tell fellow Immortal." Green-robed Xiao Hua naturally did not have such moral integrity, so he could enter and exit the space without fear. "Forget it." Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and said with a bitter smile, "Shenhua continent is our own. We can hide it from others, but there is no need to hide it from fellow Taoists. Fellow Immortal can rest assured. Fellow Immortal is our main body, you are the master of the space. We can only enter and exit the space." Xiao Hua said again, "Actually, if we have more abilities, we can probably help fellow Immortal more." Chapter 4194. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment, then replied with a smile, "Actually, there's nothing wrong with that. Since you can sense the Shenhua continent, then it's just like using a spatial ring. You can use your divine sense to take things out of it. You are this Xiao's avatars, so your divine sense should be the same as this Xiao's mind. This Xiao Xing can't do it now. Xiao Hua raised the Kunlun mirror in his hand and smiled. This Xiao Xing will use this for the time being. Up to you. Xiao Hua nodded and urged his magic power to teleport. At this moment, a powerful rumbling sound rushed into the sky from a distant mountain peak. Xiao Hua frowned. In the past few days, the Fortune Gate had encountered some tough opponents. From time to time, there would be some small-scale battles, but today's sound was the first time. Xiao Hua glanced at Xiao Hua. Before he could say anything, Xiao Hua's body slightly moved, and a Kunlun mirror appeared in front of his chest. At this moment, the Kunlun mirror flickered again. Xiao Hua raised his hand and pointed at it. Buzz! A beam of light flew out, penetrating into the void and disappearing. In just a few breaths' time, a large number of primitive Wood Clan members with human faces and tree bodies flew into the Kunlun mirror from the beam of light. Thank you for your hard work, fellow Immortal. Xiao Hua didn't say much. His figure flickered, and he flew towards the source of the rumbling sound. The mysterious continent was a primitive image of desolation. It was even more vast than the legacy world that Xiao Hua had seen before. Huge mountain ridges stood on the ground, and there were huge rocks and trees on the mountain ridges. The rocks were comparable to the hills of the hidden Immortal continent, and the trees were comparable to the mountains of the hidden Immortal continent. Even the short vegetation on the mountain ridges was like an ordinary forest in the eyes of the Fortune Gate's disciples. The mountain ridges were also different from what Xiao Hua had seen before. It was not an ordinary mountainous region. Some places were similar to where the stone giants lived. They were filled with crimson magma, which was so hot that it could burn everything. Some places were ice valleys piled up with mysterious ice that was billions of years old. They were jade green and cold to the point that they could freeze everything. There were even many places that were filled with jade talismans that were condensed from gold qi. These jade talismans were like flowers that covered the earth. They looked very dazzling, but if an ordinary person were to come into contact with this gold qi, their entire body would be pierced into mud. Xiao Hua's figure flew over this huge mountain range, just like a bird flying by. He didn't attract anyone's attention. Xiao Hua's gaze swept over this mountain range, and he laughed in his heart. The Fortune Gate disciples carried out Huang Xiaolong's orders to the letter. Wherever they went, not to mention the magma, there were giant trees that were as hard as iron, ice that was hundreds of millions of years old, rare metal qi, wood qi, and even the unknown refining materials on the mountain peaks, as well as the unknown spiritual herbs on the mountain ridges. Anything that could be used was taken away by them. Of course, the Fortune Gate disciples did not drain the pond to fish and burn the forest to hunt. They took 80% of everything and left only 20%. This made Xiao Hua feel even more gratified. Jiggle. Suddenly, a faint and clear sound rang out. High up in the sky, a biting cold wind blew over. It was as if the sharp qi of a flying sword had pierced straight towards Xiao Hua's head. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and looked up. He saw a several hundred zhang large bird flapping its 4 wings. The bird's beak was more than 10 zhang long, and it flickered with a purple-green halo. The killing intent in the halo was sharper than a flying sword. Xiao Hua understood that there were not many bird beasts on this mainland, but if there were, they would be extremely fierce existences. The Fortune Gate disciples had encountered this big bird before. Its strength was outstanding. More than 10 spirit-severing stage Fortune Gate disciples besieged it, but they were unable to defeat it. It was not that spirit-severing stage cultivators were not strong enough. It was just that this huge bird was a primordial beast. Every inch of the bird's body and every single feather was soaked in primordial aura. It was even harder than any magic tool. How could a human cultivator's magic tool break through it? Moreover, when the big bird flapped its 4 wings, there were strong astral winds that were comparable to the earth, fire, wind, and lightning. How could the Fortune Gate's disciples resist? In the end, hundreds of Fortune Gate disciples formed a sword array and sent out sword lights to cut off several of the big bird's feathers. Only then did the big bird scare off. But no one had expected that this big bird would hold a grudge. After several days, it actually waited for Xiaohua to be alone before suddenly attacking. Hee hee. Xiaohua looked at the big bird and already knew what it was. He sneered, and his divine sense slammed down on the big bird's head like a hammer. Ka. The big bird saw the formless divine sense descending like a mountain. It didn't know what was going on, but it was greatly alarmed. Its entire attack immediately became chaotic. 2 of its 4 wings hastily flapped horizontally, wanting to change direction. It was also at this moment. Boom. Xiaohua's divine sense hammer smashed into the back of the big bird. King king king. A burst of metallic sound rang out. Sparks flew from the back of the big bird. At this time, Xiaohua slapped his head again. Weng. 3-colored true qi surged out, and it turned into a huge hand that grabbed at the big bird. The big bird's 4 wings flapped with astral winds, and at the same time, it opened its claws. Lightning condensed between the lines of its claws, piercing through the void and hitting the huge hand. Ka ka ka. The purple lightning fell into the huge hand and destroyed it. The astral winds blew over, but they only scattered the hand. They posed no threat to the huge hand at all. The huge hand carried the power of a grand ascension cultivator and grabbed at the big bird's abdomen. The big bird was shocked, and it no longer dared to hesitate. Its feathers stood up, and thin threads of lightning appeared on the surface of its body. As its 4 wings flapped, there was the sound of wind and thunder. Ripples began to appear in the space around it, and the big bird used an ability similar to the lightning escape technique. It crashed into the void, and its entire body quickly disappeared. Puff! Just a few breaths before the big bird disappeared, Xiaohua's huge hand caught it. The lightning naturally couldn't stop Xiaohua's huge hand, and the huge hand grabbed a dozen or so feathers on the big bird's body. Caw! The big bird's mournful cry sounded in the distance, and it disappeared in a moment. It seemed that after this fright, it didn't dare to come back. After the big bird left, Xiaohua frowned. He looked at the 10 or so feathers that fell from the sky. Each of the feathers still had some lightning that hadn't disappeared. He thought to himself, strange. That big bird doesn't seem to be of the lightning attribute, so how is it able to control lightning? Moreover, last time, the Fortune Gate disciples only chased it away and didn't kill it. It won't be so vengeful that it wants to attack me again, right? Or is there something special here that's worth it for it to return? With that thought in mind, Xiaohua waved his sleeve, and several feathers of the big bird flew into his hand. He then released his divine sense to scan the area around him. The area around him was somewhat similar to the area he had just passed. There were huge trees and boulders, and the only difference was that there was a pool of molten iron in the valley. However, most of the molten iron had been collected by the Fortune Gate's disciples, leaving only a thin layer of grayish-black luster. Xiaohua looked at the pool of molten iron for a moment, and then he flew up again. While looking at the feathers in his hand, he pondered, if there's something strange around here, it would be this molten iron. But what's so special about this molten iron? Xiaohua's flying speed was extremely fast, and he had already flown several li away in the time it took him to ponder. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, Xiaohua seemed to have caught something, but he also didn't seem to have caught anything. Granny, what is it exactly? It seems very strange, but it also feels very normal. Xiaohua was a little confused, so he didn't even look at the big bird's feathers. He kept them into his space and looked around. Then, he raised his head and looked at the round moon. I got it. Xiaohua's body suddenly shook, and he stood still in midair. He released his divine sense again, and it swept towards the area 10,000 li around him. For half a meal's time, Xiaohua ignored the rumbling in front of him. Now that the sounds of fighting were even louder, he almost shouted, "Why is there no water on this continent? Moreover, this Xiao has been here for several hundred days, and I have never seen rain. This is really abnormal, right?" After a cultivator obtained a divine ability, they might not have the ability to call the wind and summon the rain, but their reverence towards the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning of the world was much smaller. Even some rainstorms and snow couldn't be seen in their eyes. After Xiaohua left the hidden immortal mainland, he came to the upper realm's ruins. There were very few thunderstorms in the ruins, but after all, the ruins was surrounded by a devil formation, and the weather was disturbed by the devil race, so it was normal that there were no thunderstorms. But what about this mysterious continent? In these several months, not a single drop of rain fell, and there was also no water within 10,000 li of Xiaohua's vision. This was really strange. Could it be that this mysterious continent doesn't have water? Thinking of this, Xiaohua closed his eyes, and the nascent soul in his body activated a technique. When the heaven and earth's essence energy entered the nascent soul, Xiaohua opened his eyes, revealing absolute shock. There is very little water essence energy in this world. It's not enough to rain. How is this possible? It's really strange. Every world that calls itself a realm has all 5 elements. Although the space where this Xiao's Shenhua continent is located in is not completely formed, it also has the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This mysterious continent is the upper realm. How can they not have water essence energy? Xiaohua pinched his chin and thought hard. Could it be this continent is incomplete in the time turbulence? Only metal, wood, fire, and earth, these 4 kinds of heaven and earth essence energy? But that's not right. Wasn't there a water and wind fishman near the stone giant? Isn't that Xian being a water element? Immediately after, Xiaohua used his delusion breaker Dharma Eye again, but he saw soul strands flashing in his Dharma Eye. Xiaohua wanted to try to use the cloud summoning rain technique, but at this moment in the distant space, there was a loud roar, break. Immediately after, the entire earth trembled, and a 7-colored brilliance shot up into the sky from the distance. Chapter 4195. Oh, that's Yuan Ye's voice. Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. He retracted the soul thread and teleported away. When Xiaohua walked out of the space, he was standing in front of a hilly area. This hilly area was extremely large, spanning over 10,000 li. Under the moonlight, every hilly area emitted a faint glow. This glow was either gold, green, or yellow. On the left side of the hilly area, there were thousands of Fortune Gate disciples standing around with magic tools in their hands. Every disciple was preparing their magic power, ready to attack at any moment. Within the hills, it was a complete mess. Dozens of hills had been uprooted, and thousands of broken pieces of hills were scattered over hundreds of miles. In the night sky, 2 figures that were thousands of feet tall were currently engaged in a fierce battle. One of them was Yuan Ye, who had transformed into a 1,000 zhang tall avatar. Yuan Ye's avatar was slightly different from ordinary human cultivators. Other than the layer of black wolf fur growing out of his body, even his arms and legs were in the shape of a wolf. What was special was that Yuan Ye's eyes emitted a green glow in the night sky, which was no different from a wolf's. His aura was even more ferocious than the wolf god's, which was covered in black fur. Permeating the space within 1,000 li. Yuan Ye's opponent was a primordial strange beast that was emitting a 7-colored brilliance. This strange beast's body was like an ape's, with arms that reached past its knees. Its face was crimson red, and there was a pair of 7-colored wings on its back. These wings were somewhat similar to a peacock's, and when they flapped, not only did they emit multicolored light, but there were also strange light thorns that pierced through space. Roar! Yuan Ye roared again, sounding like a wolf's howl. The force of the moon and the stars fell from the sky, and Yuan Ye's avatar expanded once again. A huge fist streaked across the sky, smashing into the strange beast's chest like a meteor. The strange beast hissed as if it was cheering for itself, but its voice was several times louder than Yuan Ye's. However, the strange beast's aura was not obvious, but as it flapped its wings, the light pierced into Yuan Ye's battle form. Not only did it produce specks of light, but it also formed thousands of tiny vortexes on the battle form, shattering the power of the stars and moon. Seeing that Yuan Ye's fist was about to land on it, the strange beast's eyes rolled back, and it leaped into the air. Its ape arms danced in the air, and a series of fist shadows appeared in the night sky. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions rang out, and shockwaves spread out in all directions. The Fortune Gate disciples who were on guard in the distance felt their bodies emitting a faint glow. Looking at the beast and man, the beast was tumbling in the air, but it quickly regained its balance with the help of its wings. Then it let out a roar and charged at Yuanya once more. On the other hand, Yuanya seemed to be at a disadvantage. The strange beast's movements were extremely fast, and it had already sent out several punches. The combined force of the punches sent Yuanya's body flying. Although Yuanya had regained his balance and even swept his legs horizontally, the strange beast's ape arms landed on Yuanya's legs again, and Yuanya fell to the ground. Then, the strange beast's hind legs stomped on the ground, and it flapped its wings as it soared above Yuanya. Both of its fists slammed down, and an oppressive force caused the air to crackle. The strange beast's crimson eyes flashed fiercely as it opened its mouth and spat out a several zhang-wide 7-colored light beam, aiming straight for Yuanya's heart. Woo! Yuanya rolled on the ground, and his arms grabbed the nearest hill. With a loud roar, he pulled out the hill and swung it like a devil's hammer, hitting the 7-colored light beam in his hand. Boom! With a loud bang, the hill was shattered by the beam of light. The beam of light shot up into the sky, and its power dissipated. Meanwhile, the strange beast's fists landed on Yuanya's arms, and it caused his Dharma body to collapse a lot. Ao. Seeing that it had taken advantage of the situation, the strange beast roared crazily, flapped its wings, and pounced forward again. Little devil spirit. Xiaohua stood in the air and looked at the situation. He already knew where Yuanya's weakness was, so he ordered, "Has the devil spear been refined?" "Big brother." Devil spirit Xiaohua hid in Xiaohua's bloodline and didn't appear. Now that he heard Xiaohua's call, he hurriedly replied, "Little brother has been swallowing the devil spirit of the devil array, and hasn't had time to refine it. Suppress the demonic qi inside first and let Yuanya use it," Xiaohua instructed. This devil spirit Xiaohua hesitated. The devil spear is a devil weapon, and it's a devil weapon that can compete with the devil sword in the devil realm. Yuanya hasn't cultivated any devil arts, and this devil weapon might erode his mind. So what if he's a devil? Xiaohua smiled. Isn't the devil path one of the 3,000 great paths? Don't tell me you're not walking on the path to heaven? Ah, big brother, this is my big brother. Hearing this, devil spirit Xiaohua's whole body trembled, and he almost screamed madly in Xiaohua's bloodline. How can there be a path in this world? How can there be a devil? It's just a way of cultivation. The human race may cultivate Tao techniques, Buddhist techniques, or Confucian techniques. The devil race naturally has to cultivate devil arts. Devil arts are not wrong, but the devil race has flaws. If the human race can cultivate devil arts, they can also become a devil fruit and become a devil god. Whether the devil path is one of the 3,000 great paths, I haven't asserted. Xiaohua said indifferently, but this trip to the upper realm made I understand that everything in the world has its own path of cultivation. If my human race sees the human race as the spirit of the world, and limits cultivation to the scope of my knowledge, that's short-sighted. In the eyes of the devil race, the human race is also a devil race and also a different race. Good. While speaking, devil spirit Xiaohua took out the dragon bone spear and said, "Big brother, let Yuanya make do with it first. When little brother has time, I'll refine it for him again." Xiaohua took the dragon bone spear and said, "Your devil hammer is useless. I'll lend you this for the time being." "Master." Hearing Xiaohua's voice, Yuanya was slightly startled, and his heart calmed down. Seeing a black lightning fall in front of him, he naturally reached out to catch it. When the devil spear entered his hand, a scorching heat almost made him let go. When he clenched his teeth and caught it, the incomparably fierce consciousness of the bone spear poured into his mind like a tide. Yuanya turned pale with fright and hurriedly wanted to throw away the bone spear. How could a human cultivator like him control the devil spear used by Devil Emperor Shao? At this moment, a green light flashed in front of Yuanya's eyes, and his mind became clear. His consciousness was protected by a layer of green light as if he was ascending to immortality. No matter how much the remnant consciousness of the bone spear raged around him, it was unable to cause any harm to him. Yuanya knew that this was his master's help, so he didn't dare to be negligent. Holding the devil spear in his hand, he roared and pounced on the strange beast. Yuanya was born with a unique talent and could cultivate the Big Dipper God Fist. After Xiaohua fell into the heaven prison, he couldn't enter the space at will, so part of Yuanya's cultivation was taught by green-robed Xiaohua and bone-honed Xiaohua. Green-robed Xiaohua had many cultivation methods. He taught Yuanya the heavenly laws embodiment technique and various body-refining secret techniques, and bone-honed Xiaohua taught Yuanya the heavenly staff technique. At this time, Yuanya held the devil's spear in his hand, like a tiger that had grown wings, and his spear technique was impenetrable. The originally declining situation was reversed in just a moment. The strange beast flapped its wings, and the rainbow-colored light condensed into the shape of a bird and fell from the sky. Yuanya's spirit was shaken, and the devil's spear swayed. Tens of thousands of spear shadows appeared in the air, and each spear shadow touched a rainbow-colored light and swallowed it whole. Ayo, ayo! The strange beast was a little angry. It clenched its hands in the air, and then the earth shook violently. Two hills that were emitting a faint yellow light were easily pulled up from the ground by the strange beast. As the strange beast waved its arms, the hills smashed towards Yuanya. Good! Seeing this, Yuanya's green eyes widened, and he shouted. He raised the bone spear with both hands and stabbed it into the air. On the bone spear, a black light flashed, and the dragon horn of the bone dragon produced a wave. The void several miles in front of the tip of the spear was distorted, and the hills were attracted by the wave and crashed into the bone spear. The bone spear pierced two hills in succession and pierced them together. In just a moment, the power of lightning flashed around the bone dragon on the bone spear and blasted the two hills into powder. However, when Yuanya waved the bone spear again to look for the strange beast, there was only a rainbow-colored light in the distance. Master! Yuanya withdrew his avatar and respectfully raised the devil spear in front of his head, saying, "This disciple likes this spear very much. Please bestow it to this disciple." This was Yuanya. He was really straightforward. Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. He put away the demonic spear and said, "Raise your cultivation a bit more and carefully comprehend the consciousness that attacked your mind. When you can control it, it will be the day Master bestows you with the bone spear." Yes, this disciple understands. Although the devil spear was put away by Xiaohua, the traces of the majestic consciousness were still there. Yuanya did not dare to be negligent. He hastily sat down cross-legged to comprehend the weakness of the consciousness. Martial Ancestor. The group of Fortune Gate's disciples bowed respectfully. "And all of you rise." Xiaohua smiled and said to the group of disciples, "Send a few disciples to look after your martial uncle, while the rest of you go and collect the light from the hills. This thing drifts away from the edge of the five elements, and it does not exist on Shenhua continent." Yes, martial ancestor understands. A quick-witted disciple hurriedly said, "This disciple and the others saw that this thing was very good, so we wanted to collect some to refine it, but we did not have a suitable magic tool, and the other senior brothers were not nearby, so we could only use magic to extract it, and in the end, we even alarmed the strange beast. If it weren't for martial uncle, I'm afraid we would have perished here." There were too many Fortune Gate's disciples nowadays, and Xiaohua did not know who these disciples were, but since they were Fortune Gate's disciples, Xiaohua would not treat them lightly. Hearing this disciple's words, Xiaohua smiled faintly. His Taoist robe fluttered, and the universe in the sleeve technique was executed. A giant hand appeared and covered the hills within several hundred li. Wherever the magic power went, strands of crystal light were pulled out from the ground. In just a short moment, all the hills dimmed, and the 70% of the light strands in the air condensed into a big ball of light. Chapter 4196. With a sweep of his divine sense, Xiaohua divided the ball of light into a small half. His big hand once again grabbed the air, and the small half of the ball of light turned into thousands of tiny fireflies. These fireflies were like fireflies that flew to the front of each disciple. You all can take one each. If you have the opportunity, you can collect some extreme magnetic origin light and use our sect's refining techniques to refine a secret technique similar to the soul-slaying origin light. As Xiaohua spoke, he took out the sword gourd and raised his hand. The 7-colored ball of light fell into the sword gourd. Xiaohua put away the sword gourd and said to the disciples with a smile. The disciples were overjoyed. They all opened their mouths and the seven-colored light entered their bodies. Then they all bowed and thanked him. Okay, this old man still has some things to do. You all can go ahead according to the plan. Xiaohua ordered again. This is a rare trip, different from the previous Great War of Ruins. This continent is full of treasures used by our sect's cultivators. While you all complete the sect's orders, don't treat yourselves unfairly. Hehe, we understand. The disciples were all cultivators of the 4th or 5th level of essence energy. How could they not recognize treasures? After walking for so long, they had already collected many good things in their Qinquan bags and spatial rings. Now that they heard Xiaohua's words, they all smiled and happily agreed. Then, Xiaohua didn't stay any longer. His figure soared into the sky, turning into a rainbow bridge and disappearing from the place where the full moon fell. The night breeze brushed against one's face, the moonlight was like frost, and the faint cries of beasts could be heard from time to time under the pitch-black sky. A strange desolation gradually disappeared in the night. Before dawn, there was always a silent darkness. Not only did it melt one's eyes, it also made one's heart slowly turn cold. Xiaohua didn't teleport, nor did he deliberately use an escape technique. Instead, he casually floated in the sky. His spiritual sense swam along with the night wind in the dark night, sweeping past mountain after mountain, sweeping past layer after layer of forests. The changing scenery did not allow Xiaohua's mind to relax a little. Instead, under the immersion of the night, it became even heavier. Not only because there was no news of Dragon Vein Xiaohua and Phoenix Body Xiaohua, but also because this mysterious continent revealed many indescribable strangeness. Moreover, the strangest thing was that there were no humans on this continent. It had been several months since Xiaohua arrived here. Although his divine senses range was not large, the Fortune Gate's disciples had traversed quite a distance in these few months, and within this range he had not found a single human. Although Xiaohua also knew that the wilderness wasn't a paradise for the human race, when he was faced with such a continent, as a human he felt a sense of loneliness. It was hard for him to imagine what kind of continent it would be without humans, and what kind of vitality there would be in a land without humans. The reason Xiaohua had ordered the Fortune Gate disciples to search for a suitable place for the human race was because he wanted to find a suitable place for the incense cult disciples to establish their sect. He wanted them to adapt to the environment before they could integrate into the mainland, and then interact with other human races. However, after flying for such a long time, he did not find any signs of human habitation. He began to mutter in his heart. Was a world without water suitable for the disciples of the incense cult to live in? After flying for the time it took to finish a meal, a red sun rose from the horizon in Xiaohua's left hand. Xiaohua opened his mouth, and a stream of sun essence energy entered his abdomen. Pure yang energy instantly rushed into his body, and even entered his nascent soul. Flames flickered in Xiaohua's eyes, and a powerful aura also flashed from his body, falling into the void. Looking at the splendor of the sun, it was as if a large bright hand had easily lifted the curtain of night on the earth. In the sunlight, all kinds of noises could be heard from the ground. Along with the noises, vitality could be felt from all parts of the earth. All kinds of heat also gradually filled the air, causing the gloominess in Xiaohua's heart to fade slightly. Oh! Just as Xiaohua's mood was getting better, he heard an angry roar coming from the mountain range in the distance. A monster that was several thousand feet tall stretched out its neck from the mountain ridge. Its head that was several thousand feet in size opened its bloody mouth and blocked Xiaohua's path. Damn it! Xiaohua looked at the monster's mouth that was much bigger than his body, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He cursed. Could it be that this is the early bird that gets the worm? It's fine if it can fill the stomach, but this Xiao can't even fill the gap between your teeth. Why are you drooling so much? That monster didn't care what Xiaohua was thinking. Its head flew across the sky, and fiercely pounced toward Xiaohua. The stench in its mouth really polluted the cool morning. Looking at the monster's head, and the three half-awake eyes on its head, Xiaohua faintly smiled, and urged his body to rush towards the monster's big mouth. However, when he approached the monster's head, Xiaohua's flying direction suddenly changed and turned to his right hand. That monster naturally wouldn't let Xiaohua go and closely followed Xiaohua's figure. Xiaohua seemed to be teasing the monster and flew neither fast nor slow. When the monster's big mouth arrived, he once again sped up slightly and flew towards the front right. Like this, Xiaohua flew around the monster's body a few times, and his figure suddenly accelerated, flying straight towards the middle of the monster's neck. The monster became anxious from Xiaohua's teasing. Seeing that Xiaohua was about to escape again, the monster's head quickly chased after him. Ha! Xiaohua only flew a few hundred zhang, and his figure suddenly stopped in midair. He somewhat proudly turned his head and laughed. The morning is such a good time, and it's time to dress up. Little friend, you should slowly dress up. After saying that, Xiaohua's figure once again soared into the sky. Looking behind him, the strange monster's 1,000 zhang long neck was tied in a knot. Now, no matter how it struggled, it couldn't pull its head out of the knot, so how could it chase after Xiaohua? Xiaohua, who had easily teased the monster, was in a good mood. Flying in midair, he made a decision. The reason why my human race can survive is not because of the level of strength, but because of the intelligence. Although this wilderness is dangerous, as long as there is a suitable place for survival, the incense religion's disciples will not have too much of a problem establishing a sect here. Having made his decision, Xiaohua once again sped up, but his divine sense still remained vigilant within 1,000 li of his body. After flying for more than 10 days, there was still no news of Dragon Vein Xiaohua or Phoenix Body Xiaohua. Xiaohua also didn't have any perception of them. During this period, Xiaohua also encountered a lot of strange beasts, but Xiaohua didn't continue to fight. He either released his pressure or teleported away and left the battle early on. Moreover, along the way, Xiaohua also didn't find any traces of a river, as if there was no water on this continent. Xiaohua stopped in midair and looked up at the scorching sun hanging above his head, as well as the cloudless blue sky. He was a little hesitant. Judging from the direction of the brilliance of the secret treasure, Xiaohua was flying in the right direction. However, after flying for so long, he still couldn't find any trace of the secret treasure. Xiaohua couldn't help but mutter in his heart. He really didn't have any confidence in his sense of direction. Maybe I should find a prehistoric beast and ask. Xiaohua pondered for a moment before slapping the top of his own head, releasing the pressure of a grand ascension stage cultivator. Furthermore, Xiaohua waved a hand through the air, and layers of lightning appeared out of thin air, encompassing an area of several thousand kilometers. Rumble. Countless bolts of lightning crashed down toward the mountain range on the ground. For some reason, the lightning was more than 30% denser than the lightning in the ruins. Moreover, the lightning struck the mountain range, almost tearing off the surface of the mountain range. Its power was also much greater. However, after the lightning, the whole world fell silent. Xiaohua's pressure felt that there were some strange beasts in the mountain range, but these strange beasts were scared to death by the lightning, and none of them dared to come out. Xiaohua was helpless. He flew forward for tens of thousands of li and tried the same trick again, trying to force one or two strange beasts out. However, after flying for hundreds of thousands of li, Xiaohua still couldn't force out a single strange beast that dared to confront him. No way! Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Has my strength reached the point where I can sweep across the wilderness? Previously, I didn't want to disturb strange beasts, but instead, strange beasts walked right into my trap. Now, I want to find a few strange beasts, but I can't find any. Is this the rhythm of my luck running out? Of course, Xiaohua's thoughts were just a kind of self-mockery. He didn't think that a Mahayana cultivator could sweep across the wilderness, even if it was a continent of the wilderness. Sure enough, after half a day, Xiaohua's pressure swept across a mountain forest. Before the divine lightning of the 9 heavens fell, an obscure sound came from the mountain forest. This sound was like rolling thunder, and as soon as it was born, it caused a phenomenon. Countless worlds' essence qi condensed into large and small crystal beads that fell towards the mountain forest. Xiaohua was shocked. He couldn't draw world's essence qi from the place where he used his magic power. This domain was more powerful than the one Xiaohua had seen before. At the same time, a star's essence chi swept over. Although it was slow, it was as thick as a star. When Xiaohua's divine sense came into contact with this essence chi, it was like a breeze coming into contact with a mountain. There was no possibility of shaking it. Xiaohua didn't dare to stay any longer. He used his magic power to teleport. Unfortunately, Xiaohua was now under the control of this crystal bead. His body swayed twice, but he didn't fall into the void. Helpless, Xiaohua once again used the lightning escape technique. Rumble! In the faint sound of thunder, Xiaohua's body was suddenly elongated and even somewhat distorted. Then, countless threads of lightning appeared from his body, pulling Xiaohua's body out of the quagmire of crystal bead. Then, Xiaohua's body turned into a series of afterimages, whistling as he rushed into the sky. Ta! An abnormally hoarse sound strangely came from all over the mountain forest. High up in the sky, countless crystal beads appeared even faster than lightning, directly chasing in the direction that Xiaohua had fled in. Within the crystal beads, the void collapsed, and Xiaohua's Taoist robe was revealed. The strange beast hadn't revealed itself yet, but the sound forced Xiaohua out of the void. Chapter 4197. Damn it, isn't this too powerful? What is this sound? Its power is so great, even the heavenly draconic technique in green seal text might not be able to match it. Xiaohua was prepared in his heart, but he really didn't expect that on this mysterious continent, there would be such a terrifying existence living like the stone giant and the little golden armored person. He thought that the mysterious auras he saw were more or less the representatives of the strange beasts on this continent. But now, the existence he encountered was actually several times more powerful than them. Xiaohua's lightning evasion had already reached the level of thunderclap 9th heaven, but this human race's lightning evasion had already reached the limit of speed, yet he was still unable to escape the attack of the strange beast that had yet to appear. Seeing that the collapsed space of the crystal bead had already caught up to him, Xiaohua was scared witless. He hurriedly urged his magic power, and runes condensed on the surface of his body, forming an ancient bronze armor. However, just as the armor was formed, the crystal bead that seemed to be approaching Xiaohua immediately produced strange fluctuations. These fluctuations swept through the armor, and the armor was torn apart like paper. Moreover, under the fluctuations, Xiaohua's Taoist robe and the surface of his body were also torn apart, falling into the shape of granules. The tearing pain rushed into Xiaohua's mind, and immediately made Xiaohua recall what he saw in the chaotic flow of time. Those countless rays of light all turned into neat granules, and these granules danced under the different fluctuations. Almost as if he was enlightened, the comprehension that Xiaohua had accumulated during this period of time finally erupted. Following the fluctuations, his entire body suddenly trembled and condensed in the direction of 130-200 locations. Not only did his entire body turn into 130-200 small dots, but he only produced 130-200 rhythmic tremors. Xiaohua's body immediately produced a kind of red luster, as if his entire body was about to turn into light. Moreover, in front of Xiaohua's eyes, strands of 7 colors also appeared, as if another side of the entire space was revealed in his eyes. At the same time, Xiaohua's lightning evasion speed increased again, and actually broke through the thunderclap 9th heaven, exceeding the range controlled by that unknown existence, and flew far away. Ha! In the mountain forest, the existence that didn't reveal itself in the end didn't seem to have any intention of chasing him to the end. Seeing Xiaohua escape from its hands, it merely snorted, and the crystal bead nearby disappeared in a few breaths. However, after the crystal bead disappeared, a layer of faint cloud and mist appeared in the sky of the mountain forest. Where the cloud and mist enveloped, threads of azure crystal slowly appeared, and after a moment, these clouds and mist turned into droplets of rain in the mountain forest. Damn it! Xiaohua escaped death. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. This thing is really too abnormal. I didn't even see it once, and I was almost killed. What kind of ability is this thing using? Teet teet his teet, teet, he's the same as before, he's as to seet to his as to his to his to tess. While cursing that unknown thing, he's happily comprehending the flying speed that surpassed the lightning escape's limit. It's a typical case of carrying a wife into the house and throwing a matchmaker out of the wall. However, the body's to turn into particles really consumes magic power. Xiaohua only flew for half a cup of tea's time, and his stew was somewhat exhausted. He hastily stopped, and without saying a word, he found a simple cave and rushed in. After setting up a restriction, he sat down cross-legged and carefully comprehended what he just learned. Ever since Xiaohua obtained reverse light from Shang Huaming's yellow flower ridge, he's coincidentally comprehended the light escapes cultivation method, and he's been deliberately cultivating it. It's really hard for Xiaohua. This cultivation method shouldn't exist in the cultivation world, but with his unparalleled luck, he's finally taken a small step today. Although it's a small step, it's a very important step for Xiaohua. With this foundation, Xiaohua's body can be concealed in the light, and he can practice the light escape technique that doesn't exist in this world. After comprehending for more than 10 days, Xiaohua finally flew out of the restriction. With the improvement of his escape technique, Xiaohua regained some confidence in facing this mysterious continent. He slightly identified the direction and bitterly smiled. Previously, he still remembered the general direction, but later, he was in a hurry to escape, so how can he identify the direction? He doesn't even know where he is now, so how can he find the dragon vein Xiaohua? Maybe it's time to use the karma technique. Xiaohua slightly pondered and prepared to sit down cross-legged, but after a few breaths, he hesitated again. Because the karma technique's movement is too big, if by any chance it attracts the covetous eyes of something, Xiaohua doesn't want to live anymore. Xiaohua was in a difficult position. He sat in the air, somewhat at a loss. After half a meal's time, Xiaohua's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had thought of something. He patted his head as if he had suddenly realized something. He smiled and said, "How could I have forgotten about this? It depends on luck." Then, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out a die from his bosom. It was the die that Lu used to play with Ao Sheng. Xiaohua looked at the die's 6 sides and beamed with joy. He said, "Wherever it goes, this Xiao will fly there." After saying that, Xiaohua raised his hand and threw the die. As a result, the die landed on the ground with 1 point facing down. Looking at this inconceivable result, Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If it was an ordinary person, they would probably have to throw it again, but Xiaohua thought for a moment and raised his hand to take the die. His figure flashed and he fled underground. The underground here was different from the underground where the stone giant was. Xiaohua fled for nearly 1,000 miles and only saw layers of completely different rock layers, each layer harder than the last. He didn't see any magma. Seeing that his head was about to hit the southern wall, Xiaohua had no choice but to stop. At this time, he had to admit that a casual throw wouldn't really let him find the bone-tempering Xiaohua. He had to think of another way. Xiaohua released his divine sense and looked down again, unwilling to give up. Only then did he casually find a place to flee. While fleeing, Xiaohua also released his divine sense and carefully explored. However, after flying for the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua withdrew his divine sense and a trace of a smile appeared on his lips. His figure turned and he flew towards a place. Xiaohua teleported for another 1,000 li and saw a layer of grayish-green rocks in front of him. This grayish-green rock emitted a weak brilliance and was very conspicuous in the soil layer. Before Xiaohua could get close, a kind of coolness came from the rock. It was like a cool breeze in the middle of a hot summer day. It had a rather refreshing feeling to it. Damn, this guy really knows how to enjoy himself. Xiaohua slightly curled his lips and released his divine sense. He saw that there was a cave nearly 1,000 feet in size in the middle of the grayish-green rock. Inside the cave was a 1,000 feet long primeval strange beast. Although it was called a primeval strange beast, in Xiaohua's eyes, it was very familiar. This was because although this primeval strange beast's body was huge, it looked very similar to a pig raised in the secular world. It was no wonder that Xiaohua revealed a smile. Apart from the 3 sharp bone spurs on this primeval strange beast's back that emitted a cold light, that pig's nose, a pair of large pig's ears, and even its 4 hooves were all pig hooves that Xiaohua was familiar with. In particular, looking at this 1,000 feet wide cave, it was just enough to fit this primeval strange beast's body inside. It wasn't even more than 10 feet wide. Obviously, this primeval strange beast was too lazy to dig an extra inch. Previously, when Xiaohua's divine sense swept over, this primeval strange beast clearly noticed it. However, it simply ignored it. What was the difference between this lazy beast and the pig in Xiaohua's impression? It was almost preconceived. Moreover, Xiaohua didn't feel too much threat from this primeval strange beast. Therefore, Xiaohua didn't hesitate to rush towards this primeval strange beast. Xiaohua released his divine sense. It didn't condense into a hammer. Instead, it condensed into a needle and gently and quietly pricked the primeval strange beast's large ears. Huff huff. The large ears of the ancient strange beast immediately opened. They flapped a few times as if they were chasing away flies. Soon after, its enormous body moved a few times with great difficulty. The cave that was close to its physical body swayed twice. Quite a number of gravel fell from the cave. However, the primeval strange beast didn't open its eyes. It even opened its mouth and let out a hulu hulu sound, as if it was snoring. Seeing that this primeval strange beast was interesting, Xiaohua almost laughed secretly. His eyes turned and his divine sense was like a needle, suddenly piercing into the primeval strange beast's nose. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, after his divine sense pierced in, the primeval strange beast didn't have any reaction at all. It was as if Xiaohua's divine sense was the wind. Strange. Xiaohua was also puzzled. Just as he was about to use his divine sense again, he heard the primeval strange beast that was originally sleeping in the cave in the distance. Ayo! It was really heart-wrenching. Boom! Then, the primeval strange beast forgot that it was in the cave and hurriedly got up. Its forehead suddenly hit the ceiling of the cave. With a loud sound, the entire ground shook. The primeval strange beast's head smashed a several zhang deep hole in the cave. The power of the earth obviously surpassed the primeval strange beast that got up in a panic. The strange beast's body leaned back again. Boom! Another loud sound. The back of the strange beast's head and the bone spurs on its back fell in the other direction of the cave, also smashing a very deep hole in the cave. Ayo ayo! The primeval strange beast was in pain and cried out. Then, its 4 hooves stabbed in all directions of the cave, deeply piercing into the soil as if the gray-green rock layer was tofu. And the primeval strange beast's body also expanded and rushed towards the ground. Rumble! The earth shook. Several thousand zhang of the ground was lifted up by the primeval strange beast. Countless dust and stones soared into the sky like a volcanic eruption. And when the primeval strange beast's body stood in midair, its inexplicable divine sense crashed into the ground like a tide. A fierce and hoarse roar also entered Xiaohua's ears. Damn it! Seeing this imposing manner, Xiaohua was slightly stunned. A pig-like thing is actually so powerful? Chapter 4198. Xiaohua didn't dodge. Seeing the other's Yuan Shun sweep over, he released his own divine sense. Boom! Another loud sound rang out. The 2 divine senses collided together. Tens of thousands of tiny vortexes were born at the bottom. Following a series of put, put, sounds of explosions rang out. 10 mu of rock was smashed into powder by these vortexes. Woo! Xiaohua also shook his arms and displayed the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique. 1,000 feet tall golden body also rushed out from the ground. Similarly, Xiaohua was not stingy with the pressure of a Mahayana cultivator. He pressed it toward the beast. Oh! Seeing Xiaohua suddenly appear, the strange beast opened its mouth and roared as it pounced toward Xiaohua. Strange illusions condensed on its 4 hooves, and sharp gales emitted from the illusions. Moreover, the bone spurs on the strange beast's back actually disappeared as the strange beast pounced forward. What is your name? Tell me your name. This old man will not kill a nameless person. Xiaohua shouted and raised the wishful steel staff in his hand. The staff made a whining sound as it hit the strange beast. Unfortunately, The strange beast turned a deaf ear to Xiaohua's question. It simply didn't pay any attention to him. The illusory figure between its 4 hooves sealed the area in front of Xiaohua's chest. The suffocating force caused the light and shadow in the space to distort abnormally. Traces of cracks also appeared around Xiaohua's golden body. "Come on!" Xiaohua laughed heartily and waved the wishful steel staff. A row of phantoms was also born, smashing these light shadows into pieces like toppling mountains and overturning seas. Not only that, but the wishful steel staff also passed through the space and hit the 4 hooves of the strange beast. Roar! The strange beast felt pain and roared to the sky, then opened its bloody mouth. Woo! A cluster of purple thunder mixed with gray wind rushed toward Xiaohua. This qi was quite unusual. The lightning strands let out a rumbling sound and turned into several thousand feet long thunderbolts that came crashing down. When the wind strands landed in the air, they turned into invisible waves that blew the void into wisps. The sound of wind and thunder was similar to that of the earth, fire, and wind thunder. When Xiaohua saw this, he smiled slightly and also opened his mouth. Woo! The 5-colored thunder spurted out, and the size of a wicker basket was even more arrogant than the thunder of the strange beast. It roared and annihilated the flow of thunder. The collision between the thunder and lightning set off 1,000 feet of thunder tide. After the 5-colored lightning, 5 dazzling thunderflowers appeared. Each thunderflower emitted a dazzling brilliance. Wherever this brilliance went, the power of thunder firmly nailed down space. No matter how bone-chilling wind blew, it was unable to move the slightest bit. However, at this time, on Xiaohua's back, the bone spurs that had previously disappeared into the void quietly appeared. There was no movement at all. Even the ordinary fluctuations and brilliance could not be seen. When he looked at the strange beast's honest face, he saw that it was still filled with panic and anger. There was nothing unusual about it at all. "Granny, this is not a good thing. Even if it is a pig, it is a cunning pig." Xiaohua naturally had been paying attention to the surroundings. The power of his domain had already been quietly released. Everything that happened in the vicinity was under his control. Seeing the bone spurs appear, Xiaohua could not help but sigh. He waved his hand. King king king. 3 crisp sounds, golden light suddenly appeared, and the 3 bone spurs were knocked upside down by a golden dragon. Ayo! The strange beast was in more pain. Its whole back was trembling rapidly, and the hill-like muscles set off layers of waves. Xiaohua waved his hand and took the Tingjiao shears in his hand. He said coldly, "This Xiao just used the back of a magic weapon. If you don't stop, don't blame this Xiao for being impolite." Ayo ayo. The strange beast seemed to have seen the sharp side of the Tingjiao shears and seemed to understand the meaning of Xiaohua holding the Tingjiao shears. It pointed at Xiaohua's Tingjiao shears with its hooves and roared angrily. "This is bad." Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization and thought to himself, could it be that this powerful exotic beast also doesn't know how to speak? Could it be that on this mysterious continent, there has never been a human race, and there has never been a language? Sure enough, after the strange beast roared angrily, it opened its mouth and made a humming sound like a hungry pig looking for food, as if it was talking to Xiaohua. Xiaohua shrugged his shoulders helplessly. He waved his hand and said, "Your Excellency, don't say any more. This Xiao came from the outside world, so I don't understand what you are talking about. If you can understand this Xiao's words, then use the same words to talk to this Xiao." The strange beast naturally didn't understand Xiaohua's words. The strange beast raised its hooves and waved them around. It seemed that it was more difficult to deal with than the stone giant. After a while, the strange beast snorted a few times. Its body was surrounded by lightning, and it was about to fly away. Xiaohua finally encountered a strange beast that was easy to bully. How could he let it leave? With a wave of his Taoist robe, a big hand imprisoned everything within hundreds of miles. The strange beast rushed and rushed, but it couldn't fly away from Xiaohua's control. It couldn't help but fly into a rage. It used its hooves to poke Xiaohua's face, pointed at its own nose, and pointed at the distance. Xiaohua was baffled. However, Xiaohua still smiled apologetically and said, "Your Excellency, don't be angry. This Xiao has offended you before, please forgive me." Humph humph. The strange beast was really angry. It pointed at its own mouth, then pointed at Xiaohua's head, and waved its hand vigorously. "You want to say something? Then say it. If you don't say it, how will I know what you want to say? Since you want to say it, then you don't need to care about what I think." Xiaohua was even more baffled. Humph humph. The strange beast was angry for a moment, but it gradually calmed down. Its eyes turned slightly, as if it had thought of something. It stretched out its hooves and touched its body full of dark brown hair for a moment. Then, from who knows where, the strange beast actually took out a Buddhist certificate and threw it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly reached out to catch it. However, when he scanned it with his Buddhist sense, there was nothing inside except for a scripture that Xiaohua had never seen before. Xiaohua read the scripture again, but he still couldn't see anything from it. When Xiaohua raised his blank eyes, the strange beast was already impatient. It pointed at the Buddhist certificate, and then pointed at the distance. Xiaohua immediately understood, and said with a smile, "So your Excellency has something that you want to give to this Xiao." Then, Xiaohua withdrew the imprisonment and raised his hand to signal. He wasn't afraid that the strange beast would escape. The strange beast might not understand Xiaohua's signal, but when it saw the imprisonment disappear, it hurriedly nodded its fat pig head, and its figure flew in a hurry. Xiaohua didn't dare to neglect, and hurriedly followed behind. However, after flying for half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua became vigilant, because the surrounding scenery was actually somewhat familiar to him. Wasn't this the place where he had just escaped? Xiaohua sneered, and patted his head. Boom! 5 elements true qi spurted out, and turned into a vast hand to grab the strange beast. The strange beast was shocked, and the 3 bone spurs on its back flashed with brilliance, and along with a wave of fluctuations, they rose sharply. The 5 Qi's unification's giant hand seemed to be unafraid of the brilliance and fluctuations of the bone spurs, and it fell down with a loud bang, firmly grabbing the strange beast. Huff huff. The strange beast struggled while looking at Xiaohua very innocently, and pointed at the distance, and then pointed at the Buddhist certificate in Xiaohua's hand. Xiaohua smiled and said while pointing at the distance, "This Xiao just came from there, why didn't I know that there was an existence with extraordinary strength there? You lured this Xiao over, what are you planning? If this Xiao didn't have a use for you, how could I let you be so free?" While speaking, Xiaohua waved his hand again, and took out the sword gourd. Under the urging of his magic power, the spirit-slaying origin light that was as bright as starlight soared into the sky, and firmly covered the strange beast's head. Feeling this origin light that could kill 10,000 creatures, the strange beast's face changed greatly, and it raised its hooves and begged for mercy again. Xiaohua's face turned cold, and he put away the sword gourd, and even withdrew the giant hand and said, "This will only be the first time, and there won't be a next time. If you really make this Xiao unhappy, I will definitely chop off your pig head." The strange beast didn't dare to say anything more, and it snorted a few times, and its figure flew up again, but in a different direction. After the time it took to eat a meal, more and more bones and skeletons appeared in the nearby mountains and forests, and there was also a kind of unpleasant smell similar to the strange beast's body. Xiaohua understood that this time, the strange beast didn't dare to fool him and really brought him to its nest. However, what Xiaohua didn't understand was what the strange beast wanted to give him. Could it be left behind by Lu Er's previous life? Xiaohua secretly guessed. Sure enough, the strange beast's figure disappeared into the mountains, and in a moment, it flew out again, and in its hand was another Buddhist certificate. Xiaohua's mood was somewhat complicated, and his Buddhist awareness swept through it. When he saw the records inside, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. What was recorded in the Buddhist certificate was a Buddhist magical power. As for whether it was left behind by Jianghu Er's previous life, Xiaohua couldn't tell, but he knew that this magical power was not recorded in the ancient books of the Buddhist sect in the Western Paradise. Moreover, it didn't seem to be something that ordinary Buddhist disciples could cultivate. because this was a magical power that used the power of the soul to communicate, and it was much more advanced than the ordinary Buddhist 5 techniques. Xiao Hua withdrew his Buddhist awareness and looked at the strange beast. The strange beast pointed at the Buddhist certificate and anxiously snorted, as if urging Xiao Hua to hurry up and cultivate. The corner of Xiao Hua's mouth rose into a wry smile, and he weakened the defense of his body. Sure enough, from the strange beast's head, there was a faint fluctuation, and it fell on his Naiwan palace, turning into a somewhat chaotic sound. This sound was somewhat weak, and Xiao Hua couldn't hear it clearly. Only now did Xiao Hua understand that the strange beast had long been talking to him. Unfortunately, he had treated this fluctuation as an attack, and the strange beast wanted to talk to him, but he didn't let it say a single word. Looking at the Buddhist certificate in his hand, Xiao Hua realized the importance of this thing. He cupped his hands towards the strange beast and said, "This Xiao will first accept this thing, and when this Xiao can understand what your excellency is saying, this Xiao will take out something to exchange with your excellency." After saying that, Xiao Hua didn't dare to see whether the strange beast understood or not, and once again released his Buddhist awareness, carefully examining and comprehending the Buddhist certificate. Chapter 4199. Seeing that Xiao Hua was comprehending the Buddhist record and no longer paying attention to it, the strange beast raised its 2 hooves, as if it was stretching, and then its huge body naturally lay down on the ground. The huge body fell down, and with a boom sound as if the earth was shaking, spread far and wide. Before the rumbling vibrations could travel far, snore, snore, snore. Yet another sound of soundly sleeping could be heard from the strange beast's nose. Of course, Xiao Hua was not completely at ease. He left a trace of his divine sense to monitor the strange beast's movements. When he saw that the strange beast was actually sleeping, and after his divine sense swept over, he found that the strange beast was emitting a faint fluctuation. This fluctuation was very calm. Not only was it not hostile to him, even the huge trees and flowers in the nearby mountain range were slightly swaying along with the fluctuation. Damn it, is this thing really sleeping? Xiao Hua might not be able to distinguish whether the strange beast was malicious or not, but the flowers and plants could distinguish the goodwill of this fluctuation. Even if it was a vicious strange beast that ate other strange beasts as food, when it was sleeping, it would also show its kind side, right? But if even the flowers and plants could recognize its kindness, why couldn't Xiao Hua recognize it? Who is good and who is evil is only a matter of thought, right? Xiao Hua's gaze swept across the bones all over the ground, closed his eyes slightly, and concentrated on comprehending the Buddhist secret technique. Although it was a Buddhist secret technique, it involved some details of soul cultivation and Taoism, and even had some faint traces of Confucian cultivation. With Xiao Hua's Mahayana cultivation, it was extremely difficult to comprehend it. However, after half a day, Xiao Hua came to a realization. This secret technique was not something that could be used by cultivators of the lower realm. Its cultivation method was the cultivation method of the primitive continent, and it relied on a mysterious place within the soul. With Xiao Hua's current soul cultivation strength, he was unable to understand the use of this place. If it was the comprehension method of the Dawn Rain continent or the hidden Immortal continent, even if he really comprehended it, he would absolutely not be able to use it. Fortunately, Xiao Hua was a demigod, and he had obtained many cultivation methods from the ruins. He cultivated both Buddhist and soul cultivation methods, and Xiao Hua also had the bloodline of the demon race. These were the foundations that supported him to comprehend this mysterious cultivation method from the upper realm. After spending another 10 days, Xiao Hua finally managed to comprehend and understand this Buddhist secret technique. Fortunately, Xiao Hua was proficient in the Green Seal script and was able to use the inner pronunciation technique to barely express some simple meanings of his own. Opening his eyes, Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the ancient beast that was still sleeping soundly. This fellow seemed to be born specifically for sleeping. It didn't even turn over for more than 10 days, snoring without day or night. Xiao Hua activated his secret technique and stammered a message into the strange beast's mind. "Damn it, hurry! Wake up! Huff huff!" The strange beast's big ears swayed as if it was chasing away flies. It turned a deaf ear to Xiao Hua's words. Something delicious is coming. Although Xiaohua didn't know what this strange beast liked to eat, when he finished speaking inarticulately, that fellow rolled and crawled up. Before it even opened its eyes, it was already howling loudly. When the sound waves entered Xiaohua's ears, it was precisely, "What's good to eat? What's there to eat? Leave some for me." Good, it's really a divine technique. Xiaohua heard it clearly and almost clapped his hands in praise. If I were to modify this secret technique a bit, our Dao sect's cultivators wouldn't need to be afraid of language barriers in the future. It would also be beneficial to the rise and revival of our Dao sect. Indeed, the language of Dawn Rain Continent was different from Hidden Immortal Continent. Hidden Immortal Continent was also different from Western Paradise. The language of the human race was different from that of the demon race. The language of the demon race was also different from that of the dragon race. If there was a divine technique that could eliminate the language barrier, at least there wouldn't be any misunderstandings in terms of communication. And the Dao sect's orthodoxy could also be passed down in various realms. The Great Desolate Realm is incomparably huge. Who knows how many star fields there are? And just a single star field would most likely have a lot of planets like the ruins. A single ruins is also an existence comparable to 3 continents. How many cultivators would there be? The language on these planets might be different. If it was the human race, perhaps they would have language, but how could those strange beasts have language? How could they use the human race's language? That's why the Great Desolate Realm has this kind of Buddhist secret technique. Oh, I believe that it's not only the Buddhist sect that has this kind of secret technique, our Dao sect will definitely have it too. But the people in the ruins are all humans, so they don't need this kind of secret technique. That's why this Xiao didn't encounter any trouble. Xiaohua thought regretfully, in that case, this mysterious Great Desolate Realm originally didn't have any language. Those stone giants, water wind fishmen, and so on also didn't need to use any language. When their strength deepened, they would also understand this kind of secret technique. What this Xiao and the Fortune Gate's disciples did was somewhat superfluous. However, the regret disappeared in a flash. Xiaohua had some understanding again. It's just like the enlightenment of Confucian cultivators. The children of well-off families can always receive good influence. They can read books at will, but the children of ordinary poor families don't have the opportunity to receive education and can't read or write. This Xiao teaching the human race's language and etiquette to these strange beasts is like enlightening the poor children. It can let more low-level strange beasts in the Great Desolate Realm have the opportunity to gain wisdom, and have the opportunity to walk a better path. Xiaohua had only pondered for a short while, but he had gained a lot in his heart. The strange beast that had just woken up opened its eyes. It looked around but didn't see anything delicious, so it was a little angry. However, when it saw Xiaohua's slightly wrinkled brows, the anger on its face immediately turned into flattery. A faint fluctuation came out from the space between its brows and entered Xiaohua's forehead. Then, a rather simple and honest voice sounded in Xiaohua's mind. Hee, can you hear Laozi's voice? Hearing the strange beast call itself Laozi, this Xiao was a little displeased and asked, What's your name? Name? The strange beast was stunned, and asked in confusion, What's a name? When Xiaohua heard this, he was greatly surprised and asked, Other people? No. Other strange beasts? Also not. Xiaohua was suddenly at a loss for words. He had never thought that name, a term that everyone was familiar with, would one day have to explain it to others. Moreover, he didn't know how to explain it to a strange beast. This was not just a matter of habit, but also the difference between the human race and the strange beasts. It was true that the human race needed a name, but the strange beasts, did they need a name? Is that what they call you? Xiaohua pondered for a moment and asked the simplest explanation. What are they? The strange beast asked again. They. Xiaohua didn't know how to explain it again. However, just as Xiaohua was thinking about how to explain it to the strange beast, Xiaohua's eyes suddenly lit up. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the seemingly harmless strange beast. Looking at that simple and honest smile, he said coldly, Don't pretend to be confused with this Laozi. This Buddhist sect's secret technique transmitted the power of the soul into one's mind. It wasn't real words. Even if you don't understand others, you should know what name is. If you continue to make fun of this lousy, don't blame this lousy for being impolite to you. When the strange beast heard this, its eyes flashed with a strange light, but it disappeared immediately. It hurriedly laughed and said, "Don't blame me, don't blame me. This is the first time you've used this sound transmission technique. I was afraid you'd make a mistake, so I asked a few more questions. However, I really don't know what the name you're talking about is." This lousy's name is Xiao Hua, Taoist Master Xiao. Xiao Hua snorted coldly. "When others see me, they call me Taoist Master Xiao or Xiao Hua. This lousy will know that they're calling me." After saying this, Xiao Hua regretted it again. Wouldn't it be fine if he just said Xiao Hua or Taoist Master Xiao? Why did he have to say some Taoist name? How could this strange beast know what a Taoist name is? Oh, who knew that the strange beast suddenly came to a realization? It patted its head and said, I understand. I also have a name. It's called Swallowing Heaven, and I also have a Taoist name, called Jieqi. Taoist name is Jieqi? Xiao Hua was shocked and asked curiously, "Who gave you this Taoist name? Is it you?" The strange beast called Swallowing Heaven shook its head. "Neither. I also don't know who gave it to me. I've known this Taoist name since I can remember." Xiao Hua saw that Swallowing Heaven couldn't explain it, so he didn't ask anymore. He thought for a moment and said, "Name? It's Jieqi's name." Swallowing Heaven answered this question without hesitation. This time, Xiao Hua was experienced and didn't ask who Jieqi was. He directly asked about the situation of Swallowing Heaven. Unfortunately, Tunshan's words weren't too different from Xiao Hua's thoughts. He didn't know how big the Eldritch continent was, nor did he know how many experts there were on the Eldritch continent. He only knew the general situation within 1,000,000 miles. It wasn't just because the heaven-devouring beast was too lazy. More importantly, every prehistoric beast had their own piece of land. The prehistoric beasts couldn't stray too far from their land, and the other prehistoric beasts wouldn't allow other prehistoric beasts to enter their territory easily. Unless a strange beast's strength skyrocketed and defeated or devoured the surrounding strange beasts, it would be able to expand its territory and have the opportunity to enter the territory of other strange beasts. Alas, this seems to be somewhat similar to the situation in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Hearing these things that challenged his thinking, Xiao Hua was speechless. There were many records about the demon race in the ancient books of Confucian cultivators. These records, whether it was from ancient times or now, described the behavior of the demon race from the perspective of the human race. It was inevitable that there would be many deviations when looking at the demon race from the perspective of the human race. Now that Xiao Hua had come to a prehistoric continent where the human race had never existed, he finally understood a principle. The human race might not be the ruler of this world, and the human race might not be the spirit of all things. The prehistoric continent had its own order, and the demon race had its own order. Without relying on the human race, they still lived comfortably. Chapter 4200. After talking for a while, Xiao Hua gradually understood the meaning of Heaven-Devouring Beast, and Heaven-Devouring Beast could also understand Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua asked again, "Just now, where were you going to take me to? Isn't there the most powerful being within 1,000,000 miles of that place?" Shoo. Hearing Xiao Hua ask about that powerful existence, Heaven-Devouring Beast hurriedly waved his hand and anxiously stopped him. "You must not mention his name. Once you mention it, he will know. If you say something that you shouldn't say, he will immediately appear in front of us." Xiao Hua nodded. Knowing that this was the divine ability of that existence, he didn't dare to ask any more. Finally, he talked about the 7-colored light that appeared in the sky that day, and then asked, "Do you know where that multicolored light appeared? Then what is going to the place where the multicolored light appeared?" "Oh, right, Taoist Master Xiao." Heaven-Devouring Beast didn't answer Xiao Hua's question. Instead, it asked, "You asked me for so long, I still haven't asked you. What are you? Listening to you, you don't seem to be from here, right? Where did you come from? Looking at your strength, you don't seem to be very strong. Why did you run so far? I am naturally a human. Xiaohua laughed, raised his arm and said, people like me are called humans. As for where I came from, even if I told you, you wouldn't know. Just treat it as if I came from a very, very far place. Human? Heaven-devouring beast frowned. Then why don't I call you human? Why do I have to call you by your name? Xiaohua smiled bitterly and replied, there are a lot of humans. Of course, you can call me human now. I know you are calling me. If there are a lot of humans, how would I know you are calling me? I know. Heaven-devouring beast laughed loudly and pointed to the east. According to this, there is a nest of Cheng Sheng in 200,000 miles. When we call them Cheng Sheng, there will be a lot of them. But later on, we call them Cheng Sheng 1, Cheng Sheng 2. You can also call them Human 1. Sweat. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry and replied, the number of humans is really too big. They are all in the billions. But why are there so many? The heaven-devouring beast was shocked. Fortunately, it understood numbers, so there was no need for Xiaohua to explain numbers to it alone. Xiaohua understood. It wasn't that this heaven-devouring beast was too stupid and didn't even know these simple things. Instead, it was because he knew nothing about the common knowledge that the human race should know. He had never seen the prosperity of the human race in the hidden immortal continent. No wonder he asked such a question. He thought for a moment and replied, this? I won't tell you in detail. When I have time, I'll teach you some words. When you learn them, I'll give you some scrolls to read. You'll understand then. Taoist Master Xiao, please teach me now. Sky-devouring beast said sincerely. The honesty on his face matched the honesty in his voice. Okay. Xiaohua answered almost without hesitation. However, just as he finished answering, he was shocked. His face turned cold as he said, damn it. You're making fun of me again. Of course, the lazy devouring heaven was not even willing to expand its underground cave. How could it take the initiative to learn the language of the hidden immortal continent, which had nothing to do with it? What did this mean? It meant that sky-devouring beast had been avoiding answering Xiaohua's question. Xiaohua sneered. He didn't seem to make a move. The brilliance of his body overflowed, and his spiritual power imprisoned everything within 100 miles. Seeing that Xiaohua's domain had just formed, sky-devouring beast let out a humph-humph sound. Its 4 hooves danced, and a strange fluctuation was produced. At the same time, the bone spurs on its back rose again. Previously, it didn't show any power in the battle, but now it actually penetrated Xiaohua's domain. A kind of force that Xiaohua couldn't control rushed out of the broken domain and smashed other domains one after another. Even sky-devouring beast's 4 hooves could break through the domain. Humph! Xiaohua saw that the power of the domain couldn't trap sky-devouring beast. He snorted coldly and took out the wishful steel staff again. Boom boom. The wishful steel staff hit sky-devouring beast's 4 hooves. Ayo ayo. Sky-devouring beast, who was not afraid of Xiaohua's domain, was actually afraid of Xiaohua's wishful steel staff. The iron staff hit sky-devouring beast until it cried out in pain. Xiaohua clearly heard it in his mind, you only know how to hit me with things. If you have the ability, don't use things. Xiaohua's eyes turned and he seemed to understand something. He raised the wishful steel staff again and threatened, how about it? Are you going to say it or not? That sky-devouring beast actually raised its head and said calmly, today's weather is really good. Looking at sky-devouring beast's appearance and the wishful steel staff in his hand, Xiaohua knew that sky-devouring beast's fear of the 7-colored light had surpassed his own wishful steel staff. It would rather be beaten by him than reveal the secret there. However, Xiaohua had finally found such an interesting beast. How could he let it go? It seems that you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Xiaohua sneered. He put away the wishful steel staff and took out the soaring dragon shears. Last time, this old man used the back of this magic weapon. If you don't say it, then this old man will try the sharpness of the front of this magic weapon and see if it can cut off the fat on your body piece by piece. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Sky-devouring beast flew into a rage and roared, you only know how to bully me. You know that I have nothing to compete with you. Well, you can bully me. Anyway, this old man has been bullied enough by you. Come, let's see how many pieces of this old man's fat can be cut off. After that, sky-devouring beast raised its 4 hooves and its body was like a huge mountain. Even if it was a real mountain, it would be crushed by it. Seeing that sky-devouring beast actually had some courage, Xiaohua also laughed. He raised his hand and put away the soaring dragon shears. He said loudly, "Good, good, good. Since you want to be beaten, then this old man will fulfill your wish. I will let you know how powerful this old man is." Xiaohua waved his fist and the golden body also hit sky-devouring beast's body. Boom! Sky-devouring beast's strength seemed to be as huge as its body. When it collided with Xiaohua's golden body, it was actually evenly matched. Seeing that Xiaohua abandoned his magic weapon and fought with him barehanded, sky-devouring beast's eyes flashed with a strange color. When it saw that Xiaohua's golden body was so powerful, it was even more surprised. However, at this time, sky-devouring beast's eyes were already a little blood-red. It didn't think too much. Since it couldn't succeed in this collision, it retreated slightly and simply didn't use its 4 hooves to attack. It directly used its heavy body to smash at Xiaohua again. Xiaohua smiled slightly and also withdrew his fist. He only used his golden body to fight sky-devouring beast in the most primitive way. Boom, boom, boom. After nearly 1,000 collisions, sky-devouring beast and Xiaohua's bodies were knocked down. The mountain rocks and trees on the surrounding mountain ridge suffered a disaster. They were ruined beyond recognition by 1 man and 1 beast. Not only did the mountain ridge collapse, the trees fell down, and a lot of the ground was also trampled to the point of collapse. The bones that were previously all over the place had long been trampled into powder and mixed with the soil. Puff puff. In the end, sky-devouring beast was gasping for breath. Its body was a little shaky. It began to raise its 4 hooves and used a strange fist technique to hit Xiaohua. Hee. Xiaohua despised sky-devouring beast's rough fist technique from the bottom of his heart. He was a human cultivator who had fought with the devil race's devil emperor. How could he put these fists and feet in his eyes? When Xiaohua's figure swayed, he nimbly caught sky-devouring beast's 4 hooves and began to attack fiercely. Sky-devouring beast let out a strange "Ao" cry again. Seeing Xiaohua's fists hitting flesh and breaking its body's defense, that kind of heart-wrenching pain was born again. Moreover, from time to time, Xiaohua would borrow the strength of sky-devouring beast and fiercely throw it to the ground, smashing one hill after another. Sky-devouring beast was even more miserable than before. Suddenly, sky-devouring beast retracted its 4 hooves. Its body fell to the ground with a boom. Its 4 hooves tightly clung to the ground as it shouted, "I'm so tired. I don't want to fight anymore. Just kill me, just kill me." You can't beat this old man with a magic tool. You can't beat this old man without a magic tool. What? You want to act shamelessly? Xiaohua smiled coldly and said, "What kind of hero are you? No wonder others bully you. I'm not a hero, nor am I a human." Sky-devouring beast buried its nose in the ground. It looked like it had given up on itself and was acting shamelessly as it said, "I don't have anything in my hands, so I can't beat you. Just do what you want, okay?" Damn it, this old man just wanted to ask you where the 7-colored light is. I didn't want you to do anything. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and asked. Sky-devouring beast replied, "I don't believe it. As long as I answer this question, you will definitely want me to lead the way again. When we get there, you will definitely want me to go in first. Forget it, if I die, I'll die here. It's better not to go there and throw away my life." Xiaohua felt somewhat speechless. Although he didn't think so much, in fact, he might not think less than sky-devouring beast. "Forget it," Xiaohua simply admitted. "This old man does have the intention of letting you lead the way. But when we get there, whether you want to go in or not, this old man won't force you. Not going, not even if I die. Not saying, not even if I die." Sky-devouring beast once again buried its head in the ground, exposing its huge buttocks outside. "How about this?" Xiaohua said again. From what you said, are you lacking a suitable magic tool? If you are willing to take me there, you don't have to go in, I can give you one. What do you think? Tisse. Sky-devouring beast disdained it. Don't try to trick me. I won't be fooled by you. Xiaohua said with a smile. Don't rush to a conclusion. Tell me, what kind of magic tool do you like? With that, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out a dozen magic tools and other magic tools. He said with a somewhat bewitching smile, Look, I do have a lot here. Pick one that you like. Sky-devouring beast slightly tilted its head and peeked with its big ears. It hurriedly retracted its eyes and drooped its ears, looking uninterested. Chapter 4201. Xiaohua was overjoyed when he saw Sky-devouring's interest in magic tools and demonic tools. With a wave of his hand, he put away the magic tools and demonic tools and took out another batch. He looked at Sky-devouring and paid attention to his expression. However, these were still not what Sky-devouring wanted. Xiaohua had obtained a lot of magic tools and demonic tools in the Forbidden Spring Ocean. Usually, he didn't pay much attention to them. Today, in order to lure Sky-devouring, he simply took out these things in batches. Sure enough, after changing a dozen times, Sky-devouring lifted his head from the ground and even sat on the ground. He looked at these magic tools with interest and even said, No, these are too light, too small. I want something heavy, something that can be smashed, pierced. Xiaohua pretended to be angry and waved his hand. What do you want? Tell this old man. Even if this old man doesn't have a ready-made one, I can still refine one for you. Taoist, is what you said true? Sky-devouring was overjoyed, his simple and honest face showing a flattered expression. However, Xiaohua found a faintly discernible cunning in his eyes. Xiaohua smiled faintly in his heart and replied, Of course, this old man is a master refiner. As long as you say it, this old man can refine it. Hearing Xiaohua's confidence, the sky-devouring beast hesitated again. It thought hard for a moment and raised its hand. A strange weapon appeared in the air. It looked like a stick, and there were 3 bent fingers in front of its head. Xiaohua looked at this strange weapon in a daze. If there were a few more things in front of its head, wouldn't it be the same as the rake commonly used by people in the secular world? Sure enough, he was a pig. Even the things he thought of were related to farmers. Hee, Xiaohua said with a smile. In that case, this old man might as well give you a few more sharp weapons in front of its head. How about you take a look at this? After saying that, Xiaohua raised his hand and took out a demonic tool from his space. This fiend item was one of the many fiend items that Xiaohua had obtained in Dawn Rain Continent. Originally, they were used to refine the 5 elements wishful heavenly staff. However, after Xiaohua obtained the method to refine the staff in Mount Meng, he threw them aside. If these demonic tools were ordinary, then they wouldn't be anything special. However, in Xiaohua's space, demonic tools had experienced the opening of yin and yang just like magic tools. Green-robed Xiaohua had only warned Xiaohua to pay attention to those magic tools, but he hadn't thought about these demonic tools. Xiaohua understood that perhaps the refining method of the demonic tools was different from the refining method of the Taoist magic tools. However, in the opening of yin and yang, the benefits of demonic tools might not be less than magic tools. This was the case with the magic weapon that he took out. He was sincere in giving such a magic weapon to the sky-devouring beast. What is this? The heaven devourer looked at the demonic artifact and drooled. However, he suppressed his thoughts and pretended not to know. This is called Nine-Tooth Rake. Xiaohua smiled and pointed at the magic tool. This is an illustrious and famous weapon. It's really suitable for an incomparably powerful prehistoric beast like you. At this time, the Heaven Devourer didn't care about what Xiaohua meant by prehistoric beast. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked, Is this for me? You aren't lying to me, right? Ah. Xiaohua laughed. He pointed his hand and the 9-tooth rake fell in front of the Heaven Devourer. He said, How can this old man go back on his word? I'll give this to you. After that, this old man will give you the secret blood sacrifice technique. You can refine this weapon into your own. No one can take it away from you. Of course, this weapon looks small now. If you refine it a bit more, it can be as big as you want. Ha! The Heaven Devourer laughed loudly. Its figure rapidly shrank. It lifted its front 2 hooves and took the 9-tooth rake. As it waved its arms, the sound of wind rose. Soon after, the Heaven Devourer felt that it was not satisfied. A demonic wind appeared under its feet and it flew into the air. It waved the 9-tooth rake. Cold light flickered in the air and killing intent overflowed. The lazy Heaven Devourer seemed to have changed its appearance. When it finished waving, the Heaven Devourer roared and the 9-tooth rake hit a mountain peak. Boom! The mountain peak that was several thousand feet in size was actually hit by the 9-tooth rake and collapsed. Good! The Heaven Devourer shouted. It kept the 9-tooth rake and landed in the air. After its figure returned to normal, it squinted its eyes and looked at the 9-tooth rake. It shook its head and said, "This weapon is very good. However, it's a bit small." Huh. How could Xiao Hua not know about the Heaven Devourer's narrow-mindedness? He smiled and said, "Naturally, I can refine it bigger. However, this old man doesn't have the time now. Let's talk about it later. As for the secret blood sacrifice technique, we'll have to wait. Let's go." With the 9-tooth rake, the Heaven Devourer seemed to be emboldened. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish speaking, it rushed into the sky and said, "I'll bring you to Chaoyan Tower." Chaotian Tower? Xiao Hua was stunned. Looking at the Heaven Devourer's back, he thought to himself, "Isn't this the name of a Confucian cultivator? How did it become a place name?" Still trying to be secretive in front of this Xiao, saying that you've never seen a human before. Isn't Chaotian Tower an example? This Heaven Devourer is really interesting. However, up until now, Xiao Hua had a very good impression of this somewhat timid, somewhat lazy, somewhat cunning, and somewhat unwilling to admit defeat strange beast. He also knew that the Heaven Devourer's strength was not enough to threaten him. He simply stopped thinking about it and followed behind the Heaven Devourer. After flying for a while, Xiao Hua used a Buddhist secret technique to send a sound transmission. "Heaven Devourer, since you're willing to bring this old man over, then, can you at least tell this old man about the situation of Chaotian Tower?" Hearing Xiao Hua ask about the situation of Chaotian Tower, the Heaven Devourer became nervous. However, its eyes turned slightly, its big nose twitched, and even its big ears faintly moved. It sent a sound transmission. "Taoist Xiao, Chaoyan Tower is a mysterious place, and also a place of opportunity. However, Chaoyan Tower is even more dangerous." Xiao Hua became interested and asked, "What's so strange about Chaotian Tower? Why do you say that?" No one knows the origin of Chaotian Tower. Even that senior you wanted to ask about just now, he also doesn't know. In any case, since I can remember, this Chaotian Tower has already existed. Xiao Hua sweated. Even that unknown existence didn't know about this place. Naturally, it was bigger than the Heaven Devourer era. Was there even a need to say this? "And I understand. Continue speaking." Xiao Hua replied casually. Before the Heaven Devourer could speak, Xiao Hua's heart suddenly became alarmed. His eyes also turned, as if he understood something. This Heaven Devourer looked very simple and honest, but it was still very narrow-minded. Previously, it had played a few tricks in front of Xiao Hua, and now it suddenly said some irrelevant words. It seemed to be a feint to make Xiao Hua lower his guard. Who knows, there might be some small pit waiting for Xiao Hua later. Sure enough, the Heaven Devourer said again, "Every few hundred years, a phenomenon will appear in Chaotian Tower. The specific phenomenon is different. Some are yellow sand filling the sky, some are blue water filling the sky, some are strange caves, and some are like the multicolored light from last time. However, every time a phenomenon appears, it says that an opportunity has appeared in Chaotian Tower, and a treasure has appeared. What this treasure is, no one knows. Only by entering Chaotian Tower can one know. I heard that Senior once entered Chaotian Tower and obtained a weapon that can pierce the sky. That's why he can dominate within a radius of 1,000,000 miles." Hearing the Heaven Devourer's words, Xiao Hua didn't find anything wrong with it. He also nodded slightly and didn't ask any more. However, Chaotian Tower is very strange. Not all the strange beasts can enter. Only those who were young and not strong enough could do it. Like that senior, he has no way to enter now. Of course, with an opportunity, there will be more strange beasts fighting for it. Every time an opportunity appears in Chaotian Tower, there will be many strange beasts coming to fight for it. Fight to the death. Back then, I also participated in the fight for the treasure in Chaotian Tower with great ambition. Unfortunately, although I fought to the death and arrived in front of the treasure, because I was framed by other strange beasts, I only saw one side of the treasure and didn't snatch it. Speaking of this, the Heaven Devourer seriously transmitted, I didn't tell you this just now because I didn't want you to come over. You don't know, but those strange beasts will do anything for these treasures. Especially the Chaos 5 little ones, they are even more despicable. The 5 of them have worked together and successfully entered Chaonan Tower twice in a row to obtain the treasures inside. Ha! Hearing this, Xiaohua was very happy. Previously, the Heaven Devourer had shouted, "You guys only know how to bully me, you know I have nothing to compete with you guys." Xiaohua didn't understand the you guys, but now he understood that the Chaos 5 little ones were the you guys that the Heaven Devourer was talking about. Presumably, the Heaven Devourer was not only schemed against by the Chaos 5 little ones in Chaotian Tower, but also normally bullied by them. So, the Heaven Devourer wanted to set a trap for him here. Xiaohua's eyes turned and asked, "What danger is there in Chaotian Tower? Why don't you tell me?" Hearing that Xiaohua didn't ask who the Chaos 5 little ones were, the Heaven Devourer was a bit disappointed, but he didn't dare to say too much and replied, "Of course it's dangerous. But there are ambushes inside that test the strength of the strange beasts that enter and the schemes of other strange beasts. I was already very lucky to be able to enter Chaotian Tower back then." "Oh, tell me what danger you encountered back then." Xiaohua continued to ask. "This." The Heaven Devourer slightly hesitated and hurriedly transmitted, "There was a lot of yellow sand, each of them was the size of a hill. There were also many weapons that fell down from the mountain like stones." Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Normally, when describing things that fell, they would be described as falling like raindrops. However, when it came to the heaven-devouring beast, it actually became rolling stones. Thus, Xiaohua hurriedly interrupted the heaven-devouring beast and asked, "Have you never seen rain before?" "Rain? What is rain?" The Heaven Devourer was stunned. Chapter 4202. There's a lot of water falling from the sky. Xiaohua explained helplessly. Heaven Devouring scratched its head and thought for a while, as if trying to recall. After half a cup of tea's time, it sent a voice transmission. "I seem to have seen it when I was young, but I haven't seen it for a long time." "Then what treasure did you see?" Xiaohua suddenly asked. Heaven Devouring was stunned, then it stuttered and replied, "It's what I showed you just now. It's a weapon similar to the nine-toothed rake." "The weapon is in the Imperial Court? There are many beasts fighting to the death to snatch it?" Xiaohua did not believe Heaven Devouring's words. "That's right," Heaven Devouring insisted. "What I saw with my own eyes was that treasure. It was taken away by the 5 youngsters." Hearing Heaven Devouring mention the 5 youngsters again, Xiaohua understood. If the shocking aura from before belonged to the Untainted Land 5 small beasts, then the cultivation of the Untainted Land 5 small beasts was definitely not much inferior to his. And Tunshin's current strength was not comparable to his, let alone when he entered the Imperial Palace. How could he see through the eyes of the 5 youngsters? How could he reach the treasure? Everything was just Heaven Devouring's self-justification. It was impossible for him to reach the Imperial Court. However, since Heaven Devouring mentioned the 5 youngsters, Xiaohua asked again, "Which 5 youngsters are they? What's so cunning about them? What's so shameless about them? Tell me about it." Hearing Xiaohua ask about the 5 little ones of desolation and talk about their cunning and shameless, the sky-swallowing beast stopped and turned its head to look at Xiaohua. Its simple and honest face revealed a kind of gratitude. It raised its 4 hooves at the same time as if it wanted to fly over to hug Xiaohua and tell him a good story. Xiaohua hurriedly urged, "Don't stop, quickly lead the way." I still want to snatch the treasure of the imperial court. Alright. Heaven Devouring saw that Xiaohua had fallen into its trap and was overjoyed. It hurriedly urged its body to fly forward and said, "You don't know how despicable the 5 youngsters are. They were originally very strong, but they always snatched our things. If it was just one of them, it would be fine, but they always snatched our things together. How do you think we're their match? So what if they robbed us? They even bullied us and often beat us up badly. They even threatened us to tell them first if we found something good. We can't keep it for ourselves. Let's not talk about how they work together to steal my treasures and injure me in the Skyward Pavilion. Just say that 3 years ago, I found a weapon under a cliff. Before I could warm it up, that stupid black jade donkey came." Seeing the sky-swallowing beast speak excitedly, Xiaohua helplessly interrupted it. "Is the black jade donkey one of the 5 little beasts of the great wilderness?" Sky Devouring nodded like a chick pecking at rice and replied, "The 5 little ones of the primordial world are the black jade stupid donkey, the golden toad, the 5-colored stupid chicken, the black and white stinky bastard, and the little white fishy cat. That black jade donkey was the worst of them all. He was extremely stupid. However, his heart was the most ruthless. That time, when he saw me take the weapon, he immediately called the toad over. The 2 shameless things first snatched the weapon and broke 3 of my hooves. They even broke one of the bone spurs on my back. They also said that if I didn't give the weapon to them, they would beat me up every time they saw me. This time, it was considered light. 50 years ago, I found an ice bead in the mysterious ice layer. You also know that the great wilderness continent was extremely hot. I would pant when I moved. This ice bead was suitable for me, so I didn't take the words of the 5 little beasts of the great wilderness to heart and took it back to the cave. Who knew that the black jade donkey got the news and actually brought the stinky bastard to find me? Without saying anything, he snatched the ice bead and even beat me up." Seeing that Sky Devouring's grievances were like the sea and showed signs of unceasing, Xiaohua hurriedly interrupted and asked, "Sky Devouring, why is it always this? The black jade donkey found you first? What other bastards and stupid chickens don't you find?" "That's right, it's that stupid donkey." Hearing Xiaohua call the black jade donkey, Sky Devouring beamed with joy and said, "Stupid as hell. Oh, this stupid donkey lives hundreds of thousands of li away from here. Of course, he comes first every time. The others all live far away. I don't even know where that little chicken and toad live. Have you been to the place where the stupid donkey lives?" Xiaohua asked thoughtfully. When Sky Devouring heard this, it couldn't help but feel nervous. It swung its hooves and shouted, "How would I dare to go? Not to mention me, even the other strange beasts don't dare to go. That's sending themselves to be bullied. I heard that 70 years ago." Hearing Sky Devouring's grievances, Xiaohua pondered again. Previously, when he saw the multicolored light, there were many powerful auras in the entire continent. Although Xiaohua didn't dare to get involved, there weren't many auras nearby. Moreover, there weren't many figures in the night sky. Therefore, the 5 little beasts of the great wilderness mentioned by Sky Devouring might not be among them. Moreover, from what Sky Devouring said, these strange beasts of the great wilderness were like the domineering hedonistic sons of the secular world. Although Sky Devouring had always been bullied, but that stupid donkey didn't want his life. Sky Devouring had a lot of bitterness. It sounded like it had more water than the great wilderness. Xiaohua flew with Sky Devouring for a few hours, but he never heard Sky Devouring's words. Looking at the golden earth, all the mountain ranges came to an end, all the colors came to an end, an endless stretch of golden sand covered the earth like a desert. Without needing Sky Devouring to explain, Xiaohua already knew that this must be the Imperial Heaven Tower that Sky Devouring was talking about. Xiaohua released his divine sense, wanting to see how big this Imperial Heaven Tower was. However, when his divine sense reached the limit, he still didn't see any other colors even after tens of thousands of li. A faint surprise unconsciously appeared on his face. "Taoist Master Xiao?" Sky Devouring saw the golden color, and its bitter waters stopped abruptly. Its pig face revealed nervousness. Its figure stopped in midair, and without turning its head, it said, "This is the Imperial Heaven Tower. The treasure you want should be inside. I won't go forward. You be careful." N. Xiaohua didn't force sky devouring. He retracted his divine sense and used a secret technique to ask, "If you don't want to go, then don't go. However, can you tell me where the entrance to the Imperial Heaven Tower is?" This sky devouring's eyes looked to the bottom left corner for no reason. It raised its hoof and casually pointed to a place, replying, "The Imperial Heaven Tower is here. Its entrance appears different every time. The last time I went in, it was at a place 3,000 li in front of me. As for this time, I don't know either." "Then what did the Imperial Heaven Tower look like when you saw it?" Xiaohua asked again. The sky-devouring beast answered without hesitation, "Every time Chao Tian K appears, it looks different inside. What I see is a white cave with many fruits and many beasts in it." As sky-devouring spoke, it couldn't help but swallow its saliva, as if it was talking about a beautiful dream it had just had. "And, since it's different every time, you don't have to say any more." Xiaohua stopped sky-devouring from fabricating. He then stared at sky-devouring's eyes and transmitted his voice, "I'll ask you one last time. Is this the real Imperial Heaven Tower? Is this the place where the rainbow light appeared?" Sky-devouring's eyes flashed for no reason. Then, it looked back at Xiaohua and nodded, "Yes. This is definitely the place where the rainbow light appeared. It was also that day. I found the place where we could sleep underground." "Could?" Xiaohua nodded and said, "I believe you. However, I have to say the ugly words first. If you lie to me, you definitely won't have a good ending. Black Jade Donkey will only beat you, but I will slice off your flesh piece by piece and fry it. I will cut off your legs and chop them into pieces to braise." Yes. Sky Devouring obviously didn't understand what Xiaohua meant by braised meat. However, after hearing Xiaohua's tone, it felt that it was awesome and hurriedly nodded. Xiaohua snorted coldly. Lightning flashed around his body. His figure turned into a thunderbolt and rushed into the golden desert, disappearing in a moment. Looking at Xiaohua's figure that was like a thunderbolt, Sky Devouring slightly shrunk its neck. It licked its lips with its blood-red tongue and rolled its eyes. It seemed to be very hesitant. Then it turned around and flew back. However, after flying for the time it took to eat a meal, it stopped again. It turned around and looked at the faintly visible golden color again. A strange and decisive expression appeared on its face as it turned around and flew in another direction. Xiaohua flew into the golden desert. He didn't identify any direction at all and flew straight ahead for more than an incense stick's worth of time. Then he stopped again. He had already released his divine sense earlier and didn't find anything strange. Moreover, he still couldn't sense the traces of Dragon Vein Xiaohua and Phoenix Body Xiaohua. He already knew that his two clones must have fallen into the Imperial Heaven Tower. Moreover, this Imperial Heaven Tower was definitely not something that could be discovered by ordinary means. Xiaohua looked around and landed on the ground. Hua! With a soft sound, the golden sand at the place where Xiaohua landed flowed to both sides. Xiaohua waved his hand and a handful of sand fell into his hand. The size of the sand looked very uniform. They were all the size of a thumb. The sand was yellow all over and had a faint luster. Under the sunlight, the rough surface reflected a yellow brilliance. Xiaohua pinched a piece of sand with his thumb and index finger. With a slight force, the sand was crushed into powder. The powder flew with the wind and raised a faint earthy smell. "It looks like a very ordinary sand," Xiaohua thought to himself. He threw away the sand in his hand. Then, his body flashed with an earthy yellow brilliance. He used the earth escape technique and fell into the sand. Chapter 4203. In just half a meal's worth of time, Xiaohua's body flew out from another place. His face didn't show any abnormality. Xiaohua's figure didn't stop at all. He once again soared into the sky and headed in another direction. After searching for half a day, Xiaohua still couldn't find the entrance to the skyward tower even though the sun was setting and the moon was rising. At this time, the moonlight was very misty, extremely faint like smoke. The entire golden desert had also restrained its bright luster, only revealing a dim yellow color in the night. However, the entire desert was still very hot. The sunlight absorbed during the day was now slowly spreading in the darkness along with the dim yellow. Even in the darkness, one could see strands of hot air gushing out. Damn it, that bastard devouring heaven wouldn't deceive this old man, right? Xiaohua stood in the air in a daze, looking at the endless dim yellow, frowning as he secretly pondered. At this time, a fist-thick spike protruded from the dim yellow sand, silently extending into the sky and attacking Xiaohua from behind. Following the protrusion of this spike, a several hundred zhang large yellow sand scorpion appeared from the sand. This sand scorpion's body was completely made of sand, and there was no movement when it moved. Seeing this huge spike was only about 10 zhang away from Xiaohua, it suddenly pierced towards Xiaohua's back like lightning. Xiaohua suddenly turned around, frowned slightly, and sneered, "Damn it!" Following that, Xiaohua waved his fist, and an unstoppable fist wind immediately sealed the area within 10 zhang. Boom! With a loud sound, the huge spike was smashed into powder by Xiaohua's fist wind. Moreover, Xiaohua's figure didn't move, and the fist wind paused. Woo! A gale suddenly rose, smashing towards the sand scorpion on the ground. Rumble! The several hundred zhang large sand scorpion was killed, and even the sand within 1,000 zhang was smashed into powder. The powder was instantly blown away by the night wind without a trace. Caw-caw. Without waiting for the traces of the powder to completely disappear, sand scorpions of various sizes appeared within a few miles to the left. They waved their large pincers and raised their sharp thorns that flickered with a cold light as they charged toward Xiaohua. All of them had a fearless appearance. What kind of monster is this? When Xiaohua had killed the sand scorpion earlier, he had already realized that it was a little strange. That was because the sand scorpion was really a sand scorpion. It was completely made of sand. Now that he saw the sand scorpions all over the place, he couldn't help but be surprised because he didn't sense any movement of soul essences, nor did he sense any fluctuation of mana. He really didn't understand how these monsters were formed. Motherfucker, nothing is too strange in this world. This mysterious great desolate continent has many secrets that I don't know about. Xiaohua sighed as he took out the wishful staff. With a wave of his hand, he killed all the sand scorpions that were attacking him. It was easy to kill the sand scorpions, but what made Xiaohua even more surprised was that although these sand scorpions were not his opponents at all, he had just killed the sand scorpions when more ferocious sand scorpions were born on the ground. These sand scorpions were not only larger in size, but their aura gradually increased from nothing, from weak to strong, becoming more and more powerful. Looking at such a huge and endless group of sand scorpions, Xiaohua naturally wouldn't fight endlessly with them here. He only pondered a little, and his figure flashed with lightning as he prepared to fly elsewhere. However, when he circulated his magic energy, he noticed that the space in the surroundings was suffused with an extremely faint fluctuation since a long time ago. This fluctuation was mixed with the night wind, so it was utterly impossible to notice. At this moment, when Xiaohua circulated his magic energy, the fluctuation instantly revealed its might. Not only did it freeze Xiaohua's magic energy, even his figure was obstructed. It made it very difficult for Xiaohua to move. Oh? Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a strange color. The wishful staff in his hand rotated in midair, and dozens of sand scorpions were killed. At the same time, in Xiaohua's mind, he saw strands of fluctuations as small as mosquitoes penetrating from dozens of sand grains and blending into the space. Motherfucker, this is a bit troublesome. Xiaohua knew in his heart that he had fallen into a strange circle. The more he killed the sand scorpions, the more the destructive sand produced waves that trapped him, and the sand scorpions that were reborn on the ground became more and more powerful. In this strange circle, sooner or later, he would be killed by the sand scorpions. Sure enough, the sand scorpions that were destroyed with a wave of his hand were reborn at this time, and they were already thousands of feet tall. The huge body crawled up from the ground, not only making a slight roar, but the fierce aura also made the night wind in the sky even more chaotic. Of course, Xiaohua's means were not limited to this. He fought for a while and observed the surrounding situation again. He saw that in addition to the fluctuations, there was only a murderous aura, and there was no entrance to the Chao Tian imperial court that he was looking for. So, he waved his hands, and within 100 miles of the void, there were countless thunderbolts. This thunderbolt was like the angry hand of a god, and instantly destroyed the sand scorpions that had just formed. Without waiting for the sand to fall, Xiaohua's figure escaped into the distance with the brilliance of the thunderbolt. Xiaohua escaped for more than 1,000 li, then reappeared in midair. His divine sense still hadn't left his body to look elsewhere. Oh! A world-shaking roar came from below him. Then, a sand scorpion no less than 10,000 zhang long swayed as it arched its body from the ground. Its huge stinger was even bigger than a mountain range, and it attacked Xiaohua's back. Is there no end to this? Xiaohua was a little angry. His eyes swept over the black light that was stabbing at his back, and his mind condensed into a hammer. Boom! It hit the stinger, and then Xiaohua's mind fell on the tail and body of the giant sand scorpion. In the huge roar, the shell of the 10,000 feet long sand scorpion was like a collapsing mountain, collapsing piece by piece. When the entire sand scorpion's body completely collapsed, thousands of chaotic fluctuations swam in the space within 100 miles, like frightened little fish in a pool. Woo! At this time, the sky suddenly darkened, and a layer of dark clouds suddenly appeared. Not only did it cover the starlight, but it also covered the originally clear moonlight. The night wind also suddenly stopped, and a ghost-like wailing and wolf-like howling sound strangely appeared above Xiaohua's head. Who? Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly urged his magic power to protect his body, and his mind suddenly swept towards the sky. The strange thing was that there was no abnormality in the entire sky, and even the previous fluctuations had disappeared. Not good. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He knew that this was the calm before the storm. Almost without thinking, he once again urged the lightning escape technique to escape into the distance. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's figure had only just crossed a few miles of the night sky. Boom! With a loud sound, the space within 1,000 miles began to boil, and the fluctuations that had previously disappeared reappeared. Each of the fluctuations seemed to have gone crazy, dancing wildly in the entire night sky. Xiaohua was in the middle of it. Not only did his magic power want to rush out of his body like a volcanic eruption, but even the blood vessels in his body were restlessly moving everywhere. Ha! In the midst of the chaos, a sound that seemed to have come from a long time ago, and also seemed to have just woken up from a deep sleep, came from under Xiaohua's feet. This sound was like a thunderclap, startling Xiaohua's entire body and causing his magic power to become even more chaotic. Then, a vast ocean-like will emerged from the sound, sweeping through the space within 1,000 miles. All the fluctuations fell into this will. Roar! When all the fluctuations condensed into this will, a dull dragon's roar was born out of thin air. At the same time, the dragon's might that Xiaohua was familiar with also spread out within 1,000 miles of this dragon's roar. How could Xiaohua resist this dragon's might? His figure fell onto the ground uncontrollably, and the dragon's might seemed to tilt the entire earth, pressing him firmly onto the sand. Looking at the sky again, the dragon's might was born, and a faintly discernible figure of a huge dragon appeared in the pitch-black darkness. The entire dragon's body was composed of countless fluctuations. Once the dragon's body was born, a faintly discernible dragon's head faced the sky and roared, as if it wanted to fight against the heaven and earth. Amidst the dragon's roar, the dark clouds that blocked the night sky, exploded. Under the splendor of the moon and stars, an extremely mighty dragon figure appeared in front of all living things. This dragon figure was very beautiful, as if it was carved out of crystal. Where the splendor fell, there were specks of fireflies. Within those fireflies, there were flickering silver fluctuations cruising about. Every time they cruised for a moment, there would be faint dragon patterns overflowing from the collision of these fluctuations, flying under the splendor of the fireflies. Damn it, what the hell is going on? No matter how much Xiaohua urged his magic power, His body couldn't move. The 5 elements true qi in his chest and the soul strands of the mysterious dark clouds were also imprisoned by this dragon figure. Xiaohua was really scared witless. However, just as Xiaohua urged his magic power, the huge dragon head above the dragon figure retracted from the night sky, letting out a thunderous roar. The entire night sky trembled as it fell toward Xiaohua. Roar. Following the dragon head's low roar, a rock-like consciousness also fell, and that seemingly incomparable aura shrouded the entire land. Xiaohua was shocked. How could he dare to let the dragon head fall? In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Xiaohua's mind lit up. His consciousness entered the space, and he released the divine power centipede from the space. At this time, the divine power centipede was different from before. Not only was its body 10 times bigger than before, but there was also a layer of clearly visible scales on its pitch-black shell. These scales were engraved with strands of dragon patterns. There were also some very strange patterns between these dragon patterns. These patterns intertwined with the dragon patterns, giving off an indescribable luster. The divine power centipede originally didn't have horns, but at this time, there was a small protrusion on its head. This protrusion was surrounded by a circular halo, and every inch of the halo was emitting a strange dragon's might. What was special was that the divine power centipede had many tentacles on its abdomen. At this time, these tentacles were dancing, giving birth to the illusion of a dragon's claw. Chapter 4204. The moment the divine power centipede appeared, it immediately felt the peerless might of the dragon form. Almost at the same time, the divine power centipede curled up its body and curled up into a ball again. Damn it, you're so weak. I gave you so many benefits in vain. Seeing the divine power centipede cowering like a pile of mud, Xiaohua cursed in his heart. However, just as he cursed, a delicate voice came from the bottom of his heart. Master, please wait a moment, Master? Xiaohua stared at the divine power centipede, dumbfounded. He didn't expect the divine power centipede to talk to him. After a short while, Xiaohua came to his senses. This was probably the effect of the Buddhist secret technique. Sure enough, Xiaohua activated the secret technique and transmitted his voice. Don't worry, take your time. The divine power centipede's curled up body shook visibly. Then, the delicate voice sounded again with pleasant surprise. But, Master, you're talking to me? Yes, you're right. Don't worry, if you can't resist this thing, I'll take you back. Don't take any risks. You don't blame me? The divine power centipede asked cautiously. Xiaohua blushed with shame. He hurriedly replied, Of course I don't blame you. This dragon form is so powerful that even I can't defeat it. How can you succeed? Just now. I was just talking nonsense. Master, don't worry. The divine power centipede transmitted his voice. If it were some other powerful technique, I wouldn't dare to talk nonsense. However, this dragon form is the condensation of the dragon clan's will. Although its will is powerful and far surpasses mine, I can still resist it. As he spoke, the 2 tentacles on the top of the divine power centipede's head danced like a dragon's body. 2 streams of dragon breath were released. At the same time, the protruding part of the divine power centipede emitted a brilliance, like a dragon's horn, and rushed towards the dragon's head. The dragon's head was slightly startled and stopped in midair. The rock-like dragon breath immediately gathered and fell on the divine power centipede. The divine force centipede's back let out a series of cracking sounds. The dragon tattoos on its back flickered and burst into the night sky. Waves of dragon aura surged toward the dragon head like a rising tide. As the dragon tattoo exploded, the god power centipede's body glowed with 5 colors. It looked like a real dragon's body. It was very beautiful. Boom. The divine power centipede's draconic might and the dragon's draconic breath stood in confrontation for a few minutes before the draconic head's draconic aura became chaotic. After that, the draconic aura spread through the draconic body and collapsed wherever it went. Amidst the rumbling, all the dragon patterns and all the fluctuations were like small fish that were flying towards a place under the night sky in groups. Skyward Tower. Xiao Hua landed on the back of the God Power Centipede. He raised his hand and pointed in that direction, shouting, "Go there. Yes, master, please sit tight." The God Power Centipede was as obedient as a child. With a cheerful cry, a demonic cloud appeared under its feet and carried Xiao Hua to the place where the fluctuations fell. Under the moonlight, the golden sand in the distance emitted a faint seven-colored light. This light seemed to be in the cracks of the void, but it also seemed to be in the sand. It gave off an unreal feeling. The God Power Centipede reached there and waved its tentacles without hesitation. A dragon's draconic aura spread out. As soon as the draconic aura touched the light, the entire light emitted a dazzling brilliance. Xiao Hua felt that this brilliance was getting bigger and brighter. It blocked the entire world in front of his eyes. The strange scenes of the Dragon Kingdom turned into light and shadows that completely covered his body. Woo! It wasn't just Xiao Hua's body that shrank, it was the sound of the wind that suddenly became louder. Xiao Hua only felt that the surrounding hurricane was about to blow him away from the God Power Centipede's back. Shwa! At this moment, another layer of draconic aura appeared on the God Power Centipede's back. This draconic aura enveloped Xiao Hua's body in a brilliance. Xiao Hua's body immediately became as stable as a rock. Boom! Xiao Hua's body just stabilized. The God Power Centipede crashed into an invisible barrier. Following the sound of the collision, the God Power Centipede's body retreated. Of course, it only retreated for a few breaths. The God Power Centipede's body shook. Not only did the draconic aura that protected Xiao Hua explode, even the tentacles in front of its head turned into draconic aura and pounced on the barrier. The God Power Centipede's two draconic auras were quite powerful. As soon as they touched the barrier, two rays of golden light flashed. Although the golden light couldn't compare to the soaring dragon scissors, it was much more agile. Under the golden light, a layer of ripples appeared on the barrier. Hua! It was like passing through a waterfall. Xiao Hua's ears were somewhat ringing. Immediately after, a light overflowed and a layer of heaven and earth appeared in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. When Xiao Hua saw everything in front of him, his eyes were filled with astonishment. In front of him was an untainted land. There were towering mountains that reached into the clouds, incomparably huge ancient trees, and a mountain forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. Everything was not much different from the untainted land outside of the imperial court. This is an illusion? Xiao Hua stepped on the God Power Centipede's back and lowered his head to look around. He couldn't help but feel a little bewildered. Just as he was thinking in his heart, "Caw!" a burst of hoarse bird cries sounded. Not far away in the sky, hundreds of strange birds formed a flock and pounced over. These strange birds looked very strange. Their wings were hundreds of feet long when they spread out. The feathers on the wings were sparse and crimson-red muscles could be seen under the feathers. The strange birds' bodies weren't particularly big. They were only several tens of feet long. However, on this several tens of feet long body, the long, sickle-like beak took up several tens of feet. The bird's head behind the beak was fiery red. A cluster of strange patterns the size of a palm flickered on the strange bird's forehead like a flame. When these strange birds saw the God Power Centipede and Xiao Hua, they seemed to have found food. They cried out crazily and pounced over. Ah? Xiao Hua's gaze swept over and he couldn't help but be shocked. He looked at the strange birds in a daze. However, his gaze wasn't looking at the strange birds. Instead, he looked past the strange birds and looked at the distant horizon. Previously, Xiao Hua only lowered his head to look at the ground and didn't pay attention to the sky above him. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized that the sky above him wasn't as turbid as he thought. It wasn't a pure color, and it wasn't the sky that he usually saw. Instead, it was a mirror. Everything on the ground was reflected in the mirror. The strange birds that pounced over were also moving crazily in the mirror. They were attacking him who was standing in midair. In fact, even the clouds in the distant horizon and the round sun also existed on the surface of the mirror. Xiao Hua's surprise naturally disappeared in a flash. He withdrew his gaze and scanned with his divine consciousness. At this moment, he discovered that his divine consciousness had been imprisoned and couldn't leave his body at all. Kill. Seeing that the strange birds were getting closer and closer, and that there was even a fishy smell coming from their beaks, Xiao Hua coldly ordered. When the God Power Centipede heard Xiao Hua's order, the surrounding demonic clouds mixed with dragon chi suddenly surged out and instantly shrouded an area of several miles. When the strange birds saw the demonic clouds filling the air, they were originally shocked. They all cried out and prepared to scatter. However, the dragon chi in the demonic clouds was too strong, and it immediately aroused the fighting spirit of these strange birds. The patterns on their foreheads glowed red as they desperately pounced on the God Power Centipede. Looking at the God Power Centipede, the tentacles under its abdomen were waving, and countless black chi was produced from the demonic clouds. These black chi were like intersecting sword chi, and incomparably sharp as they fell on the strange birds. The strange birds opened their beaks and spewed out scarlet flames, wanting to burn the black chi and the demonic clouds. However, when the black chi fell, not only were the flames cut into pieces, but the strange birds' bodies were also minced into minced meat. Seeing the minced meat falling from the sky amidst the black chi, Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the mirror that was exactly the same. He then looked down and frowned, muttering to himself in a low voice, "Oh, these strange birds are actually real? Could it be that this isn't an illusion?" The strange birds had just been killed, and the God Power Centipede's demonic clouds had yet to be retracted. Rumble! The entire ground was shaking. From all over the mountain range, a large number of strange beasts swarmed over. Some of these beasts were huge, while others were strange. However, all of these beasts had a fiery red mark on their foreheads. A group of beasts surrounded the God Power Centipede and roared. Some of them even spat out flames from their mouths, wanting to attack the God Power Centipede. Roar! At this time, the God Power Centipede could also roar. It was no longer the zhi sound from before. The God Power Centipede roared and was about to pounce down, but Xiaohua patted the back of its hand and said, "Go, you are a dragon eater, why lower yourself to their level?" "Yes, master." Hearing this, the God Power Centipede obediently retracted its demonic clouds and flew away. The group of beasts that had escaped death didn't have any intention of letting the God Power Centipede go. They continued to roar on the ground, chasing after the God Power Centipede. However, the God Power Centipede flew extremely fast, and in a short moment, it had already left these beasts behind. Xiaohua urged the God Power Centipede to fly aimlessly. However, after flying for a while, at the end of the sky, Xiaohua actually saw a towering mountain peak. The mountain peak's outline couldn't be seen clearly, but under the sun, it was so majestic that it pierced through heaven and earth. Without needing Xiaohua's order, the God Power Centipede increased its speed and rushed towards the mountain peak. Wait! Seeing the mountain peak becoming clearer and clearer, Xiaohua raised his head and looked at himself in the mirror, then looked at the mountain peak in the distance. The God Power Centipede immediately stopped. Xiaohua pointed at the top of his head and said, "Let's fly up." "Yes, master." The God Power Centipede didn't hesitate to fly up into the sky and directly stabbed into the mirror. What was very strange was that Xiaohua clearly saw himself face to face in the mirror. Not only was his appearance and expression clear, he could even touch it with his hand. However, no matter how the God Power Centipede flew, he couldn't touch it. Chapter 4205. Stop! Seeing that the God Power Centipede was unable to approach the mirror, Xiaohua ordered. He then looked at the mountain peak in the distance and pointed behind him. "Let's fly there." The God Power Centipede turned around and flew in the direction it came from. Not long after, in front of Xiaohua's eyes, in the horizon, there was also a towering mountain peak. It was exactly the same as what he saw before. Xiaohua squinted his eyes and ordered the God Power Centipede to stop. After waiting for a while, sure enough, behind Xiaohua, there was the sound of beasts roaring. Xiaohua turned around and saw that it was the group of beasts from before that was chasing after him like a flood. "Hee hee." Xiaohua sneered. "Although this Xiao has no sense of direction, I won't get lost in this short 100 li. It seems like this towering mountain peak should be the center of Chaoyan Tower. No matter who comes in, no matter where they fly, they will eventually reach the vicinity of this mountain peak. Let's go. Since Xiaohua understood, he ordered the God Power Centipede to fly forward. After flying for a few hours, the scenery below Xiaohua didn't change much. Other than the desolate mountain range, there were forests everywhere. Similarly, there were some strange birds and beasts that didn't have eyes and attacked. When they flew closer, Xiaohua saw that this towering mountain peak wasn't a mountain peak, but a huge pagoda. This huge pagoda was bigger than all the other mountains Xiaohua had seen before. Not only did the huge pagoda give people a feeling of awe-inspiring majesty, but it also emitted an aura that bemoaned the state of the universe and pitted the fate of mankind, covering an area of 1,000 li. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air and was stunned. It wasn't only because of the huge golden sand under the pagoda, it wasn't only because the huge pagoda in the mirror was connected to the top of this huge pagoda, it was also because of the huge pagoda's appearance that shocked Xiaohua. Because this enormous pagoda was divided into 9 levels. When the eaves of each level extended out, it was like a blooming lotus. The 9 levels of eaves of the pagoda were 9 levels of Buddhist lotuses. The entire enormous pagoda actually looked exactly the same as Xiaohua's exquisite derivation pagoda. While Xiaohua was surprised, he also had some understanding. Since Stone Giant was able to chant Namo Mithriya Buddha, then the exquisite Great Development Pagoda that recorded the exquisite leaf scripture appearing here was not particularly strange. Xiaohua sized up this colossal pagoda with interest, but he saw that there was something he had never seen before on top of the pagoda. Every level of the pagoda was engraved with images of heavenly maidens, heavenly dragons, heavenly flowers, and other Buddhist kingdoms. Between these images of Buddhist kingdoms, there were countless fine golden runes. Xiaohua's gaze fell on the golden runes, and the entire Buddhist kingdom was imprinted into his mind. The image of Buddhas sitting cross-legged and chanting sutras also appeared in his mind. Even in this world, the ethereal chanting of sutras could be heard. When it reached Xiaohua's ears, it turned into the name of Namo Mithriya Buddha. Buddha Subhuti should have come. Looking at the boundless glory of the towering pagoda, Xiaohua sighed slightly and said with a smile, "If that little monk who has already become a great master came here and chanted the Buddhist sutras, there would definitely be Buddhist lotuses surging from the ground and flowers descending from the sky, and he would be led into this pagoda." When Xiaohua thought of this, suddenly, the ethereal Buddhist chants suddenly became louder. Like an earth-shattering thunderbolt, they surged over from all directions. Then, Buddhist clouds appeared even more abruptly in the sky and pressed down on Xiaohua. One leaf, one Bodhi, one flower, one world. Xiaohua naturally understood this very well, and when the Buddhist clouds fell, he even more vividly displayed the meaning of this Buddhist scripture. Every wisp of cloud contained the power of dragons and elephants, and every Buddhist cloud also had the weight of tens of thousands of mountain ranges. Xiaohua formed a Buddhist seal with his hands and chanted, Namo Mithriya Buddha. Then, the power of mountains, stars, and karma all followed the Buddhist seal and struck out. The Buddhist clouds surged, and layers of Buddhist shadows flashed. All kinds of heavenly dragons and yakshas also came to support. In an instant, the Buddhist clouds within 100 miles of Xiaohua were swept away, and even the Buddhist chants disappeared without a trace. It was a secluded world. Namo Mithriya Buddha, Namo Mithriya Buddha. Just as the Buddhist clouds disappeared, the endless sound of thunder appeared out of thin air again. The distant exquisite derivation pagoda also let out a rumbling sound. Within the thunderous roar, endless Buddhist clouds drifted down even faster than the falling snow. Between each cloud, there was a minor 1,000 realm. Damn it! Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He had been cultivating Buddhism. How could he not know the power of the Buddhist sect's devil-subduing technique? Seeing the exquisite derivation pagoda using the power of countless small worlds to suppress him, how could he dare to resist? Xiaohua used his foot to tap the divine power centipede, indicating that it should fly to the ground. Sure enough, as the divine power centipede fell, the suppressive force became weaker and weaker. When it really landed on the ground, all the Buddhist clouds and Buddhist chants disappeared without a trace. Although Xiaohua did not urge the divine power centipede to get close to the pagoda, he found that the pagoda was not far in front of him. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. He did not get down from the divine power centipede's back and was in a hurry to enter the pagoda. He only looked at the half-closed pagoda door in the distance and thought to himself. If he had not entered the heavenly prison, he could only sigh in amazement and admire such a mysterious method. Now that he had cultivated to the Mahayana stage, his strength was comparable to a tribulation-passing stage cultivator. Even, there was a tendency to surpass them. Moreover, he had a certain understanding of the domain and the power of space. It was easy for him to arrange such a formation. However, if there was no magic power fluctuation, no Buddhist light, and no worldly smoke, he admitted that he was far from being able to do it. If I'm not wrong, this pagoda should be set up by Jianghu's previous life. Even the whole Chao Tian Palace was set up by him. But why did he set up such a big formation? Was it to suppress something? Or to protect something? The remains of Jianghu's previous life? Or the Saraira he left behind? Thinking of this, Xiaohua was shocked and almost slapped his forehead with regret. Damn it, if this pagoda really enshrines the Saraira of Jianghu's previous life, why did I have to send him to the Jinshan temple? Wouldn't it be better to keep him in the space? Not only would he not have to go to the nirvana to seek scriptures, but he would also be able to obtain his Saraira here and achieve Buddhist enlightenment. Xiaohua was filled with regret. He hurriedly urged the God Power Centipede to enter the pagoda. However, at this moment, behind Xiaohua, a huge cloud of dust rose. Tens of thousands of beasts rushed over like a flood, causing the entire earth to shake. Hee. Hearing the sound of countless beasts shaking the earth, Xiaohua's mind moved again. I'm thinking too much. If what Tunshan said is true, then this pagoda is the core of the Chao Tian Palace. Every 100 or 1,000 years, there will be beasts with divine power coming here to look for opportunities. If Jianghu's previous life wanted to enshrine the Saraira, how could he be so flamboyant? If that seven-colored light was the Saraira, I'm afraid it would have been swallowed by the beasts long ago. Moreover, since Taoist Longzi and Taoist Phoenix Body have fallen here, how can I easily obtain the Saraira? Forget it, let's go in first. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's figure landed on the ground. He raised his hand and put the divine power centipede into the space, then stepped towards the pagoda. Namo Maitreya Buddha, Namo Maitreya Buddha. As Xiaohua approached the pagoda, the sound of the wooden fish and the chanting of scriptures became louder and louder. This sound was like a thunderclap in the ears of the beasts, but in Xiaohua's ears, it was like a chill in the hot summer. Xiaohua slightly closed his eyes and put his palms together. He also chanted, Namo Maitreya Buddha. A strange thing happened. A faint Buddhist lotus bloomed under Xiaohua's feet. It was Xiaohua's 8th stage. Xiaohua understood in his heart. He closed his eyes and sincerely chanted the exquisite leaf sutra. As he chanted word by word, Buddhist lotuses gushed out of Xiaohua's mouth. These Buddhist lotuses fell right under Xiaohua's feet. Although Xiaohua did not open his eyes, these Buddhist lotuses formed a small path to the sky that led straight to the top of the pagoda. Xiaohua's exquisite leaf sutra was divided into 9 layers. At this time, he was still missing 2 pieces of gold leaf and could not complete the exquisite leaf sutra. Therefore, when Xiaohua finished chanting the complete 7th layer of the Buddhist sutra, the 8th and 9th layers still had incomplete scriptures. He also stopped chanting. When he opened his eyes, there was a half-closed pagoda door in front of him. However, this pagoda door was precisely on the 8th layer of the pagoda. And below him, a lotus path concealed in Buddhist clouds emitted a dazzling Buddhist light under the sunlight. At this time, an uncountable number of wild beasts had already rushed to the front of the pagoda and surrounded the area of several hundred miles. A group of wild beasts roared on the ground and raised their heads, wanting to attack Xiaohua. Those strange birds with wings also flapped their wings, wanting to fly high, but they were all suppressed by the Buddhist clouds. There were even some clever beasts that wanted to jump up the Buddhist lotuses that were close at hand. Unfortunately, when their bodies landed on the Buddhist lotuses, those Buddhist lotuses seemed to be invisible and could not support them at all. The beasts' bodies fell to the ground again. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Xiaohua looked at everything in front of him and the corners of his mouth slightly smiled. He stepped onto the pagoda and stepped through the half-closed pagoda door. Behind the pagoda door was a space covered in Buddhist light. Apart from the faint sound of a wooden fish, there was nothing else. Xiaohua stepped in and his Buddhist sense swept through without hesitation. A very strange scene occurred. Every time the Buddhist consciousness swept across an inch of space, various Buddhist phenomena would appear within that inch of space. There were white elephants playing in the water, peacocks singing, commoners worshipping Buddha, and tens of thousands of monks chanting. It was as if the space within the pagoda contained the infinite mysteries of the Buddhist sect, and it was also as if the Buddhist light had given birth to many small worlds. Chapter 4206. Xiaohua couldn't help but frown when he saw the phenomenon of the Buddhist kingdom. Because along the way, the phenomenon of the Buddhist kingdom was too frequent. It was somewhat contrary to the Buddhist sect's Buddhist heart. This space was originally a part of the Buddhist pagoda. Leaving such a restriction in the Buddhist sense was indeed a bit artificial. Therefore, Xiaohua's footsteps were somewhat hesitant. He only hesitated for a few breaths. As the Buddhist sense swept through, there were actually some gaps. Between the gaps, there was actually a flash of scarlet. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. Lightning immediately appeared around his body, and his figure quickly retreated. Rumble! Amidst the thunder, Xiaohua's figure flashed a few hundred feet. However, behind Xiaohua didn't appear the door that he had just stepped into. Instead, there was a space of Buddhist light. This space of Buddhist light seemed to be boundless. Xiaohua's figure had just swept away. Just a few hundred feet in front of him, a lion's roar resounded. A bloody mouth that enveloped the entire space of Buddhist light appeared between heaven and earth. Kacha! With a loud sound, it was as if the entire world had closed. That big mouth closed in front of Xiaohua's eyes. In particular, a powerful suction force emerged from that closed bloody mouth, intending to forcefully suck Xiaohua into it. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. With a wave of his sleeve, a whirlwind soared into the sky, blocking the suction force. Crack, crack. A burst of crisp sounds rang out. Cracks appeared in the space of a few hundred meters to the left. The two gusts of wind were so strong that they tore the space apart. After the space was torn apart, a ferocious yellow lion's head appeared. The several hundred feet large head emitted an indescribable ferocious aura. A pair of slightly surprised beastly eyes stared at Xiaohua. What are you? An extremely rude and intrepid voice resounded in Xiaohua's mind. You can actually come to the 8th floor of the Tongtian Pagoda? How come I have never seen you before? Xiaohua coldly snorted and replied, This old man. Unfortunately, before Xiaohua could finish speaking, an extremely obscure movement arose once more from the space around Xiaohua, and Xiaohua didn't have the time to finish speaking before his figure retreated swiftly once more. Ka! Another crisp sound rang out. Another lion head similar to the one in front of Xiaohua appeared near the space where he was standing. Once again, it opened its murderous fangs and bit towards Xiaohua's figure. Since Xiaohua was already vigilant, how could he fall into the trap? As he retreated, he rubbed his hands together. Streaks of lightning were produced from his body and struck the lion's head and mouth. Even the space around him was filled with lightning. Woo! At the place where the lightning landed, a yellow sandstorm suddenly appeared in the lion's mouth. This sandstorm was very powerful. It rushed into the lightning and dissipated it in a moment. Xiaohua's hasty thunderstorm was actually unable to injure the lion's head. Not only that, after a few breaths of time, ka, the sound of teeth gnawing suddenly rang out. 9 lion heads rushed out from within the Buddhist light, and each of them wanted to swallow Xiaohua into their stomachs. Xiaohua was also very powerful. Every time the lightning flashed, he would escape from the man-eating lion's mouth in a flash. Damn it, this is the 9-headed Lion King. After dodging 9 attacks in succession, Xiao Hua suddenly came to an understanding, and he pondered in his heart. This fellow is the guardian of the 8th floor of the pagoda, and he wants to devour all the primeval cosmos beasts that enter the pagoda. Seeing the 9 lion heads that he had just dodged appear out of thin air, 9 pairs of fierce eyes staring at Xiao Hua sneered, the 9-headed Lion King is only SOS. With such means, you dare to guard the 8th floor of the pagoda? As soon as Xiao Hua's voice fell, the eyes of the 9 lion heads revealed a look of ridicule. Then, within a few hundred feet of Xiao Hua, the wind and clouds bulged, and the Buddhist light in the left and right space instantly disappeared. The entire space was distorted, and a lion mouth that could almost fill the entire space appeared around Xiao Hua's body. Then, the lion mouth closed, trapping Xiao Hua's body in the lion's mouth. It was not until this time that Xiao Hua woke up. This was not the 9-headed Lion King, but the 10-headed Lion King that he had never heard of. The previous 9 lion mouths were just a trick to lure him out of his hole. They wanted to force him into the mouth of the 10th lion head, and the 10th lion head would be hidden in the Buddhist light space for the final kill. Seeing that the 10th lion head had already imprisoned the entire space, and he had unknowingly fallen into the mouth of the 10th lion, Xiao Hua did not panic at all. He slightly raised his hand, holding the wishful steel staff in his hand, and shouted, "Grow, grow, grow." The wishful steel staff followed Xiao Hua's mantra and grew with the wind. In a moment, it turned into an iron staff that was hundreds of feet long and several feet thick. Kacha. Seeing the wishful steel staff crash into a slightly gloomy place in the space with Xiao Hua's thoughts, he heard a crisp sound, followed by a heart-wrenching roar of a beast. A hill-like sharp tooth fell from midair, followed by a rain of blood falling like a rain of blood. Ayo, ayo! In midair, with a burst of howls, the last head of the 10-headed Lion King appeared in midair. This head was much smaller than the previous 9 heads, but it was emitting an even more ferocious aura. However, this fierce aura was washed away by the pain of the teeth being knocked out by Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff, and it seemed a little embarrassed. The other 9 lion heads floating in midair also showed a painful expression. Roar! The embarrassment of the Lion King only lasted for a few breaths. A kind of valiance was born from the lion's face again, but in the space near Xiao Hua, a huge whirlwind suddenly appeared. This whirlwind condensed into a solid thunder silk, completely wrapping Xiao Hua's body. The thunder silk and the whirlwind formed a spiral passage, and in this whirlwind passage, there was a suction force that pulled Xiao Hua in. Xiao Hua sneered. He now knew that he was in the mouth of the Lion King. If there was no accident, this passage should lead to the Lion King's abdomen. He really didn't understand. He could knock out the Lion King's teeth with the wishful steel staff. Was the Lion King not afraid that he would fall into its abdomen and smash its internal organs? Just as Xiao Hua was thinking, rumble! The thunder and wind fell. The thunder rushed into Xiao Hua's defense and disappeared, but the wind was extremely powerful. It blew away the brilliance of Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua pondered a little and decided to go with the flow. His body produced the sound of thunder. Rumble! The same thunder surged out of his body. Not only did it absorb the thunder, but it also blocked the wind. At this time, his figure also fell into the Lion King's abdomen. The end of the passage was also a space, but there was no Buddha's light here. The upper level of the space was where the wind and thunder were rampant, and the lower level of the space was a stinky and sour liquid. Xiao Hua's figure had just fallen into the space, and the sound of wind and thunder was loud. Endless thunder and invisible wind blew down from the upper level of the space, crazily attacking Xiao Hua. Ancient beast, nothing more than this. When Xiao Hua was in the Copper Pillar country, he had already fallen into the stomach of a monster race. At this time, he fell into the stomach of the 10-headed Lion King, and he did not feel strange. Moreover, he also fell into the Lion King's scheme. He wanted to see if there were any traces of dragon vein Xiao Hua and phoenix body Xiao Hua in the Lion King's stomach. Since there were no auras of the two clones here, Xiao Hua did not feel that he was not the Lion King's opponent. While speaking, Xiao Hua waved his hands. Rumble! 10,000 thunderbolts stabbed into the air like antlers. The sound of thunder was even more devastating than the sound of wind and thunder of the Lion King. Xiaohua's thunder rolled back and instantly destroyed the Lion King's wind and thunder. Then, it rushed to the upper level of the space and killed the wind and thunder from before. Oh! A huge and oppressive lion roar came from outside the space. Soon after, the entire space shook violently. The acid in the lower level of the space rushed into the air like a monstrous wave. Zzz. Before the acid landed on Xiaohua's body, an ear-piercing sound came from the space. The thunder and wind that were not completely annihilated before were actually melted by the acid. Seeing that the acid was able to corrode the space and create cracks, Xiaohua finally understood the power of the strange beasts. However, he was not nervous at all. He raised his hand and took out the clear water bottle from his Naiwan palace. Then, he made a Buddhist seal and the innate pure water turned into a thin layer of protection around his body. When the acid fell into the innate pure water, it did not even make a zzz sound and disappeared without a sound. Ha! Xiaohua laughed and said, "What other tricks do you have? You can take them out and try." What are you? The Lion King was clearly aware of the situation in his stomach. Seeing that Xiaohua's imperial thunder technique was able to destroy his wind and thunder power, and that his most powerful acid was unable to do anything to him. Moreover, that innate pure water also contained his elusive aura. He could not help but feel extremely regretful and surprised. "First, tell me what you are." Xiaohua was not in a hurry. He waved the wishful staff in his hand and asked softly as if he was demonstrating his power. "I, your father, have underestimated you." The 10-headed Lion King was clearly an untamed master. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't answer, his temper grew. He threw his fear to the side and coldly said, "How can someone who can defeat that little thing on the 7th floor be a little trash? I, your father, should not have been careless." "Humph!" Xiaohua sneered. He knew that if he did not give the Lion King some power and hurt him, he would not be honest. Therefore, Xiaohua simply did not ask any more questions. The magical power in his body surged, and a layer of bronze brilliance appeared on the surface of his body. At the same time, the heavenly law embodiment technique was displayed. Along with the wave of Xiaohua's hands, the icicle flame that he had not used for a long time turned into a sea of fire in a moment. It rushed out from the innate pure water and burned towards the wind and thunder in the space above. Chapter 4207. In the hands of Chiyu City's Luan family, Lingyin Zhu flame was only a refining flame. Even under the so-called fire control technique, it was only a fire-controlling technique of Xiaoyu continent. However, in Xiaohua's hands, it was different. Xiaohua had already obtained fire, metal, wood, and earth, these 4 types of essences. With these 4 essences entering his body, Lingyin Zhu flame also triggered a mutation. This mutated Lingyin Zhu flame was already very different from the refining flame from before. Although it was not as powerful as the 4-colored spiritual fire, it had already surpassed the scope of fire-controlling technique of the Xiuzhen world. The instant Lingyin Zhu flame was born, the space outside the innate true water became scarlet red. When the acid that could even melt thunder touched the Lingyin Zhu flame, a sizzling sound of explosion was produced between the two. Waves of space ripples were revealed amidst the explosion and spread in all directions. Not only that, an even larger area of the sea of fire rushed into the wind and thunder. Pa 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 pa. Just like a bubble bursting, whether it was the thunder or the wind, they were all blown up by the Lingyin Zhu flame. In an instant, the entire space seemed to be about to collapse. Not only was there a violent vibration, countless explosions were produced continuously. An indescribable aura of destruction filled the entire space. The 10-headed Lion King was somewhat stuttering. It had just urged the wind and thunder to fall, but it was like cold water poured into a hot oil pan, causing even more explosions. Just as it was about to open its mouth to say a few words, Xiaohua's golden body had already taken shape. Xiaohua waved his 2 fists. Not only did he drive the innate true water, he also stirred up the Lingyin Zhu flame. Following his huge fists, the Lingyin Zhu flame rushed straight into the air. Hong! A muffled sound resounded. Wind and thunder splashed chaotically above Xiaohua's head. The entire space suddenly became quiet, and then it trembled even more violently. There was no need for Xiaohua to attack a second time. The 10-headed Lion King painfully begged for mercy. "You, quickly spare your father." His grandmother, still calling yourself father? Xiaohua finally understood why the heaven-devouring beast called itself father. Because these strange beasts simply did not know the meaning of father. Tongue. Xiaohua coldly snorted. He punched the Lion King's head again and transmitted his voice. "In front of this old man, you are only worthy of being called little. Yes, this little one knows his wrongs. Please spare my life." The bodies of the 10 Lion Kings were curled up into a ball within the space. How could they dare to say a single word? As it begged for mercy, it opened its mouth wide and said, "This lowly one doesn't dare to stop me. Please come out and head to the 9th floor." What old man? Xiaohua felt particularly awkward when he heard this. He berated, "Call me Taoist Master Xiao." "Yes, Spiritual Master Xiao." The 10 Lion Kings hurriedly answered, but just as they finished speaking, they were stunned. "What? You are also Taoist Master Xiao? Why does it seem different from the previous 2 Taoist Xiaos?" Xiaohua was overjoyed. He withdrew his avatar and asked, "You've seen 2 Xiao Zhenren before? How are they?" "They are very powerful. After they reached here and defeated me, they stepped into the 9th floor." The 10-headed Lion King replied, "As for what happened to them, I don't know. Unless I can defeat you and enter the 9th level, otherwise, I have no idea what the 9th level is like." Of course, if they were unable to defeat the 9th level, they would remain on the 9th level. As long as you leave this place and go to the 9th level, you will be able to see them. Seems like what Devouring Heaven said was right. Fellow Taoist Dragon Bloodline and fellow Taoist Phoenix Body have both arrived at Chao Tian Tower. Xiaohua thought to himself, "However, I'm afraid that they don't understand the exquisite leaf scripture and fought their way here from the 1st floor of this pagoda. Since this Xiao found the right place, then that's good. That Devouring Heaven did not deceive this Xiao." Seeing that Xiaohua did not speak, the 10-headed Lion King was somewhat nervous. He whispered, "Taoist Master Xiao, are you not going to the 9th level to find them?" "No hurry." Xiaohua said indifferently, "This old man has a few questions to ask. If you answer them honestly, this old man will consider leaving. Otherwise, this old man will stay here. Every day when you are happy, you will set fire to it. Every day when you are unhappy, you will use your fist to smash it a few times." "What?" The 10-headed Lion King became anxious. "Why are you always angry at me whether you are happy or not? Who asked you to swallow this old man?" Xiaohua said coldly. All right. If you have any questions, just ask. This little one will definitely answer." The 10-headed Lion King was helpless. He could only lower his head and admit defeat. Xiaohua asked a few questions. They were all about Chao Tian Tower, pagoda and great desolate continent. What the 10-headed Lion King said was similar to what Devouring Heaven said. However, the 10-headed Lion King's strength was clearly stronger than Devouring Heaven. Therefore, he knew more than Devouring Heaven. For example, although the great desolate world was vast and boundless, the places where great desolate strange beasts could survive were only a few 100 million li away. If one went to other places, the environment would be even worse. Ordinary great desolate strange beasts would not be able to survive. Of course, the 10-headed Lion King did not know if there were even more powerful great desolate strange beasts. The 10-headed Lion King knew that within a few 100 million li, there were countless experts. The most powerful ones might be a few. One of them was the one that Xiaohua and Devouring Heaven met earlier. The other few were tens of millions of li away. What kind of great desolate strange beasts were these few powerful experts? The 10-headed Lion King did not know. One moment they said it was a big eagle. The next moment they said it was a lion. The next moment they said it was an elephant leopard. In short, the 10-headed Lion King had never seen it before. Everything was just hearsay. As for Chao Tian Tower, the 10-headed Lion King was the same as Devouring Heaven. They did not know how it appeared. They only knew that there was some kind of opportunity here. They could obtain weapons that could increase their strength. And strength was the only way to survive in the great desolate world. Therefore, any great desolate strange beasts who heard this news would risk their lives to come to Chao Tian Tower to look for weapons. The 10-headed Lion King's strength was not bad. This time, when he saw the 7-colored lights soaring into the sky, he immediately flew out of the cave. He killed many strange beasts along the way and arrived in front of the pagoda. The pagoda was divided into 9 floors. Each floor had a strange beast guarding the pagoda. Only by defeating the strange beast could one step into the next floor. Otherwise, one would have to stay on this floor and let the strange beast guarding the pagoda go to the next floor. The 10-headed Lion King defeated 7 strange beasts that came in first and reached the 8th floor. The 8th floor was an incomparably huge stone cliff beast. The 10-headed Lion King was not its opponent. When he was defeated, the stone cliff beast stepped into the 9th floor of the pagoda. Of course, the 10-headed Lion King did not know what the stone cliff beast encountered on the 9th floor, or whether the stone cliff beast was on the 9th floor. This was because the dragon vein Xiaohua, the phoenix body Xiaohua, and even the great desolate 5 little beasts had stepped on his failure and entered the 9th floor. The 10-headed Lion King could only be the strange beast guarding the 8th floor. Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this from the 10-headed Lion King's stomach. He did not know much from the 10-headed Lion King's mouth. The 10-headed Lion King's journey to Chao Tian Tower was his starting point. The 10-headed Lion King's journey to Chao Tian Tower had no meaning to him. After hearing the 10-headed Lion King's words, Xiaohua's heart moved. He asked again, "Do you know about devouring heaven?" Devouring heaven? The 10-headed Lion King was stunned. It seemed to think for a moment before replying, "This lowly one does not know who devouring heaven is." Xiaohua frowned. He also thought for a moment. With a smile on his face, he described devouring heaven's appearance. Sure enough, the 10-headed Lion King laughed and said, "Now that you have said it, I know. It is that gluttonous thing. He is actually called devouring heaven? He can actually eat the sky." Xiaohua nodded. Just as he was about to speak, the 10-headed Lion King laughed again and said, "This guy is rather strange. He used to eat meat. Later on, I don't know what happened, but he suddenly became a vegetarian. That's why the Black Jade Qilin and the others bullied him quite a bit." At this point, Xiaohua already knew that the Black Jade Donkey, Golden Toad, 5-colored Stupid Chicken, Black and White Stinky Turtle, and Little White Stinky Cat were actually the Black Jade Qilin, Golden Toad, 5-colored Peacock, Black and White Tortoise, and Black Sky White Tiger. However, the great desolate 5 little beasts bullied Devouring Heaven. Devouring Heaven could not beat them, so it called them so unbearable. "All right, this old man has finished asking. This old man is going out." Xiaohua finally said the words that the 10-headed Lion King was bitterly waiting for. The 10-headed Lion King hurriedly and happily transmitted his voice. "Where are you? Don't move, this little one will spit you out." Xiaohua transmitted his voice and withdrew his innate true water and other divine abilities. His figure stood still in midair. A ripple appeared in the space where Xiaohua was at. The wind and thunder above his head and Suanyue below his feet gradually disappeared. Following layers of halos that were like molting skin brushed off, that indifferent Buddhist aura that was like clear water once again revealed itself from behind these halos. And the 9 lion heads from before had now shrunk again. A 10-headed Lion King that was similar to Xiaohua's figure stood in front of Xiaohua submissively. And behind that Lion King, another seemingly ordinary flight of stairs was laid out in midair. Xiaohua glanced at the 10-headed Lion King, pointed at the flight of stairs and said, "This old man can just go up?" "Yes, you can reach the 9th floor of the pagoda by stepping on this flight of stairs." The 10-headed Lion King hurriedly replied, but his voice was filled with envy. Xiaohua nodded. His figure had already arrived in front of the flight of stairs. But at this moment, Xiaohua turned his head to look at the 10-headed Lion King, smiled and transmitted his voice. "This old man is leaving, but what about you? Could it be that you want to be the guardian beast of the pagoda for the rest of your life?" Although the 10-headed Lion King was an ancient beast and had an unruly nature, this did not mean that he did not know the concern in Xiaohua's voice. Of course, the so-called ancient beasts also had an innate admiration for the strong. At this moment, hearing Xiaohua's question, he hurriedly transmitted his voice respectfully, "You don't have to worry. When the weapons of Chaotian Tower are taken away this time, the entire Chaotian Tower will be reopened. This little one, who is waiting in the pagoda, can also withdraw from Chaotian Tower." Good. Xiaohua transmitted his voice and landed on the flight of stairs. The Buddhist aura on the flight of stairs rolled up, and Xiaohua's figure immediately disappeared. Chapter 4208. Roar. Behind Xiaohua, the 10 Lion Kings opened their mouths at the same time. As they roared, the Buddhist light in the entire space shook, like a candle in the wind. In just a moment, the figures of the 10 Lion Kings were hidden in the Buddhist light again. Presumably, they were waiting for another prehistoric beast to step into the 8th floor of the pagoda. Xiaohua was inside the Buddhist light, and he could vaguely feel the sullenness and anger of the 10 Lion Kings. After all, the 10 Lion Kings were subdued by him before they could fully display their magical powers. His heart was inevitably unsatisfied, but who told the 10 Lion Kings to be too calculative, wanting to swallow the newcomer into their stomachs as soon as they came up? As the Buddhist light on Xiaohua's body disappeared, a space that was exactly the same as the 8th floor of the pagoda appeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes. However, in this space, apart from a stone step, there were no prehistoric beasts. It's a bit strange. Xiaohua's figure appeared, and he immediately frowned. At the same time, his Buddhist sense also swept over like a stream. Ouch. However, before Xiaohua's Buddhist sense could sweep out 100 feet, a very slight numbing feeling came from his feet. Xiaohua was very surprised and swept his Buddhist sense under his feet, but he saw that there was actually a very small mosquito buzzing above his feet. Seeing that it was a mosquito, Xiaohua's heart relaxed. In his vague memory, it seemed that he was bitten by many mosquitoes when he was a child. It was only a moment of relaxation, but Xiaohua's heart immediately tightened. If it was the Xiaoyu continent or the hidden Immortal continent, he might be able to ignore mosquitoes, but what was this place? The mysterious prehistoric continent was comparable to the existence of the unknown upper realm. A mosquito absolutely could not be ignored. Moreover, there were no prehistoric beasts in this 9th floor of the pagoda. Maybe this mosquito was the prehistoric beast guarding the pagoda. Sure enough, on Xiaohua's well-tempered body, a soybean-sized lump instantly appeared on his feet. Then, the lump gave birth to an unbearable itch, and it spread along Xiaohua's feet to his legs and other parts. Xiaohua almost naturally stretched out his hand, wanting to scratch the itch. Xiaohua's right hand only extended a few inches before he forcefully pulled it back. His magic power surged and a spell landed on his feet along with his right hand. It would have been fine if Xiaohua hadn't used his magic power, but under the urging of his magic power, that soybean-sized lump had actually sunk in. Then, with that lump as the center, Xiaohua's foot began to fester. Moreover, that itchiness became even more intense. Oh my God! Xiaohua was startled. He hurriedly opened his mouth and spat out a stream of samadhi true fire. He wanted to burn off the surface of his body. Heh. At this moment, a weak but arrogant voice sounded, "Little thing, just surrender yourself. Not to mention you, even the Skitshaze beast would not be able to escape from my palm." Xiaohua sneered. Seeing that under the true samadhi fire, the collapsed surface of his body was starting to recover, he relaxed in his heart and transmitted his voice. "You're just a little mosquito, how dare you be so arrogant? What kind of divine ability do you have? It was just a sneak attack when this old man wasn't paying attention." Ah! That mosquito flapped its wings and disappeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes. When it reappeared, it was already several hundred feet away. The mosquito also sneered, "What do you know? Don't look at me as just a mosquito. I've lived the longest on this desolate continent. Even the Black Jade Qilin and the others are my juniors." "Hee, you actually know that you're a junior and a senior?" Xiaohua replied, "Seems like compared to those ignorant desolate beasts, you're a bit Just as he said this, the itchiness on Xiaohua's feet once again flared up. It even had the tendency to rush up to his knees. Xiaohua was once again startled. He hurriedly pondered in his mind, wanting to find a way to get rid of this strange itchiness. Hee. That mosquito laughed proudly. Don't think of any way. You'd better surrender quickly and let me fly out of this pagoda. Maybe I'll let you live. Before the mosquito's voice fell, Xiaohua opened his eyes and spat out a stream of cold flame, burning it towards the mosquito. Boom! Seeing that the several feet space around the mosquito was shrouded in flames, Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense and swept it towards the flames. However, the situation in front of him was beyond Xiaohua's expectations. Without waiting for his Buddhist sense to sweep over, the flame that was several feet in size suddenly converged towards a black spot. Without using any Buddhist sense, Xiaohua's naked eye could clearly see that the frigid flame was actually sucked into the mosquito's stomach. Damn it! Seeing the mosquito's magical ability, Xiaohua immediately thought of the strange insect he encountered before. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Then, what made Xiaohua even more shocked was that when his Buddhist sense landed on the mosquito's body, a strange biting force was also born, tearing apart several pieces of Buddhist sense from his Buddhist sense. Even in Xiaohua's mud pill palace, he could actually hear the sound of his Buddhist sense being chewed and swallowed by the mosquito. This mosquito is really strange. Xiaohua hurriedly thought of a countermeasure. How did Taoist Long Mai and Taoist Phoenix Body break through here? Or perhaps when they came, this mosquito didn't appear yet? While he was thinking, he saw the festering area on his feet was increasingly expanding, and there were layers of tiny bubbles emerging from the festering area. These bubbles swallowed the light protecting his body, and even swallowed the fluctuations of magic power. It seemed that this wasn't something that could be controlled by Taoist magic. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Xiaohua chanted the name of Buddha, and his hands formed a Buddhist seal. After pondering for a moment, a clear heart incantation slowly came out of his mouth, and the Buddhist light fell on his feet along with the Buddhist seal. He felt a burst of coolness coming from his feet, and the festering area gradually began to heal. However, in just a few breaths, the bubbles became increasingly turbulent and even swallowed the Buddhist light. Even if Xiaohua urged his mind power, the collapse still couldn't be stopped. Xiaohua's mind had already spun a few times, and thought of several unusual secret techniques, but obviously, they couldn't deal with this strange mosquito attack. Seeing that the Buddhist light was ineffective, Xiaohua suddenly patted his head, raised his hand, and took out several medicinal pills from the space, crushed them with both hands, and sprinkled them on his feet. Similar to the Buddhist light, when the medicinal pills fell on his feet, they only stopped the collapse for a moment, and then the speed of the collapse accelerated again. Wang. At this moment, a rumbling sound came in front of Xiaohua, and he saw that the mosquito that had just absorbed the cold flame and Buddhist sense suddenly swayed, as if Xiaohua's eyes were playing tricks on him. Dozens, hundreds, thousands of mosquitoes appeared one after another, and in a moment, they turned into a black cloud of mosquitoes, pouncing on Xiaohua. Xiaohua was shocked, and his figure hurriedly flew away, fleeing into the distance. He couldn't even deal with a poisonous mosquito bite. If he was stung by this group of mosquitoes, how would he deal with it? Rumble. At the same time that Xiaohua's figure fled, the power of thunder also fell out of thin air. However, in the lightning, although many mosquitoes exploded into nothingness, at the same time, many more mosquitoes appeared, and even more mosquitoes chased after Xiaohua. Xiaohua felt like he had overreached himself. Damn it! How did fellow Taoist dragon bloodline and fellow Taoist phoenix body defeat these disgusting mosquitoes? Xiaohua was flustered and exasperated. He was clear in his heart that since his two doppelgangers could defeat these mosquitoes, there was no reason for him to lose. However, the problem was that Xiaohua knew a lot of secret techniques, and he couldn't remember what divine ability dragon bloodline Xiaohua and phoenix body Xiaohua used. Innate primordial water? Xiaohua's mind lit up, and he pondered, this mysterious continent lacks water element heaven-earth origin qi. Presumably these mosquitoes rarely see innate primordial water, maybe they can kill it. Thinking, Xiaohua released the innate primordial water again. Swoosh! The innate primordial water protected Xiaohua's body, blocking the circle of mosquitoes 100 feet away. When Xiaohua looked down at his feet again, his entire foot began to fester, and the bubbles were spreading up his calf. This is innate primordial water? I haven't seen water for a long time. At this time, the mosquito's voice suddenly sounded, and somewhat faintly fell into Xiaohua's Naiwen palace. However, Xiaohua didn't pay too much attention to it, because his attention was attracted by the situation outside the innate primordial water. Outside the innate primordial water, a group of mosquitoes rushed over. The innate primordial water, which could almost corrode everything and even block the 10 Lion Kings, was now food for the mosquitoes. Seeing the mosquitoes swallow the thin layer of innate primordial water, countless mosquitoes appeared out of thin air, and Xiaohua didn't dare to use the innate primordial water again. He collected the innate primordial water, and his figure escaped again. However, before he left, Xiaohua released his mind and divine sense again, wanting to collect the mosquitoes into the space. Xiaohua was disappointed again. Although the mosquitoes were very small, they had their own consciousness, and Xiaohua's mind couldn't collect them into the space. Seeing that Xiaohua's many methods were useless, the mosquito unconsciously became more arrogant, and its originally very soft voice now became louder. What other good things do you have? Take them out, I haven't eaten meat for a long time. Whoosh! Before the mosquito's voice fell, a golden light flashed in the air, and Xiaohua actually took out the soaring dragon shears. Although it was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife, Xiaohua still had to give it a try. The result was not out of Xiaohua's expectations. Under the golden light, all the mosquitoes were split into 2 halves, but the strange thing was, the 2 halves of the mosquitoes rolled in the air, and actually absorbed the magic power of the soaring dragon shears, and turned into 2 halves again. Xiaohua completely understood that the mosquitoes were the same as the strange insect. They were all things that devoured magic power and chi of heaven and earth. If he didn't use magic power to make them explode, he was afraid that there was no other way. Seeing that to deal with a mosquito, he had to use spiritual fire and other things, Xiaohua was really unwilling in his heart. Dragon bloodline Xiaohua and Phoenix body Xiaohua didn't have spiritual fire. Dragon bloodline Xiaohua only had the heavenly dragon technique and didn't have any magic tools. Phoenix body Xiaohua only had the demonic arts of the demon clan and also didn't have any magic tools. Chapter 4209. Ouch! Xiaohua's mind lit up when he thought of this. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and the water butterfly flew out from the space. As soon as the water butterfly flew out, a whirlwind appeared in the space. Water ripples appeared in the whirlwind and swept over the mosquitoes. What is this? The mosquitoes' loud voices instantly weakened. Hundreds of mosquitoes fell into the whirlwind and were swallowed by the water butterfly. Everything has its vanquisher. Xiaohua's gaze swept over it and he couldn't help laughing. Ever since this water-patterned butterfly had settled in his space, it had never come out, nor had it helped him. He didn't expect that this unknown little thing was actually the nemesis of mosquitoes. The mosquitoes began to collapse. Some of them even formed small groups to attack the water butterfly. However, the water butterfly had experienced the separation of yin and yang in the space and had lived in Xiaohua's space for thousands of years. How could it still be the water butterfly of the past? While waving its wings to kill the mosquitoes, it also avoided the attacks of the mosquitoes and attracted all the mosquitoes from Xiaohua's side to its side. Now that he had a way to deal with mosquitoes, Xiaohua calmed down and looked at his feet. At this time, one of his feet had already started to fester. A heart-piercing itch forced him to make up his mind to cut it off. Xiaohua's heart tightened. He would rather believe the words of the mosquito that was known as the longest surviving mosquito on the great desolate continent. Its poison was definitely not that simple. Even if he cut off his entire leg, he might not be able to expel the poison from his body. Damn it, Taoist Longmai. Xiaohua could not help but grumble again. However, this time, it was different from before. He seemed to have realized something and hurriedly waved his hand, causing a few drops of dragon cleansing liquid to fall on his feet. Sizzle! With an ear-piercing sound, The moment the dragon-cleansing liquid fell on his festering body, tiny dragon-shaped lines immediately appeared. These dragon-shaped lines rushed into the air bubbles and instantly wiped them out. Moreover, no new air bubbles appeared where the air bubbles disappeared. This old man understands now. A bitter smile appeared on Xiaohua's face. Fellow Taoist Longmai's body is condensed from dragon-cleansing liquid. Of course, he's not afraid of mosquitoes. That fellow Taoist with the phoenix physique also had the bloodline of the demon race's supreme sage, so the mosquito didn't dare to provoke her. I'm afraid that my two clones swaggered up to the top of the pagoda from here, right? On the contrary, my main body was almost defeated by this mosquito. At this time, Xiaohua had another kind of realization in his heart. He was already at the Grand Ascension stage, and he knew a lot of secret techniques. In fact, he even had a lot of spirit treasures in his space. However, he didn't have enough experience. Ordinary Grand Ascension stage cultivators would have to go through life and death trials and experience all kinds of dangers in the cultivation world. They would also have their own understanding of all kinds of beasts and secret techniques. That way, they would be able to find secret techniques and spirit medicines that were suitable for them to help them emerge victorious in some life and death battles. But the 20,000 years that Xiaohua cultivated were all spent in the heavenly prison. How could he see the outside world? Moreover, the primitive continent was completely different from the hidden immortal continent. Although Xiaohua had the water-patterned butterfly that could easily destroy enemies and the dragon-cleansing liquid that could easily dispel the pattern poison, he didn't know about it and had to try for a long time to understand. It seems that the words of Confucian cultivators about reading 10,000 books and traveling 10,000 miles are not empty words. Xiaohua sighed with emotion as he washed his feet with the precious dragon-cleansing liquid. In just a moment, his feet that he wanted to chop off had already recovered. Looking at the mosquito swarm that Xiaohua was at a loss of what to do, now that the water-patterned butterfly had wiped them out, leaving only one mosquito that was forced to flee in a sorry state by the water-patterned butterfly. A weak and anxious voice came, quickly take this thing. I'll let you pass, okay? Why should this old man take this thing? Xiaohua smiled. The 10-headed lion king of the 8th floor still wants to come to the 9th floor. If I eat you, won't it be just what it wants? 10-headed lion king? The mosquito was slightly stunned. Why did he also come to the imperial palace? Then the mosquito said disdainfully, with his strength, reaching the 8th floor is already the peak, yet he still wants to go to the 9th floor. I was wrong. I'll tell you a secret of the imperial palace. Can I trouble you to take this thing? Otherwise, even if he swallows me, you can only enter the top of the pagoda. And the primitive continent is short of an old man like me. Xiaohua remembered that the mosquito had also asked him to surrender and nodded slightly. He took the water-patterned butterfly and said, "Tell me, if this old man is satisfied, this old man will let you go." That. Seeing Xiaohua being so straightforward, the mosquito was embarrassed and transmitted, "Actually, it's not a secret. I only know that at the beginning, this place was a sea. I don't know when it started, but it actually became the imperial palace. This pagoda also seemed to be born in a day." "See?" Xiaohua asked curiously, "Could it be that what you said before was true? There used to be water in the primitive continent?" Of course. Hearing Xiaohua's interest, the mosquito was overjoyed and said as if it was showing off, "In the past, this was the sea. The water was endless, and the sea beasts in the sea were innumerable. However, I don't know when it started, but everything started to change. The water was less, and the mountains were more, and they were taller. In the past, I was invincible, but now, there are many more beasts that are stronger than me. I don't even have a place to go." Looking at the mosquito's tiny body and thinking about the endless sea that it said, Xiaohua slightly curled his lips and transmitted, "It's just the ordinary transformations of the sea and mulberry fields, it's not a secret. How about this, I want to know another secret." "Alright, say it." The mosquito replied helplessly, "If I don't know, I don't have to answer." "You definitely know." Xiaohua said very insidiously, I want to ask, other than using more heaven and earth origin chi than you can bear to make you explode, other than your natural enemy, what other methods can kill you? Although he couldn't see the situation on the mosquito's face, he couldn't hear the mosquito's voice and didn't see the mosquito's answer. Xiaohua could already guess the embarrassment on the mosquito's face. This secret, you definitely know. Xiaohua asked indifferently, anyway, I have methods to kill you. Telling this secret to this old man isn't a big deal, right? The mosquito seemed to have thought it through and replied, if you swear and don't say anything else, I might consider it. Xiaohua said resolutely, I won't tell others, but I definitely won't swear. Moreover, you have to answer this question, there's nothing to consider. The mosquito looked at Xiaohua, not knowing if he could read the insidiousness on Xiaohua's face. After hesitating for a moment, he transmitted a few words with a faintly discernible voice. It was just a few words, but Xiaohua frowned and even shook his head slightly. Obviously, the other methods to kill the mosquito were too harsh. Forget it. Then Xiaohua nodded, whether what you said is correct or not, this old man will let you go. Thank you. The mosquito gave a rare thank you, flapped his wings and disappeared. Looking at the flickering Buddhist light in the space, Xiaohua was too lazy to use his Buddhist sense to see where the mosquito was hiding. His figure flashed and landed on the steps. The steps rolled up the Buddhist light, and Xiaohua's figure disappeared from the space of the 9th floor. When Xiaohua appeared again, he was at the top of the pagoda. However, this time, it was somewhat different from what Xiaohua saw under the pagoda. The mirror that was originally horizontally above his head was now horizontally erected in front of Xiaohua. In the mirror, there was another Xiaohua, looking handsome and confident, like a jade tree facing the wind. Damn it. Xiaohua touched his nose and looked at the mirror. There's only one such peerless figure in the world. If there were two, it would be too much. But in the mirror, Xiaohua was also saying the same thing and doing the same actions. Alas! Xiaohua sighed, and a kind of vicissitudes of life appeared in his heart. Because if it was before, facing such a strange mirror, Xiaohua might jump again and do some strange actions to see if the figure in the mirror could do the same. Xiaohua might even punch and kick the mirror, and compete with himself in the mirror. But now, looking at the figure in front of him that was exactly the same as himself, this kind of thought flashed through his mind, and he was too lazy to do it. That Xiaohua, who still had a child's heart, was getting farther and farther away from himself. I wonder if it's the vicissitudes of life? Or the devil's nature entering the body. But as long as it was a mirror, it was inevitably an illusion. The best way to break this illusion was to take out something unique in this world, so that the illusion could not be transformed, or the thing transformed by the illusion would not have any real power. There were many such things in Xiaohua's space, and if Xiaohua casually took out something, the mirror might not be able to transform successfully. Go! Sure enough, as Xiaohua took out the dream mirage butterfly in the mirror, in the hand of the same handsome Xiaohua, only the body of the dream mirage butterfly was revealed. Then, Xiaohua used his hand to point at the dream mirage butterfly, and after the hand of the Xiaohua in the mirror moved, his whole body began to jump, and even his mouth sang. Little sister, you sit at the bow. Xiaohua just used the dream mirage butterfly to make a simple illusion, and the mirror followed suit. The real Xiaohua looked at the figure of Xiaohua in the mirror, and the corner of his mouth slightly smiled. He took a deep breath, and the bronze brilliance on the surface of his body brightened. Then, the heavenly laws embodiment technique came out, and a 10,000 zhang tall transcendence golden body appeared on the top of the pagoda. And this golden body in the illusion of the dream mirage butterfly did not appear in the mirror. Chapter 42:10. Now that the golden body was formed, Xiaohua clenched his fists and punched the mirror in front of his head. Gotcha! A crack appeared on the mirror, and then the crack turned into several thunderbolts that struck Xiaohua's golden body. Boom, boom, boom. Xiaohua was not afraid of the thunderbolts from the mirror at all. He waved his fists, but in a moment, the mirror was full of cracks. Finally, Xiaohua waved his hand again, and the wishful steel staff appeared in his hand. It was as if the whole world was about to be stirred up. The shocking staff crossed the sky and fell into the center of the crack. Boom! The mirror could no longer withstand the heavy blow and broke uncontrollably under the wishful steel staff. In the broken area, the dancing shadow turned into fragments, just like a distant memory of Xiaohua. The folk song in the countryside came to an abrupt end, like a knife cutting off water. Rumble! At the same time the mirror shattered, the entire world shook, and the pagoda beneath Xiaohua shook violently as well. At the same time the mirror disappeared, another strange world appeared above Xiaohua's head. This world was very similar to the previous mirror, and there was also an inverted pagoda there. The spire of this pagoda and Xiaohua's pagoda were together, and the bottom of the pagoda was also standing on the ground. On the ground, there were also mountains, boulders, ancient trees, and yellow sand, but there were no Buddha clouds and the ancient monsters around the pagoda, and there was no figure of Xiaohua at the top of the pagoda. Xiaohua raised his head to look at the strange heaven and earth. His brows furrowed slightly at first, but it was only for a moment before joy appeared on his face. This was because he could vaguely sense the auras of Dragon Vein Xiaohua and Phoenix Body Xiaohua. Following the source of the aura, Xiaohua hurriedly swept out with his divine sense, trying to find the location of the two doppelgangers. However, when his divine sense swept through the boundary between the two pagodas, he found that there seemed to be a solid barrier between the two worlds, and Xiaohua's hammer-like divine sense could not pass through. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. His figure soared into the sky and flew towards the barrier between heaven and earth. Woo! Like a gentle breeze, Xiaohua's body easily passed through the barrier without any hindrance. However, what made Xiaohua feel very strange was that when Xiaohua's figure landed in another layer of heaven and earth, a powerful repulsive force stopped him from falling. Moreover, when Xiaohua's powerful upward momentum reached this space, it also transformed into an upward momentum. Xiaohua's physical body didn't stay in this space for even a moment, and he returned to the previous space. Oh, so these are two inverted spaces. The scenery inside is similar, and the attraction force of everything inside is also directed downwards. When the prehistoric beasts fell into the heaven and earth, the suction force was still on this side, but it was on that side. The repulsive force from before was actually the original suction force between heaven and earth. Xiaohua's figure maintained balance in midair. He raised his head to look at the heaven and earth, and even looked at the same sun sprinkling sunlight on different lands. He seemed to be deep in thought. Since this Xiao's vision isn't affected, then the sunlight isn't affected either. If this Xiao can practice light escape, I'm afraid this Xiao won't be affected anymore. Unfortunately, Xiaohua still hadn't reached the stage where he could accommodate himself in the light, and he still couldn't break away from the suction force of this heaven and earth reversal. Therefore, he only stopped for a moment before moving again, crossing the barrier between the two worlds, and landing lightly in the other world. Then he activated his magic power and turned his body upside down, allowing his body to slowly descend. This kind of action was absolutely inconceivable in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of cultivators, it was easy. When Xiaohua released his divine sense again, he found something strange. He felt that his divine sense was sweeping to the front, but it just so happened that his divine sense was sweeping to the back. He felt that his divine sense was sweeping to the left, but what he saw was the situation on the right. In short, everything was completely opposite to what Xiaohua felt. This made Xiaohua feel extremely awkward. Could it be that flying is also the same? Xiaohua was a little depressed. When he tried it, it was indeed the case. Damn. Not only is the suction force different, but all the feelings are also the opposite of the original heaven and earth. This is really awkward. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hurriedly swept his divine sense awkwardly towards the place where he found Xiaohua of the Dragon Vein and Xiaohua of the Phoenix Body, and that figure also flew down the pagoda. When Xiaohua's figure landed on the third floor of the pagoda, he suddenly found that in the space not far from the pagoda, there were 5 balls of light of different colors flashing. These 5 colored balls of light formed another huge, incomplete halo that enveloped an area of about 1,000 miles. Within this halo, the aura of Xiaohua of the Dragon Vein and Xiaohua of the Phoenix Body would occasionally spread out. Hiss! The moment he sensed the aura of the two doppelgangers, Xiaohua already knew the situation of the two doppelgangers. He sucked in a breath of cold air, looked at the 5 balls of light, and was a little surprised. Are these the Chaos 5 little ones? They actually have such strength that even fellow Taoist Longmai was injured by them. If it wasn't for fellow Taoist Phoenix body protecting fellow Taoist Longmai, I'm afraid fellow Taoist Longmai would be in danger. However, he saw that the 5 balls of light were not static in the air, but slowly rotating in a certain trajectory, and even the trajectory of each ball of light was different. But the mystery was that no matter how the 5 balls of light rotated, they could form a huge halo. This huge halo firmly covered Xiaohua's 2 doppelgangers, either rotating from top to bottom or from left to right. Every time it rotated, there was a wisp of 5-colored brilliance flowing from one end of the halo to the other end, and at the same time, a strange fluctuation was born from that brilliance, landing on Xiaohua's 2 doppelgangers. At this time, Xiaohua of the dragon vein had already revealed his dragon body, lying weakly on the ground. His body was suffused with a golden brilliance, trying his best to resist the fluctuation. In this golden brilliance, waves of dragon chi mixed with dragon patterns emerged, as if it was breathing up and down. As for Xiaohua of the phoenix body, he released the heavenly phoenix demon body, and the huge wings of Xiaohua of the dragon vein protected his body. Above Xiaohua of the phoenix body, the light of the moon and stars like the stars, also resisting the strange fluctuation. Spirit awakening 5 essences formation? Xiaohua's eyes narrowed, and he immediately saw through the 5 balls of light inside the halo. He was not in a hurry to break the formation, but his eyes flashed with a cold light as he thought to himself. No, it doesn't seem to be. This formation is somewhat similar to the Xiantian realm. Compared to the Spirit awakening 5 essences formation, who knows how many times more brilliant it is. Although the great desolate 5 little ones did not possess all 5 elements, their bodies are all great desolate beasts. Even if they use their great desolate bloodline, they are still more powerful than ordinary 5-element spirit beasts. Being trapped in this array formation, even this Xiao would be helpless, much less this Xiao's 2 avatars. Especially my 2 doppelgangers, one of them is from the dragon clan, and the other is from the demon clan. They are precisely restrained by the great desolate 5 little ones, so being trapped here is unavoidable. However, since they dare to compete with me, then I want to see what kind of powerful means the great desolate 5 little ones have. Thinking of this, Xiaohua sneered, and anger rose from the bottom of his heart. His hands slightly rubbed, and he was about to activate his magic power. At this time, among the 5 colored balls of light, a relatively lively dark green ball of light just happened to turn in front of Xiaohua's eyes. This dark green ball of light let out a weng-weng rumbling sound, and then it shrank and expanded from the inside out. Following this rumbling sound, the ball of light rippled, and a great desolate beast that looked like a qilin but also not a qilin appeared from the light. Xiaohua originally did not intend to give this strange beast any chance, but seeing the appearance of this strange beast, a trace of familiarity emerged in his heart. This strange beast was very similar to a qilin, but this strange beast's head and face were like a horse, horns like a deer, neck like a camel, tail like a donkey, and it was somewhat different from a qilin. Xiaohua unconsciously stopped activating his magic power, and he was somewhat surprised in his heart. This great desolate beast should be a black jade qilin. However, why does it not look very similar to the qilin I encountered in the hidden immortal continent? Could it be this great desolate beast is different from the demon race in the 1,000 demon sacred realm? But why does it look somewhat familiar to me? And you can't bear to attack me? The black jade qilin's figure appeared, and a blazing sense also unbridled swept over Xiaohua. Then, an even more arrogant voice sounded, "What are you? How come I have never seen you before?" Xiaohua pinched his chin, coldly looked at the black jade qilin's figure, and transmitted his voice, "I am not a thing, I am Taoist Xiao." "What are you a thing?" "Taoist Xiao? What is Taoist Xiao?" The black jade qilin looked at Xiaohua with some doubt, and immediately said impatiently, "I don't care what kind of great desolate beast you are. I came to this Chao Tian Tower first. If you know what's good for you, go look around yourself, Maybe you can find some weapons and strange objects. Don't disturb me, the great desolate 5 elders, and I will spare your life." Seeing the black jade Qilin's face like a ruffian in the marketplace, Xiaohua's previous familiar feeling of loving the house and its crow instantly turned into disgust. "Shut up!" Xiaohua roared angrily. He actually forgot to send a sound transmission. He looked very angry. Then, he came back to his senses and sent a sound transmission. "You 5 shameless things. You actually ganged up on 2 of my Dao friends. Today, I'm here to cause trouble for you." "Oh?" The black jade Qilin stared blankly at first, then the corner of his mouth revealed a sinister smile. He raised his head and laughed loudly for a moment, then transmitted his voice loudly. "Ha, what do you mean by ganging up on one? The 5 of us are the great desolate 5 elders. Against 1, we will attack together. Against 10, even against 100, we will attack together. If you are together with these 2 ugly things, then that's good. I can cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, to prevent future troubles." Chapter 42:11. As he spoke, the dark green ball of light where the ink jade Qilin was located suddenly released a bolt of lightning. The lightning fell into the ring of light and penetrated the other 4 balls of light. Wung. The distance between the 5 balls of light suddenly pulled apart. At the same time, the ring of light stretched like a rainbow bridge and covered Xiaohua, as if it wanted to trap him inside. How could Xiaohua let the ink jade Qilin succeed? His figure flashed as he teleported towards the sky. However, Xiaohua was so furious that he had forgotten about the strangeness of this place. When his figure reappeared, he was not standing in the sky, but had instead landed on the ground in the distance. Even so, the ring of light brushed through the air and swept past the place where Xiaohua was standing before. It did not trap Xiaohua. Ah! Xiaohua was so angry that he laughed. Looking at the 5 balls of light attacking him, he transmitted his voice, as expected of the ink jade stupid donkey. "You said it very well. Facing 100 of them together, this old man will let you and the other Chaos 5 little ones face 100 of them." You actually dare to call me ink jade stupid donkey?" The ink jade Qilin seemed to be very afraid of this title. Hearing Xiaohua's transmission, it was really furious. The ball of light seemed to boil, and the ink jade Qilin's image was instantly absorbed into the ball of light. A huge Qilin figure appeared in the ball of light. "This old man will not only call you a stupid donkey," Xiaohua transmitted his voice coldly, "this old man will also take your stupid donkey life." As he spoke, Xiaohua raised his hand and patted the top of his head. Puff! Lightning surged out from the top of his head, covering thousands of miles around him. Then, hundreds of rainbows flew out from the lightning and landed around the array set up by the 5 little beasts of the primitive wasteland. When the rainbows disappeared, the 108th rank scattered nascent souls each sat cross-legged in the air and surrounded the Chaos 5 little ones. Lightning lingered around each scattered nascent soul, forming a thunder armor. "This old man will let you know what it means to bully the few with numbers." Xiaohua transmitted his voice fiercely. Then, Xiaohua raised his hand and a ray of sword light appeared on his arm. Clang! The sound of the sword was like a dragon. As Xiaohua's arm fell, the ray of sword light struck the ring of light formed by the 5 little beasts, causing sparks to fly. Xiaohua's voice was like a god's in the air. "Kill!" Looking at the 100 or so rank 8 scattered nascent souls, each of them was 8 feet tall, a bit taller than ordinary cultivators. Not only were they wearing thunder armor, but they were also holding different spirit tools according to their attributes. These spirit tools were all magic tools that had been separated into yin and yang in Xiaohua's space. Now that they had been refined by these scattered nascent souls, they all had the power of a heavenly spirit treasure. 100 nascent soul cultivators surrounded the 5 small groups of the primordial world. It was the heavenly star formation of Chengdu. After hearing Xiaohua's order, they said at the same time, yes. His voice was like a thunderclap, and the hundreds of spirit artifacts were swung out at the same time, as if they were about to shatter the heavens and earth. In this inverted space, a hurricane of 10,000 feet was set off in an instant. The hurricane blew past the Buddhist pagoda, giving rise to the sound of ghosts wailing and wolves howling. Even the 10,000 Buddhas were wailing, and a myriad of strange splendors shrouded the space of 10,000 miles. Xiaohua didn't know how strong the 5 small groups of the primordial world were, but seeing the 5 strange beasts joining forces to surround Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua and Phoenix Body Xiaohua, and even needing to rely on a Xiantian formation to injure Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua, Xiaohua also didn't feel that the 5 small groups could have any great divine ability. Therefore, after Xiaohua commanded the 100 or so rank 8 scattered nascent souls, a sneer hung at the corner of his mouth. With his hands behind his back, he indifferently watched. His face revealed an expression of having a card up his sleeve. Xiaohua had always been merciful. He absolutely wouldn't force people, or even demonic beasts, into a dead end. However, he was indeed angry today. Looking at Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua's dragon body crawling on the ground, his heart slightly ached. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to use his thunderous methods to kill these 5 ruffians who usually bullied the strange beasts of the primordial world. Seeing such a formation, the Ink Jade Qilin turned pale with fright. He almost stuttered as he transmitted his voice. You all actually have weapons? This isn't fair. You also know it's not fair? The corner of Xiaohua's mouth rose into a sneer. Why didn't you say it was fair when you bullied my 2 fellow Taoists and the Heaven Devourer and other strange beasts of the primordial world? The Ink Jade Qilin still wanted to defend himself, but that rain-like spirit treasure had already fallen. It seemed like every spirit treasure had the power to kill him. Just the aura of so many spirit treasures alone was enough to suffocate him. Do you think I, your father, am afraid of you? The Ink Jade Qilin was also a ruthless character. At this time, after hearing Xiaohua's words, he simply didn't beg for mercy. With a roar, his figure submerged into the ball of light. That ball of light emitted an even more resplendent brilliance. Although the other primordial world 4 small ones didn't show up, they all sensed that something was wrong. Each of them activated their own ball of light, and that halo flew out like a waterfall. Whether it was the fluctuation or the multicolored light, they all met the wave of spirit treasures that had already formed layers. Boom boom. Within 1,000 miles, the air waves that had previously annihilated heaven and earth, all the brilliance was annihilated in this air wave. All the fluctuations also disappeared in this air wave. How could the formation of the primordial world 5 small ones withstand the attack of dozens of spirit treasures? However, with one touch, the entire formation immediately collapsed. In the roar, 5 strange beasts of the primordial world that were close to 1,000 feet in size revealed themselves from the ball of light. Dark green flames flickered around the black Jade Qilin's body. These flames could no longer protect its body. Parts of the scales that were torn apart by the flames were torn off by the spirit weapon. Streams of beast blood that were filled with fiery threads flowed out from these broken scales. In particular, the pair of horns that were previously somewhat arrogant had now been broken in half. Inexplicable patterns flickered on them, making it look extremely miserable. After the Ink Jade Qilin was a toad that was entirely golden. At this moment, the toad's entire body trembled violently. The bump on its chin that was thousands of feet in size expanded and shrank as it trembled. Moreover, it emitted a layer of blood. The toad's body was covered in patterns that resembled copper coins. At this moment, most of these patterns were broken. Although there were no traces of blood seeping out, one could tell from the golden toad's blood-red eyes and broken tentacles that it was more severely injured than the Ink Jade Qilin. To the left of the golden toad was a 5-colored phoenix. At this moment, the phoenix was extremely miserable, even worse than the ugly chicken. Not to mention that most of its feathers had been scattered by the scattered nascent soul. Even the tail that it was so proud of and had an extremely powerful divine ability was now dim. Although the 5-colored phoenix raised one of its claws slightly as if it was trying to balance its body, the blood dripping from its claws showed that it was severely injured. Beside the 5-colored phoenix was a white tiger with a pair of wings on its back. At this moment, the white tiger's wings were already broken and drooped on the tiger's back. Its white fur that should have been suffused with a holy luster was not only glaring scarlet, but also mottled with scars. Hundreds of scars that were dozens of feet long flowed with a faint brilliance, as if they were trying their best to repair these scars. The four little ones of desolation had another huge tortoise shell. This tortoise shell was divided into two colors, one white and one black. The tortoise shell emitted a dim brilliance that formed a tiny vortex in midair. Within the vortex, a timid origin sense swept through the surroundings like a snake's tongue. Although Xiaohua could not see anything else, he understood that this should be the black and white-black tortoise of the five little ones of desolation. Although the brilliance on the black and white-black tortoise's tortoise shell was dim, it did not have any obvious scars. It was obvious that its injuries were the lightest. Xiaohua coldly snorted and did not say anything else. In midair, the second wave of spirit tools attacked like a wave. Apart from the black and white-black tortoise's tortoise shell, the other four little ones of desolation revealed despair in their eyes. Quick, hide under me. At the crucial moment, the black and white-black tortoise suddenly transmitted its voice. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, the black jade qilin cautiously shouted, "No. If we hide under you, these weapons will all hit your body. Wouldn't you be beaten to death? Damn it." The black and white-black tortoise were furious and transmitted its voice, "Even if I don't block it for you, I won't be able to escape this time. Rather than that, why don't you guys hurry up and see if there's a chance to escape?" "Not going." The black sky white tiger roared and also refused. Looking at the spirit tools that filled the sky with murderous intent and another spirit tool that was accumulating power behind the spirit tools, the black and white-black tortoise no longer hesitated and stretched its head out of the tortoise shell. Its four legs that were thicker than a mountain peak moved, and an earthy yellow cloud was born, carrying it into the sky to meet the dozens of spirit tools. Oh! Xiaohua was slightly stunned. Clearly, he did not expect the black and white-black tortoise to have this move. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The black jade qilin and the others all shouted. Clouds appeared around their bodies and rushed into the sky, wanting to block the black and white-black tortoise's head. Sigh! At this moment, Dragon Vein Xiaohua's voice sounded in Xiaohua's ear. Dragon Vein Xiaohua's breath was somewhat weak, but his tone was still firm. "Forget it, fellow Taoist, just teach them a lesson. There's no need to kill them all." But Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the ground. At this moment, Phoenix Body Xiaohua had already withdrawn his body and returned to his normal size. Dragon Vein Xiaohua also withdrew his dragon body, but he did not get up from the ground. Although these five little things are a bit bullying, they are still snatching things. I joined hands with fellow Taoist Phoenix Body to snatch that item, and the five of them joined hands to snatch it back. Their actions can't be considered excessive. Dragon Vein Xiaohua explained. In addition, after they surrounded us, it's not like they didn't have the opportunity to be heavy-handed. However, they still had some kindness and threatened us many times but did not attack. Now that we have an eye for an eye, it should be doable. When Xiaohua heard this, he looked at Dragon Vein Xiaohua with a smile that was not a smile and asked, "Fellow Taoist, is this your original intention? Or is it a reason that you made up?" This. Dragon Vein Xiaohua hesitated for a moment before replying, "Actually, it's not entirely like that. I only saw the five of them supporting each other and very naturally thought of fellow Taoist Phoenix Body saving I earlier, so I couldn't bear it.